How big do you think this room is?
Good morning. Welcome to CES. Welcome to NVIDIA Live. Setting the stage, we are live at the Fontainebleau Theater here in Las Vegas. In just about an hour, Jensen will take the stage to share NVIDIA's vision of where AI is headed. And this panel has the daunting task of warming up this really smart audience before the most legendary keynote speaker takes off. What we will do is first start with introductions, and then we will have a panel of industry experts to talk us through a wide range of topics within the AI ecosystem. So starting with myself, I'm Vivek Arya. I'm a semiconductor analyst at Bank of America Securities, and I'm joined by...
I'm Sarah Guo. I'm the founder of AI native venture firm Conviction.
And my name is Mark Lipatzis, a senior semiconductor analyst from Evercore ISI.
Great, thank you, Mark. So in this first session, we will talk about AI infrastructure, where we are coming from, where we are headed, and we are joined by Sridhar Ramaswamy, who is the CEO of Snowflake. Before I bring in Sridhar, let me just kind of walk you through a memory lane. AI is not the first large deployment in technology infrastructure. We have had the build-out of the internet, the rollout of fiber optic capacity throughout the globe. We have had the rise of cloud computing. We have had a big infrastructure cycle in 3G, in 4G, in 5G. Before I joined Merrill Lynch, I used to work in industry, and I have often lived through the boom and bust of some of those cycles. So that's why it's fun for us to contrast what we are seeing now versus what we have seen before. And it's always risky to say it's different this time, but it is different this time for the reason that in the last 3 years, almost $800+ billion has been spent on AI infrastructure. And if I look at our forecast, close to $600 billion will be spent on AI infrastructure in 2026, right? So that's a lot of funding. The question of where is this money going? What is the return on investment? This B word, the bubble word, comes up a lot. In fact, I was reading Bloomberg yesterday, and they mentioned that just in the month of November, there were 12,000 articles with the word bubble right in them. So in my view, we actually have a bubble in the media headlines that talk about where AI has been going. From my perspective, there are 3 things that make this infrastructural cycle different. Number 1 is the fact that there has been seamless adoption. Number 2 is high utilization. And number 3 is the amount of funding and the amount of very well-financed capital that is going into this infrastructure. So if we go through these 3 topics quickly, first of all, seamless adoption. The day ChatGPT was launched in November 22, every person with a PC or a mobile device, and that's close to 5 billion plus users, were able to access that service immediately, right? It was seamless. Unlike some of the prior cycles, the build out of the original internet, where yes, a lot of fiber optics was deployed, but the end users were not ready. And that is partly why that build out stopped in early stages. There was a lot of capacity deployed in the core, but the usage, right, only happened over a much longer period of time. So number 1 is seamless adoption. Number 2 is the fact that we are seeing very high utilization of this infrastructure, right? Back when I was working in industry, we would talk about the amount of fiber that was being deployed, and then there was a new interesting term that came up, dark fiber, right, which is kind of an oxymoron, because the reason you put fiber is because you want to light it up. So there was all this dark and underused fiber that was in the ground, but what you don't hear is dark compute, right? What you see is all the compute infrastructure that is being deployed is being utilized very effectively, right? Even 6-7-year-old GPUs are being fully utilized, other custom chips are being fully utilized. So that, I think, is another very, very important difference. And to us, if there is one metric that people should watch for, is the utilization of this infrastructure. I think that's far more meaningful metric to measure the success of this build-out. And then the third and final aspect is that unlike the prior cycles, there were a lot of companies that were, let's say, not as well funded. Right? This time, the funding is being done by companies who are generating exceptional amount of free cash flow. If you look at the amount of capex that has gone into the ground, that's only 2/3 of the cash flow of operations from these companies. We think their free cash flow continues to stay positive, but that's another thing to watch out for as another leading indicator to see the success of this cycle. So we think this is the creation of brand new infrastructure. So that's the state of the union, but let's talk about where we are going. And for that, I'm really delighted to bring in Sridhar Ramaswamy from CEO of Snowflake. So maybe Sridhar, let's talk to us about the collaboration you have with NVIDIA. How did that come about? What are you doing? And what are the emerging use cases that you see in the enterprise?
Thank you, Vivek. I live entirely in the software space, so I'm a natural complement to some of the folks that we have on the panel here. And back to your point about high utilization, I think what's very unique about this moment is the many different places where AI is creating value. Even with the old chips, for example, we built a search engine, this was 3-4 years ago, entirely on A10s, which were already not even the top leading models in the world. And so we see a lot of our customers run very large data processing jobs, for example, on small models running on previous generations of infrastructure. They get utilized. On the other hand, at the very top, foundation models that are leading ones are doing exceptionally well because of their applicability in areas like coding agents, where they are unleashing an enormous amount of productivity. And now you're talking about people that are making easy $200,000-$300,000 every year. And so they're not going to hesitate about spending on a SaaS service that's going to make them more efficient. I think that's why AI is pretty unique in terms of how much value that it's creating. We have launched a bunch of data agents on top of Snowflake. In fact, I have one running right on my, I access it on my phone. And anytime I want information about a customer, I just turn to it, go, how are we doing with this particular customer? Do we have a relationship? Is it up? Is it down? That kind of access is something that every CEO wants to get to the latest information about how their company is doing. And I think these are the many reasons why you're seeing such excitement in this space. Our relationship with NVIDIA goes back many years. Jensen has actually been an honored guest in 2, I think, of our last 3 Snowflake summits. We collaborated with them very deeply. Obviously, all of our AI products, including Snowflake Intelligence, run on top of NVIDIA chips. We used to train pretty large foundation models once upon a time. We don't quite do that anymore. Those were done on NVIDIA chips as well. We also collaborate with them in the nitty-gritty detail. What are the right embedding models that are going to make search products work much more effectively? And I think the big prize that we are both after is in the future when GPUs can be applied not just to specialized inference on top of foundation models, but also to things like data computation, which is what we specialize in. So I think we're very much in the early innings of how are GPUs, how is accelerated computing going to impact a lot of things that Snowflake does.
Right. No, I think I'm glad you brought those points up. And I think that kind of ties to the intro that what we are seeing is kind of very strong, seamless adoption. And this is being used in kind of mission critical infrastructure. This is not, build it and they will come. But when, I'm sure there are certain obstacles, right? That there are certain enterprises who are still kind of resistant to the adoption of AI. Mm-hmm. What do you hear from them, Sridhar, and what do you think it'll take to get them over the hump of adopting this new tool?
Look, practical problems are always going to be there. Anytime you have a new computing paradigm, data is going to be sent over to a new class of chips. All reasonable customers, your employer included, have a lot of questions about, hey, what's happening with this data?
Right.
Who owns this data? For example, at Snowflake, the simplest answer that I give every customer is your data is your data. We process it on your behalf. We do nothing else with it. There are questions like that. Part of what people are very finicky with data is data sovereignty. They don't like it when data moves from one location to the other. In a consumer service, ChatGPT can get away with not really telling you where your request is going to be handled. Right. It can be in the US, it can be in Europe, it can be in Japan. It doesn't matter to you as a consumer, but as an enterprise, that's not the viewpoint that you take. You care a lot about where's the data resident, how does sovereignty come in. We often end up dealing with things like micro shortages, back to your point about full GPU utilization, where we have customers in Germany that don't quite have capacity right in Germany, and we have to go negotiate with them about is it okay to send that traffic to Sweden or not. Right. So there are these kinds of practical problems that are going to come up, and driving change through an organization. When it comes to day-to-day, how are jobs going to get done? Can you convince people to do them differently? There's no easy answer to that. We have a great sales agent on top of our own data, built on top of Snowflake. But it's an entirely different story for me to tell each and every one of my sellers, you need to be demoing this on your phone every single day. That's a new muscle. They have to learn it. And as leaders, we have to come up with a whole set of techniques for how do we drive usage in a positive way within every organization. That kind of social change is just hard. It takes time.
Right.
In this transition, we have the inbuilt distribution of everybody having a smartphone, a laptop. And so you have this massive prosumer adoption that's really happened. And I think that the enterprise businesses who know how to do change management with these large organizations are really going to benefit this next year from consumers and prosumers having experienced the power of AI for themselves. And so I think Snowflake and NVIDIA and companies that have those relationships with customers are really well suited for that for this next year.
That's right. And we very much think about things like agentic technologies as natural extensions of what we did as a data platform. Why do people bring data to Snowflake? It's because it's easier to manage, easier to get it AI ready, easier to get value from it. And an agentic platform fits right on top of that. I basically tell our CIO or CEO that we deal with, we can put that information in your fingertips. It's an easy sell.
Right. Got it. The one other thing I find very fascinating about this rollout is how it's suddenly becoming more global in nature also, right? It's like you follow where power is being deployed. That's where AI is being deployed. And we are seeing infrastructure come up in the Middle East. We are seeing infrastructure come up in Asia. How is that changing, Sridhar, your kind of go-to-market? If there is more and more computing that is available right across the globe, how does that change your strategy?
So Snowflake runs on top of the hyperscalers. And we have benefited from effectively infinite compute capacity when it came to regular computing. That's what has defined Snowflake's success because we often rent CPUs on demand. We don't have to make pre-commitments. And so that model actually has carried over on the GPU side. I don't worry, for example, as much about bubbles because we are not making large commitments. We are not buying hardware. We are not setting up data centers. Neither are our customers. You don't need to make pre-commits in order to use AI and Snowflake, in order to use Snowflake intelligence. It's actually very, very beneficial for there to be large deployments everywhere, because as I said, data sovereignty is very much an issue. In the geopolitical environment that we live in, a customer in Germany wants no part of that data going over to some other continent, let alone or anything else. So I think from that perspective, this build out is very, very helpful, that it is more and more decentralized and demand for that is going to keep going up.
And how do you see this evolution between open and closed models taking shape? Does that influence, Sridhar, what you do at Snowflake?
It does only in an incidental way, at least right now. And the reason for that is the frontier models, the 4 odd companies that make these amazing models are so much better than everyone else when it comes to key applications like agent tool calling, like coding agents. And so there is very much a demand for that. On the other hand, as things mature, people want to run them at massive scale, which is where open models become more and more important. The one thing that we all need to remember now as a country, as a hemisphere, is that open models end up influencing developer mindsets enormously. At the end of the day, it's only the few thousand engineers that work at OpenAI that have access to the latest and greatest that OpenAI has, and it's a small environment. What we have seen repeatedly is the power of open platforms to literally attract thousands, millions of developers to work on them, and that can be a positive cycle as well. Even in areas like data center development, which you would not think of as being very amenable to open technologies, Meta, Facebook, the company, did pretty well in open sourcing some of their plans because they wanted an environment in which more and more people adopted that. So I think open source has a huge influence on just developer mindset. This is the reason why closed companies like OpenAI, they actually release open models because they want to be part of that developer ecosystem.
Right. No, I think that's a very good point, right, in terms of expanding adoption. And that's one thing that I also find fascinating about this industry is that in some ways, the the growth and the disruption is being led by startups, if you will, right? OpenAI or Anthropic or
That's right.
XAI, right? And they're challenging, right, these really large incumbents, which I would imagine is, healthy in
That's
some
a
ways.
good thing
right?
for society.
All these large public hyperscalers, they were startups, themselves, right? They challenged the status quo, when they were coming up. So I'm sure it's not an easy fight, right? Many important decisions have to be made, but it's very interesting to look at it, right, from the outside. Maybe Sridhar, one last question from my side. Talk to us about where you are seeing adoption by way of end markets. Yeah, which end markets are more open to adopting AI? Which end markets are kind of, which verticals are kind of lagging behind in their adoption?
It's a fascinating topic because it's very, very broad-based. Absolutely, folks in the financial sector, especially people like asset managers, they tend to lean into technology because they have less regulatory scrutiny, say, compared to a big bank, which just has a lot more to answer to. So the financial sector always leads the way in terms of adopting AI technologies. I would say the sleeper hit in this world has actually been healthcare. You don't think of doctors as rushing over to use the latest tools, but a lot of what they do is tedious work. Taking down notes after every single visit, making sure that they are accurate. And all of us have jokes about, doctors and their inscrutable handwriting. And I think areas like that are also seeing a fair amount of adoption. Is really broad-based this time in terms of the value that people are seeing from AI. And a lot of it, similar to Google search, has been because of the presence of something like ChatGPT that you and I and the 7 billion people in the world that have access to phones can all get to. I think that is really driving a broad-based adoption. And I think what's also really interesting is that unlike Google search, which effectively put out enterprise search, there was no enterprise search once Google succeeded. What I think is unique about this moment is there are all of these interesting applications, like coding agents, that are thriving more in an enterprise context. And ChatGPT isn't really just sweeping the field. So I think that's the other interesting point in terms of the simultaneous growth of both consumer AI as well as enterprise AI.
Right. No, and I see, from our enterprise also that there's a lot of, so-called dark data that is sitting there.
That's right.
Right? That if it is ingested, properly and kind of curated properly, the amount of insights, right, that can be generated from that. So is the missing link, Sridhar, the kind of the productizing of that? Yes, we have the kind of the basic underlying infrastructure in place. Is that how do we take this to actually making a product that is, easy to just click and drag and drop and use? Is that the part that we should be looking forward to?
Also, that's an ad for Snowflake, because that's what we do. We make data AI ready, but much more, we also help people put governance on the data. At the end of the day, again, for a company like Bank of America, unauthorized access to data is a very serious problem. Regulators take a very dim view of stuff like that. But part of what companies like Snowflake do is they bring along a governance framework. They bring along long expertise in making sure that the right data is accessed by the right person at the right time. But back to you, I've met lots of customers who will basically tell me stuff like, yeah, we have 20 years worth of contracts sitting in some SharePoint repository. And I generally email some person and say, hey, how about that contract from 8 years ago? They'll come back to me after a week. That's the value that's in front of a bunch of companies to create. And that's what's exciting about this moment.
Right.
Sridhar, thank you so much for speaking with us. It's a great segue into talking about the foundation and the data infrastructure to now the generation of agents and AI applications further up the stack.
Well, thank you, folks, for having me.
Thank you, Sridhar. I appreciate your insights.
Mark, what's your takeaway here?
Well, I think for me, what's fascinating is the expression that you used early innings, right? And I think about other technology transitions. You think about the iPhone started off with 6 apps. I remember when the PC came out and replaced the mini computer, we were wondering, what are we going to use these things for? Like, are we going to put our recipes on there? Then you had word processing, and then you had spreadsheets and Adobe and all these useful, all these useful apps. And from my standpoint, like, how do you invest? How do you invest to support demand for workloads that don't even exist yet? And it goes to the point that Vivek started out with. The utilization of these processors that are getting deployed is as huge as the spending seems, is 100%. We hear that, and the forecast for CapEx just continues to go higher and higher.
Absolutely. If anybody has dark compute, as Vivek mentioned, maybe you can just share it with Harjot and Shiv and me and our portfolio companies. We'll happily take it and use it. I'm super excited to talk to the founders of Abridge and CodeRabbit now. Thank you guys for joining us. And talk a little bit about 2 areas where we've just seen a massive surge in adoption of AI within verticals and horizontal functions, healthcare and coding. Healthcare, as Sridhar just mentioned, has been a bit of a surprise for those of us who have been looking at healthcare and investing in it for a long time. A bit of a sleeper category, not the fastest adopter, but has proven differently. And coding, I think, has just been the breakout category for the last year. So, Shiv, let's start with you. Can you first just tell us a little bit about what Abridge does and sort of how the capability advances and reasoning and agents have been important to you guys for the last year?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're an AI company in healthcare, and we're focused on automating as much as we possibly can in such a way that we can unburden clinicians from clerical work so that they can focus on the patients in front of them. And just to sort of unpack that problem and that opportunity just a little bit more, there was an article published in a journal a couple years ago, the Journal of General Internal Medicine, that suggested that doctors need 30 hours a day to get all of their work done. And so that's how much opportunity there is for AI to actually seize this moment and for these agentic systems to actually help them focus less on clerical work and a lot more on the person in front of them. The split right now is 80-20, 80% clerical work and 20% face-to-face actual clinical reasoning and thinking and creative work. We think AI can flip the script.
I think all of us have had the experience with an amazing doctor who's spending 80% of his or her time typing in notes when I need them to reason about my case or my kid's case or whatever it is. And when you think about the capability advances this past year, what are the things you're most excited about that Abridge is working on?
Yeah, I think that the general playbook that we've gained a lot of conviction on is that we have to do everything we can to fit ourselves into workflows. It's not the other way around. It's not the workflows fitting into these new sort of AI systems. Is we have to design systems that fit into a pretty complex workflow when you think about enterprise healthcare. So it's not just checking off the boxes in terms of privacy and security. It's also thinking about latency. It's also thinking about all the artifacts that we have to create from medical encounters. And so the playbook that we're getting a lot of success from involves distillation, and it involves fine-tuning, it involves post-training. We're at scale now. We'll probably touch 80 to 100 million lives over this next year. And all the edits that we get on a daily basis, we can learn from, so that we can be that much better for every single clinician and every single specialty in every single setting. So that's what I'm most excited about, is like now we're on to this new sort of inning where we're learning from these edits, where we're continually getting better, and we're also gaining conviction on certain workflows actually being able to go all the way to the end zone.
Harjot, can you talk a little bit about what CodeRabbit focuses on? I think people know that coding agents and coding AI has made rapid progress over this past year, but especially for people who are not developers, who don't run development teams, maybe how does this idea of complex workflows apply to you guys?
That's right. The coding, as you all know, has been one of the biggest use cases for generative AI in terms of token usage, right? Started with a lot of simple tab completion to now fully agentic systems. Now you can think of CodeRabbit as using generative AI to review all that code. Now that given that the volume of code has increased significantly, so we provide a critical trust layer that sits between your coding agents and your production, allowing the organizations to enforce guardrails on what goes into production as you're vibe coding a lot of these features. We started around a couple of years back, but this has been like a pretty crazy growth trajectory for us, like used by tens of thousands of organizations, hundreds of thousands of developers, and so on. And we clearly see that in the new world of agentic AI, as the models are getting better, like with Opus 4.5, or you've got Gemini 3 and GPT 5.2, the software agents are really getting great, like in terms of going from a high-level prompt to some sort of like a feature or any application that you're building, right? And what happens in this new world is that the two things become super critical. Like as the inner loop gets solved, the outer loops are where the bottleneck emerges. One is how do you review all that work? That's CodeRabbit. And then the other problem is how do you explain to you specify your intent on what needs to be built? How do you describe your destination where you want to go?
Harja, what do you, when you talk about developing an AI for coding, like what does it do for the average coder or the excellent coder? Like how do you think about the value add to the different strata of coders?
No, that's a great question. Like what we have seen is now with generative AI, the barrier to get into software development has been lowered. Like you're just going from natural language, English, to any kind of language code that you want to generate. Like earlier, the bottleneck was, hey, I don't know TypeScript, I don't know Rust or any of these languages, and that used to be the barrier. Now that's been significantly lowered. At the same time, generative AI doesn't make a 10x developer become 100x. Like it takes all the great examples that it has been trained on in the open source and brings those examples to more of an average developer or someone who's just starting out and makes them good enough with code. So that bottleneck has not been removed. So a lot more people are now getting into coding. So a lot of people like fear that, okay, maybe the coding jobs are going away, but that's actually not what's happening. We are seeing a lot more people are now getting into coding. At the same time, we still have to see like whether someone who's been 10x can become 100x. I mean, of course, now they're getting more volume of code getting generated, but then the review and other things are still a bottleneck.
Shiv, you work in an area where all the decisions and the data is really mission critical.
Totally.
I'm thinking about this idea of needing review once you have more speed and other bottlenecks being removed in different fields. How do you think about building trust in the healthcare sector where users are rightfully pretty risk averse?
Yeah, absolutely. Trust is table stakes. And I think it's some combination of transparency, reliability, and credibility. And so from the transparency standpoint, I think being able to build trust in healthcare, it's a pretty high bar. And there's auditability that's involved. There's some amount of transparency involved in terms of how we benchmark our models and how we share those metrics with our health systems. But there's also a lot of work around evals and being able to actually deploy something and then in a pretty organic way share with the health system partner, like this is what we're seeing actually, and we've created any number of LLM judges, for example, that will actually look at the outputs and judge it against the health system's metrics, their rubrics, so that they can understand how well anything is performing. So I think it's not just about that, it's also about credibility, it's about, in healthcare, it's about publishing. It's about actually partnering with folks and being arm's length distance from the researchers who are actually going to do some semblance of maybe a randomized control trial to actually assess like what is the actual impact here. For us, I think if there is a mantra that we repeat in the company is that we want to save people time. We want to help people be more present with each other. We also want to save the system money. We know that healthcare needs deflationary economics. And there's just so much opportunity for AI to assist, to augment, and to automate, and to actually bring people closer together. And that's something that I think we need as a society more than anything else. But then there's like a third act. There's saving lives. There's like, how do you actually help clinicians make better decisions? Like you were pointing to with your family members. Like, how do you help them actually operate at the quote unquote like top of their license, at the top of their own creative stack? And so the stakes get higher and higher, as we go farther on this journey, because getting into that world, that space of clinical decision support, involves a lot more hoops. There's a lot more red tape, but it makes sense.
So one of the big buzzwords for this past year that there's a lot of controversy around is just agents and agentic capabilities, especially on more complex, long-running tasks, like both of you face. You're in the real world. You deal with, let's say, grouchy users. You deal with perhaps grouchy, but certainly very careful users. Is agent reliability a solved problem today?
Yeah, it does. I think it depends how we invoke agents versus how we invoke agentic systems. Probably depends on what kind of use case we're targeting. In healthcare, there are high-frequency, low-stakes workflows where an agent can, with the appropriate harness, for example, in the background, with access to all the appropriate data, with the right guardrails in place, actually get jobs done. And do it behind the scenes, perhaps, without a human in the loop. But then there are tasks, there are jobs that should involve a human, especially in healthcare where maybe like a chemotherapy is involved or some like new diagnostic or therapeutic or some really important high stakes decision is involved. There should be a human involved. And so that's where a lot of our early sort of products have focused is those sort of experiences where we have to fit into a system where humans are there to check the output and be that last mile.
Yeah, I think in the coding side, it's been challenging and constant evolution, and people are still learning. Most of the use cases where we've seen strong product market fit for these agents has been very interactive use cases. Human being in the loop and having a constant chat session with something like Cloud Code or some of these agents that have now made, right? And the challenge there is like as soon as you go into like background agents where they can run for a longer horizon, the reliability is very, very low. And you would see that in every organization out of 10 developers, maybe 2 or 3 are really crushing it with their cursor usage or Cloud Code usage, while the rest of the engineers are still struggling with the right prompting techniques. And it becomes really challenging because unlike your self-driving cars where you put in your destination, it takes you there, in coding you're describing your destination. And if your description is not accurate, the agent may run for 30 minutes, but you will end up with a lot of slop, right? And that's where like the challenges have been around human in the loop, how frequently those agents should come back with counter questions. And another thing has been like the tool calling formats. Like there's been a lot of discussion around how do you act in the real world. Like sandboxes, for instance, can we generate code to do everything? Like there's a big philosophy and right now that like for every action, there should be code generation behind it, right, to make it more accurate. So those kind of things people are still figuring out.
One question, Sarah, if I may. I'm curious, what is the biggest barrier to adoption in healthcare? Because, right, that seems like such a natural, adopter, right, of this technology. Is it, you think that the underlying technology infrastructure is acceptable? That's not the bottleneck? Is it the delivery of that? Is it that there are certain decision makers who have a natural, to your point, whether it's a regulatory aspect, right? Whether it's the privacy aspect. So what needs to be solved for there to be much broader and faster adoption?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's not technical. It's really change management, and that's the biggest challenge. Healthcare is an industry that, for a lot of good reasons, has moved slow, but that's not this moment right now with AI. Healthcare is actually moving faster, arguably, than any other industry in taking in AI, and a majority of doctors in this country are using AI in some way, shape, or form every single day that they're seeing patients. So I think the real challenge as we start to, or continue to scale, but also get into new use cases that AI can take on is going to be around change management. It's going to be around putting new solutions in front of users, getting them used to these very, very fast feedback loops. Right. The ground is shifting so quickly. Every couple weeks, there's some big improvement. For us, for example, we do a lot more context engineering than we used to. We pull data from not just, say, a medical record system, but maybe from a payer system, maybe from textbooks, and we're engineering that together with a conversation to create output that's compliant, that output that's also clinically useful. And maybe last week's user didn't benefit from that, so how do we get them to retry that solution next week and the week after? And so I think that's probably the biggest challenge. At the same time, I think it is a pretty historic moment right now where it's moving very quickly in healthcare.
One question I'd have for you guys running these scaling AI companies is a change in the environment that's happened over this past year that a lot of folks in our portfolio are taking advantage of is increasing availability of competitive open source models. What is that, how does that factor into your product roadmap or, how you guys think about cost and model vendors?
Yeah, the costs are a big concern, especially in the coding space. You have seen the pricing models were broken very publicly for companies like Cursor and all. Do you do per seat pricing or do you do usage pricing with tokens and so on? And really good agent harnesses actually use ensemble of models these days, where like I would say 12 months back, the open source models were like pretty early, but now we are seeing increasing use of open source models in some parts of the harness. Because the question really now for a company like us is like, where does it make sense to pay a premium for something like Opus 4.5? What are those workloads? And
there was a moment in time where the narrative very strongly in the industry was you can only use the best coding model, no matter how expensive or slow it is, and open source can't catch up. And you feel that's different now?
That has changed now, for sure, right? We have seen really great open source models which have started replacing some parts of even our workloads, like summarization and some of those like exploratory, like how do you do grep searches on the code bases and so on. So those can be done really well with some smaller open source models, which are very cost effective. And then you have all the flexibility that you could also fine tune to the way of your liking, right? But the premium models still are like premium models. Like, I mean, if you're going with something like code review, which is a very reasoning heavy use case. So we are like one of the biggest users of some of these reasoning models like Opus and GPT-5 on the highest settings. Yeah, but the open source is catching up for sure.
Shiv, everyone knows that coding is a very compute-intensive AI application. You can just trade more compute for better output. Is that true in healthcare? Are you guys a compute-heavy organization or a reasoning-heavy product?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's the training of the models, but there's also all things related to inference, and that's where NVIDIA Stack is a boon for us, because fitting into the workflow means that there's uptime concerns, there's latency concerns, in addition to all the concerns around accuracy.
Right, inference is a very complex problem, actually.
Yeah, exactly, and you don't get a retry. With patient care especially, like the stakes are high enough that we have to help our health systems understand that we're always going to be delivering the most premium solution. Now, underneath the covers, that might look, and increasingly looks like a very bespoke stack. So it looks like our own models that have been fine-tuned for very specific tasks, because that's affording us the latency and the uptime and the level of control that actually lends itself to the kind of personalization, for example, that we're increasingly pushing ourselves into.
Right. And the other thinking in our company has been like, it's a habit change that we are trying to bring up. Like, I mean, even if we are like going negative gross margins for a while, it's the new habits that are forming. So we want to use the best models possible as much as possible.
I will ask you 2 rapid fire questions if we have a minute for it, and I'll put you guys on the spot. One is, does the open source thing work? Is it sustainable? Because I think another part of the core narrative over the last year or two has been, in the scaling era, it's so expensive to invest in training proprietary models, open models, that it's only supported by a very few companies. Do you believe that? Is it important for your roadmaps?
It's changing, I would say, like especially in the coding space, because everyone has access to the same data. The proprietary models were moving much faster than whatever you were fine-tuning had a very short shelf life. So all that investment in custom data sets never made sense, right? But now we are going into a world where like the open source has caught up and some of this training starts making sense, especially on the agent trajectory where you clearly want to guide the agent in one direction or the other on the long horizon tasks. And some of the latency tasks as well. I mean, we are now starting to use some of these faster grep models, which search code bases, which are fine-tuned towards that. So yeah, it's interesting on that front.
And Shiv, you guys train?
Say it again?
You train internally
Absolutely.
your custom models, and you don't feel like you need to go spend the budget of OpenAI to do it.
We feel like when there is a new foundational capability that comes out, we need to make sure that we understand it and that we use it if it's going to amount in a better user experience. But the stack and the product is so complicated that it ends up being that, I'd say these days, well over half of what we're shipping, at least today, is an in-house sort of product. And so I think the ground is always shifting, and we have to be agile, we have to be dynamic, because the last thing we want to do is ever fall prey to sort of some sunk cost fallacy or be on our heels when something crazy, new, exciting comes out. But at least at this moment in time, and I think at that application layer in vertical industries like healthcare, having more control makes a big difference.
So LLMs have not commoditized then?
I think for vertical tasks, no. I mean, I think that there's so much work that you have to do on top of them in order to actually create that differentiation that helps you win.
I have to ask you a question I ask of any successful entrepreneur, which is a very self-interested question, but you're innovative guys. There are, a first cohort of AI native application companies that are working. What do you think is about to begin working? Because I'd say of the current cohort, it's actually like, not that predictable that the things that began working would work as well as they have, right? You have Harvey, Sierra, HeyGen, Bridge, CodeRabbit, Cognition, like it's a whole bunch of different areas, some of which have very difficult users, some of which are more conservative industries, some of which have not been great technology adopters. What do you think is an app area that's going to begin working, or a particular workflow in 26?
Yeah, I mean, very clearly, I mean, at least from our vantage point, like coding is the kind of the gateway to a lot of these use cases. I think that has to be solved first by everyone. And no wonder we are seeing even the model labs themselves investing heavily into coding use cases. Like you've seen Cloud Code and Codex and so on, right? And as you get better with reasoning and the coding, I think a lot more other use cases also open up. I mean, as I said earlier, like the code generation is kind of a way to do all kinds of actions and actuation, right? And in terms of startups, the opportunities I would say is in the second order effects. Mm-hmm. Like the larger companies like NVIDIA, they're the first order effects. They're bringing up around this change around coding, taking off on the code generation. But for startup entrepreneurs, my advice is usually like look at these opportunities on the second orders. Like what will happen if this happens? And for example, like code reviews become a bottleneck. We saw that coming 2 years back. My first startup was also like that, if you remember, Sarah, like 10 years back.
Absolutely.
We saw observability will become a bottleneck when your microservices take off. So that's usually like how I see the opportunities.
Shiv, what about you?
I think at a higher level of abstraction, this first cohort of companies, I think in some ways has broken the dam. And we're just going to see the same lens that we've all applied and you've applied expertly to startups work really, really well, like better than ever before. Really big pain points and really big markets are just going to take off because you can apply these tools in all the different ways. Over these last 2 weeks, my 9-year-old twin boys were using Claude Code to build Pokemon sorting applications. So I think the whole world is going to change probably in record time over these next 12 months. But I just imagine that the same sort of lens that you've always applied to companies we're going to be able to apply again.
Yeah, I think that's a very optimistic note to end this part of the conversation on. Perhaps a less obvious or less clearly right view, agree with everything you said, has been that I've held for most of the last year is actually I think more people will create software than this is something I changed my point of view on over the last few years. I've been like, who wants to make applications? Only engineers, like 25 million of them. Mm-hmm. And I think that's about to change. I think code generation is much more powerful than we think, and it'll end up with your boys and with developers and with a lot more users. 100%. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Vivek, are we going to use code generation and financial analysis or anything else?
Well, as long as we are the ones using it and we are the ones that... No, I think we do have access to a number of AI tools, or we are starting to get that access. But I think they're always telling us that, make sure that you understand what is being put in and make sure you understand what is coming out of it, right? So there is still a lot of kind of this co-pilot aspect of, right, that this is not giving you the answer, right? It is helping you generate that answer to some extent. But I do think, no, it is going to become more commonplace, more as a, driver of efficiency, right? There's a lot of mundane tasks that, Mark can allude to that we do. So I think from that perspective, it's going to help generate a lot more efficiencies.
And I do think it's going to be a really great finisher to our conversation to talk about how reasoning goes from code, the vanguard, to other areas like physical AI.
And that's a great segue to the next segment. So very excited and honored to introduce two CEOs, the CEO of Mercedes-Benz, Ola Kalenius, and the CEO, co-founder of Skilled AI, Deepak Prathak. There's so much to talk about, and unfortunately we have a limited amount of time. So before Jensen takes the stage, and for those dialing in on the stream, you can stay on the stream to listen to Jensen's keynote afterwards, so you don't have to find another stream. So Ola, I want to start with you because you have implemented AI both in the factory and in the car, and I believe you were one of the first to get certified, if not the first to get certified in the US for level 3 AV driving with Drive Pilot. And I'm wondering if you could help people understand, like, what were the advancements in the technology that enabled you to get to that milestone? Give us a sense. What did it take to get to that milestone?
Well, first of all, great to join this NVIDIA pregame show. I'm very excited to see Jensen's speech here in a few minutes. But this is a journey in terms of automated driving that started already 40 years ago. So the engineers at Mercedes, they kicked off a project back in the 80s that they called Prometheus. And what was their idea? The idea was to make driving safer. But of course, they didn't have the compute, they didn't have the sensing or the sophisticated AI stacks that we had today. And if we now fast forward through all those years, the first driving assistance systems that we launched in the early 90s, where are we now? We're now at the stage where that compute, the sensing, and the brain, the AI stack, can almost solve any one of issues that a car needs to go through traffic. But the key word is here to do it safely and explain to the driver or the passenger what the car can and cannot do. So what was the big step for level 3? Was not just the engineering task, it was also a legal task, because the computer actually takes over. And that's the difference between a level 2 system where the human is responsible and a level 3 and above where the computer is responsible.
And not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but level 4 and level 5, for many people, just can't seem to come fast enough. And I'm wondering, what are the lessons learned from level 3, getting to that milestone? And what further technological advancements do you need in order to get there?
What we're going to see very quickly, and in fact, I had a chance yesterday with the combined Mercedes and NVIDIA team to drive it through San Francisco and down into Silicon Valley, is point-to-point navigation. So a very, very sophisticated level 2 system. Some people refer to it as level 2++, where it feels that the car is on rails. You're just driving and it does everything. I drove uninterrupted for more than an hour through pretty heavy traffic yesterday, actually, on a Sunday in San Francisco, onto the freeway, no problems there, negotiated everything on the freeway, off the freeway, and back into the city again. So that level 2++ that we're launching with NVIDIA here in the States later this year, that's going to come fast. At Mercedes, very fast in many cars. Then you're going to have level 3, and of course you have level 4 robotaxis out there already today. But eventually we will have level 4 private use cars as well, so you can really sit back and relax and the car takes over everything. It's not science fiction, it's not that far away.
And what is as you explain the journey that Mercedes-Benz is taking in order to get there, what is the biggest misperception that you get from people when you talk about this topic?
Well, if you're on the task and you ask the engineering teams that are working on this, to get to the 99% demonstrator is relatively easy. Not easy, but relatively easy. But the long tail of everything else that could happen, that becomes a more challenging task. And that is why safety is key. You can go quick and dirty, but you take then more risk than maybe you would like to take. But if you really want to solve the long tail, there is much more work involved, much more driving involved, much more processing of data involved, much more thinking involved of how to approach this problem. But technology is moving fast, so I'm an absolute technology optimist on this, coming to a road near you soon, at least if you're driving a Mercedes.
Well, I can relate to this because, I plugged a transcript into my favorite LLM to summarize, and when it came back with a summary, it made a mistake. And I pointed it out, and the response was, good catch. Sorry about that, right? That probably does not apply on the road.
No, it doesn't. If you're moving an object that weighs, 4,000 pounds, and it's moving at 50 miles an hour, I think a sorry is not going to cut it. So there needs to be quite a bit higher level of certainty and safety, as I mentioned, in that equation. That is also why we take the approach, you don't have to rush into the market. You don't have to be the first, but you got to make sure that what you do is robust. And then it's also a question of familiarity. I was looking at a customer study, and it's different in different countries, that if you have never tried it and you never try it, then it's like, it's there, but you're not touching the machine. Once you get over that hurdle, and especially I think parking is a no-brainer. Who likes to park? Nobody likes to park. Now that you have sensors, we have in the new CLA that we're just launching here in the States, 27 sensors around the car. It sees in all directions. any parking situation that you feel intimidating, that car will solve for you. Push a button and the car parks for you. So once you have, as a driver, jumped over that one hurdle, you have used the machine once or twice or a few times, then it becomes second nature. And that's why I think this is going to be, it's going to be a feature that every driver down the road is going to demand.
I want to shift over to Deepak. I'm going to guess, Deepak, that more of our watchers in the audience are familiar with Mercedes-Benz than skilled AI. And so maybe if you could just introduce skilled AI and help people understand what you're doing.
Sounds good. First of all, great to be here. Thank you so much for having me. At Skilled, what we do is, in single line, is any robot, any task, one brain. We are building a general purpose brain for robotics. When I say general purpose, it often gets discounted. It's a general AI model, but it's a general model across robot hardware. We put the same brain on a human-like robot, humanoids, same brain on a dog-like robot, quadrupeds, same brain on an arm on an AMR base in a factory. So why do we go so general? There are two reasons we do it. First is, if you think of robotics as an area, what comes first to your mind? Like, if you think of language models, you think of a brain. You think of robots, you think of hardware. You do not think of a brain. But for the last 70 years, for the last several decades, there are so many impressive robotics demos out there. Still, every year it feels like robot will take away my job, come to my home and do my stuff, but doesn't happen. And the reason for that is, what has been missing is a general brain. It is very difficult to work in scenarios where there is variability and randomness in the scene. Second reason for us is, I love Mercedes car, but in the hardware space, whenever there is one product, there are multiple different kind of hardwares which are there, like different car companies, different cars. Even for robots, it's even more true. Like one robot for your factory, one for home, maybe different form factors. You have dog-like robots, more cute robots. With being general across robot bodies, we can leverage data from any source and create this data flywheel, which can keep on fueling the progress in this area.
So, Deepak, I think that the industry, the robotics and AI industries together have agreed that data is the problem and why we don't have this brain yet. And so you said you solved one problem structurally where you can collect from different sources. But what is your philosophical point of view on what it takes, right? Because there's actually, in my understanding, huge dispersion of opinion here, where some people are like, it's world models, we're going to get it all from video pre-training. Some people believe, sim to real, RL, we can solve this problem in simulation. Others believe you need on-robot data collection, and it's just going to be as expensive as it is. Egocentric data, what's the answer here? What's the recipe?
I've been in this area for the last 15 years. I'm also professor at Carnegie Mellon University in robotics. There is no magic bullet, right? Unlike digital AI, like LLMs, like in case of OpenAI, ChatGPT, these language Gemini-like models, there is data on the internet. But there is no data on the internet for robotics. So all this craze about generative AI, we cannot apply it to robotics because we are missing the data on which we train these models. So what do we do?
And so implicit in that is video like YouTube is not enough.
No, it is enough, right?
Okay.
So what we do is we have to bootstrap the problem somehow. The golden data is, of course, the robot data, because that's the true data that you're getting. But you don't have the robots deployed, right? So you have to first somehow bootstrap the problem by some means. So what we do is we bootstrap from human videos, right? By watching humans do stuff, like egocentric videos, could be third-person videos from YouTube or Flickr. But watching alone by itself is not sufficient, because if it was sufficient, I could play like Federer. I've watched many of his games. I can play nowhere near him, right? You have to practice and try and fail. But failing millions of times is not possible in the real world. That's where simulation helps us over there. So real human videos and simulation, that's how we bootstrap. And then you create a base layer with that. Then you have to fine-tune that model for a variety of tasks. Let's say for some work in a Mercedes-Benz factory. Then we can collect teleop data in that setup and fine-tune it. So there is no one such answer, but you put them in a recipe to get around the fact that there is no robot data. But 10 years down the line, when there are lots of robots out there getting data, then this problem will hopefully go away at some point.
Maybe one question for Ola, Mark, if I may.
Please.
In terms of the technology hurdles, Ola, is it the level of training and the model building where level 4 and 5 needs to work better at? Or is it what is in the car and the number of sensors and the trade-off between how many sensors you can have versus the cost and the compute requirements? Like, which is a bigger challenge? Or they are both challenging, and where do you think the industry is in kind of addressing those two challenges?
You have to approach both in terms of the sensor set that you choose and the level of compute. And working with NVIDIA, of course, we know we have the best compute. It's also, cost is a factor, but I would say safety is even more important. So we think in terms of redundancies. Everybody knows that an airplane with autopilot and so on has some level of redundancies. And that's how we at Mercedes approach a car as well. You need to have some level of redundancies, especially as you go above into level 3, level 4. Work with redundancies, because what if one system fails? Is there another signal, hence another layer of sensing that is picking up something that creates awareness of the situation and can make sure that you don't make a wrong decision? And as you said, you cannot just go, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that object. So I think that's one aspect. But ultimately, to crack the nut, I think it is the data and the learning. So the long tail that I was describing, it is working that. And there is no shortcut there where you can just push a button and now a very smart mathematical model and it's learning by itself and it's all done. You're going to have to go through the hard work as well. You're going to have to do the miles. And if you have, as is our case, 40 different models, those sensors are also going to be in different places. So don't underestimate the additional application that you have for every car when you proliferate this technology. But the basis, your foundation needs to be right. If that foundation and that foundation model is right, you have picked the right sensor set, the right compute, you have all the ingredients there to get it right.
It's interesting, you talk about it seems like you have a task-specific robot in a car, and you're designing for general purpose. And I'm wondering, Deepak, can you contrast, what does that mean, like a task-specific versus a general purpose, and the challenge you have for, identifying the different modalities and this concept of adaptability?
Yeah, it's a really good question and heavily misunderstood at all times. Like, if you look at the example from the language community, I keep going to LLMs because we are in an AI panel here. So in LLMs, before these language models took over, in language field, every application was done in a very specialized manner. You would have a system for search, system for question answering, you have a system for math, system for coding, system for translation. Every single application you can think of, different systems. And guess what? Nobody used those systems. They were all really bad, right? So what was the main finding from this? The main finding was that you had to first go general and then go special. Right? So with these models, we made general model, which can generally write code, generally write English passages, generally reason, and then you can now take these systems, and you can see in many enterprise applications, they take these models, they fine-tune them for their application, which is exactly what we do. Like, we are building this general brain to get the recipe out there, because if you go to one area directly, so cars is special because for cars, people drive car already to go from point A to point B. People love Mercedes car because they like to drive it, right? They are not driving Mercedes. One day they can help Ola to build self-driving. They have been driving it for the heck of it. They like it. But in robots, in other applications, there is no such way to collect data at massive scale. So if you can solve the generality first, then that can help you train these specialized systems with less data, which is the exact finding from these language models. So I would say we are going for a specialized, but with in between a general layer to reach there.
We only have a couple of minutes left. Unfortunately, we could go for an hour. And Ola, I want to come to the other part of AI where you use AI, and that's in the factories. And can you help us understand, like, one of the biggest questions we get? Are you generating a return on the AI investment that you make? And I'm wondering if you could talk about that. And another kind of high-level question I have is, does AI change the manufacturing cost curve?
So when I hear Deepak talk here, I'm excited because I know the work that is going on here in the robotics field, that's going to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest productivity gain in our factories in decades, or maybe even in 100 years. Because what's happening there is that we're going to have these different types of robots gradually taking over tasks in the factory. And the way you can imagine that, and we already have pilots going on right now, is you have a manufacturing worker doing certain tasks, and in a state-of-the-art automotive manufacturing facility, you have some very complex tasks, but believe it or not, you still also have very simple tasks in logistics where you're literally moving one part from one place to another. Why should we not be able to do that with robotics? It is happening, and I think that already in the next 3 to 5 years, it's like you're going to have your buddy, so you have a worker, but you have your robot buddy, but that robot buddy is a thinking machine. You can talk to that machine, you can give that machine instructions, that robotic person can help you in your task. So this is huge. First baby steps are happening now. So we're testing it on the ground in factories now. But I see this also 3 to 5 years, you walk into our factories, it's going to be a different place. So keep on pushing, Deepak. But it's more than that. Together with NVIDIA and the Omniverse tool, you of course build the factory in the virtual world before you even pour one bit of concrete. So you can have actually produced cars in the virtual world completely before you build the factory. Then you can debug it digitally using AI tools. So once you actually get into the hardware, it's almost like it's perfect. And that will make it also faster and less expensive to build manufacturing facilities. And then you have other AI things which are no-brainers, predictive maintenance and so on, things that will improve quality, improve yield and so on. That we have been doing for years. Then Omniverse and the next level in the factory, in the manufacturing space.
Just
is
one line
robotics.
to add to this, we are short of time, is that in his example already, like in a factory, which task do I pick if I have to go vertical? Like there are hundreds of tasks in a factory, and if I pick any one task, there are maybe only 3 or 4 people doing it max. But every task is a bit different from each other. That's another argument why robotics inherently is a general problem.
Deepak, that will have to be the last word. Ola, Deepak, thank you so much. Very exciting developments. We're very excited to watch your progress going forward. And with that, I think we're going to have to wrap it up. For those dialing in on the stream, stay on this channel. Jensen will be out shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
ready, go!
Welcome to the stage, NVIDIA founder and CEO, Jensen Huang.
Hello, Las Vegas! Happy New Year! Welcome to CES. Well, we have about 15 keynotes worth of material to pack in here. I'm so happy to see all of you. You got 3,000 people in this auditorium. There's 2,000 people in a courtyard watching us. There's another 1,000 people apparently in the fourth floor where there were supposed to be NVIDIA show floors, all watching this keynote. And of course, millions around the world are going to be watching this to kick off this new year. Well, every 10 to 15 years, the computer industry resets. A new platform shift happens. From mainframe to PC, PC to internet, internet to cloud, cloud to mobile. Each time, the world of applications target a new platform. That's why it's called a platform shift. You write new applications for a new computer. Except this time, there are two simultaneous platform shifts, in fact, happening at the same time. While we now move to AI, applications are now going to be built on top of AI. At first, people thought AIs are applications, and in fact, AIs are applications, but You're going to build applications on top of AIs. But in addition to that, how you run the software, how you develop the software fundamentally changed. The entire 5-layer stack of the computer industry is being reinvented. You no longer program the software, you train the software. You don't run it on CPUs, you run it on GPUs. And whereas applications were pre-recorded, pre-compiled, and run on your device, now applications understand the context and generate every single pixel, every single token, completely from scratch every single time. Computing has been fundamentally reshaped as a result of accelerated computing, as a result of artificial intelligence. Every single layer of that 5-layer cake is now being reinvented. Well, what that means is some $10 trillion or so of the last decade of computing is now being modernized to this new way of doing computing. What that means is hundreds of billions of dollars, a couple of $100 billion in VC funding each year is going into modernize and inventing this new world. And what it means is $100 trillion of industry, several percent of which is R&D budget, is shifting over to artificial intelligence. People ask, where is the money coming from? That's where the money is coming from. The modernization of AI to AI, the shifting of R&D budgets from classical methods to now artificial intelligence methods. Enormous amounts of investments coming into this industry, which explains why we're so busy. And this last year was no difference. This last year was incredible. This last year, there's a slide coming. This is what happens when you don't practice. It's the first keynote of the year. I hope it's your first keynote of the year. Otherwise, you have been pretty busy. This is our first keynote of the year. We're going to get the spider webs out. And so 2025 was an incredible year. It seemed like everything was happening all at the same time, and in fact, it probably was. The first thing, of course, is scaling laws. In 2015, the first language model that I thought was really going to make a difference made a huge difference. It was called BERT. 2017, Transformers came. It wasn't until 5 years later, 2022, that ChatGPT moment happened, and it awakened the world to the possibilities of artificial intelligence. Something very important happened a year after that. The first O1 model from ChatGPT, the first reasoning model, completely revolutionary, invented this idea called test time scaling, which is a very commonsensical thing. Not only did we pre-train a model to learn, we post-train it with our reinforcement learning so that it could learn skills. And now we also have test time scaling, which is another way of saying thinking. You think in real time. Each one of these phases of artificial intelligence requires an enormous amount of compute. And the computing law continued to scale. Large language models continued to get better. Meanwhile, another breakthrough happened. And this breakthrough happened in 2024. Agentic systems started to emerge. In 2025, it started to proliferate just about everywhere. Agentic models that have the ability to reason, look up information, do research, use tools, plan futures, simulate outcomes, all of a sudden started to solve very, very important problems. One of my favorite agentic models is called Cursor, which revolutionized the way we do software programming at NVIDIA. Agentic systems are going to really take off from here. Of course, there were other types of AI. We know that large language models isn't the only type of information. Wherever the universe has information, wherever the universe has structure, we could teach a large language model, a form of language model, to go understand that information, to understand its representation, and to turn that into an AI. One of the biggest, most important one is physical AI. AIs that understand the laws of nature. And then, of course, physical AIs is about AIs interacting with the world, but the world itself has information, encoded information, and that's called AI physics. AI that, in the case of physical AI, you have AI that interacts with the physical world, and you have AI physics, AI that understands the laws of physics. And then lastly, one of the most important things that happened last year, the advancement of open models. We can now know that AI is going to proliferate everywhere when open source, when open innovation, when innovation across every single company and every industry around the world is activated at the same time. Open models really took off last year. In fact, last year, we saw the advance of DeepSeek R1, the first open model that's a reasoning system. It caught the world by surprise, and it activated, literally, this entire movement. It's really, really exciting work. We're so happy with it. Now, we have open model systems all over the world of all different kinds, and we now know that open models have also reached the frontier. Still solidly is 6 months behind the frontier models, but every single 6 months, a new model is emerging, and these models are getting smarter and smarter. Because of that, you could see the number of downloads has exploded. The number of downloads is growing so fast because startups want to participate in the AI revolution. Large companies want to, researchers want to, students want to, just about every single country wants to. How is it possible that intelligence, the digital form of intelligence, will leave anyone behind? And so open models has really revolutionized artificial intelligence last year. This entire industry is going to be reshaped as a result of that. Now, we had this inkling some time ago. You might have heard that several years ago, we just started to build and operate our own AI supercomputers. We call them DGX clouds. A lot of people asked, are you going into the cloud business? The answer is no. We're building these DGX supercomputers for our own use. Well, it turns out we have billions of dollars of supercomputers in operation so that we could develop our open models. I am so pleased with the work that we're doing. It is starting to attract attention all over the world and all over the industries because we are doing frontier AI model work in so many different domains. The work that we did in proteins, in digital biology, La Proteina to be able to synthesize and generate proteins, OpenFold 3 to understand the structure of proteins, Evo 2, how to understand and generate multiple proteins, otherwise the beginnings of cellular representation. Earth 2, AI that understands the laws of physics. The work that we did with ForecastNet, the work that we did with CorrDiff, really revolutionized the way that people are doing weather prediction. Nemotron, we're now doing groundbreaking work there. The first hybrid transformer SSM model that's incredibly fast and therefore can think for a very long time or can think very quickly for not a very long time and produce very, very smart, intelligent answers. Nemotron 3 is groundbreaking work, and you can expect us to deliver other versions of Nemotron 3 in the near future. Cosmos, a frontier, open, world foundation model, one that understands how the world works. Groot, a humanoid robotic system, articulation, mobility, locomotion. These models, these technologies are now being integrated, and in each one of these cases, open to the world. Frontier humanoid robotics models open to the world. And then today, we're going to talk a little bit about Alpamayo, the work that we've been doing in self-driving cars. Not only do we open source the models, we also open source the data that we use to train those models. Because in that way, only in that way, can you truly trust how the models came to be. We open source all the models. We help you make derivatives from them. We have a whole suite of libraries. We call the NEMO libraries, physics NEMO libraries, and the Clara NEMO libraries, each BioNEMO libraries. Each one of these libraries are life cycle management systems of AIs, so that you could process the data, you could generate data, you could train the model, you could create the model, evaluate the model, guardrail the model, all the way to deploying the model. Each one of these libraries are incredibly complex, and all of it is open sourced. And so now, on top of this platform, NVIDIA is a frontier AI model builder, and we build it in a very special way. We build it completely in the open so that we can enable every company, every industry, every country to be part of this AI revolution. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we're doing there. In fact, if you notice the charts, the chart shows that our contribution to this industry is bar none. And you're going to see us, in fact, continue to do that, if not accelerate. These models are also world-class. All systems are down. This never happens in Santa Clara. Is it because of Las Vegas? Somebody must have won a jackpot outside. All systems are down. Okay, I think my system's still down, but that's okay. I'll make it up as I go. And so not only are these models frontier capable, not only are they open, they're also top the leaderboards. This is an area where we're very proud. They top leaderboards in intelligence. We have important models that understand multimodality documents, otherwise known as PDFs. The most valuable content in the world are captured in PDFs. But it takes artificial intelligence to find out what's inside, interpret what's inside, and help you read it. And so our PDF retrievers, our PDF parsers are world-class. Our speech recognition models, absolutely world-class. Our retrieval models, basically search, semantic search, AI search, the database engine of the modern AI era, world-class. So we're on top of leaderboards constantly. This is an area we're very proud of. And all of that is in service of your ability to build AI agents. This is really a groundbreaking area of development. You know, at first, when ChatGPT came out, people said, gosh, it produced really interesting results, but it hallucinated greatly. And the reason why it hallucinated, of course, it could memorize everything in the past, but it can't memorize everything in the future, in the current. And so it needs to be grounded in research. It has to do fundamental research before it answers a question. The ability to reason about, do I have to do research? Do I have to use tools? How do I break up a problem into steps? Each one of these steps, something that the AI model knows how to do, and together it is able to compose it into a sequence of steps to perform something it's never done before, never been trained to do. This is the wonderful capability of reasoning. We can encounter a circumstance we've never seen before and break it down into circumstances and knowledge or rules that we know how to do because we've experienced it in the past. And so the ability for AI models now to be able to reason, incredibly powerful. The reasoning capability of agents opened the doors to all of these different applications. We no longer have to train an AI model to know everything on day one, just as we don't have to know everything on day one, that we should be able to, in every circumstance, reason about how to solve that problem. Large language models has now made this fundamental leap, the ability to use reinforcement learning and chain of thought and search and planning and all these different techniques in reinforcement learning has made it possible for us to have this basic capability, and it's also now completely open sourced. But the thing that's really terrific is another breakthrough that happened. And the first time I saw it was with Arvind's Perplexity, the search company, the AI search company, really innovative company. And the first time I realized they were using multiple models at the same time, I thought it was completely genius. Of course we would do that. Of course, an AI would also call upon all of the world's great AIs to solve the problem it wants to solve at any part of the reasoning chain. And this is the reason why AIs are really multimodal, meaning they understand speech and images and text and videos and 3D graphics and proteins. It's multimodal. It's also multi-model, meaning that it should be able to use any model that best fits the task. It is multi-cloud by definition, therefore, because these AI models are sitting in all these different places, and it also is hybrid cloud. Because if you're an enterprise company or you built a robot or whatever that device is, sometimes it's at the edge, sometimes a radio cell tower, maybe sometimes it's in an enterprise, or maybe it's a place where a hospital where you need to have the data in real time right next to you. Whatever those applications are, we know now this is what an AI application looks like in the future. Or another way to think about that, because future applications are built on AIs, this is the basic framework of future applications. This basic framework, this basic structure of agentic AIs that could do the things that I'm talking about, that is multi-model, has now turbocharged AI startups of all kinds. And now you can also, because of all of the open models and all the tools that we've provided you, you could also customize your AIs to teach your AI skills that nobody else is teaching. Nobody else is causing their AI to become intelligent or smart in that way. You could do it for yourself. And that's the work that we do with Nemotron, Nemo, and all of the things that we do with open models is intended to do. You put a smart router in front of it, and that router is essentially a manager that decides which one of the tasks, based on the intention of the prompts that you give it, which one of the models is best fit for that application, for that solving that problem. Okay? So now, when you think about this architecture, what do you have? When you think about this architecture, all of a sudden you have an AI that's on the one hand, completely customizable by you. Something that you could teach to do your own very skills for your company. Something that's domain secret. Something where you have deep domain expertise. Maybe you've got all of the data that you need to train that AI model. On the other hand, your AI is always at the frontier, by definition. You're always at the frontier on the one hand, you're always customized on the other hand, and it should just run. And so we thought we would make the simplest of examples to make it available to you. This entire framework we call a blueprint. And we have blueprints that are integrated into enterprise SaaS platforms all over the world, and we're really pleased with the progress. But what we do is show you a short example of something that anybody can do.
See what you create.
Isn't that incredible? Now, the amazing thing is, that is utterly trivial now. That is utterly trivial now. And yet, just a couple of years ago, all of that would have been impossible. Absolutely unimaginable. Well, this basic framework, this basic way of building applications, using language models, using language models, using language models that are pre-trained and they're proprietary, they're frontier, combine it with customized language models into a agentic framework, a reasoning framework that allows you to access tools and files and maybe even connect to other agents. This is basically the architecture of AI applications or applications in the modern age. And the ability for us to create these applications are incredibly fast. And notice, if you give it this application information that it's never seen before, or in a structure that is not represented exactly as you thought, it can still reason through it and make its best effort to reason through the data, the information, to try to understand how to solve the problem. Artificial intelligence. Okay, so this basic framework is now being integrated, and everything that I just described, we have the benefit of working with some of the world's leading enterprise platform companies. Palantir, for example, their entire AI and data processing platform is being integrated and accelerated by NVIDIA today. ServiceNow, the world's leading customer service and employee service platform. Snowflake, the world's top data platform in the cloud. Incredible work that is being done there. CodeRabbit, we're using CodeRabbit all over NVIDIA. CrowdStrike, creating AIs to detect, to find AI threats. NetApp, their data platform now has NVIDIA's semantic AI on top of it and agentic systems on top of it for them to do customer service. But the important thing is this. Not only is this the way that you develop applications now, this is going to be the user interface of your platform. So whether it's Palantir or ServiceNow or Snowflake and many other companies that we're working with, the agentic system is the interface. It's no longer Excel with a bunch of squares that you enter information into. Maybe it's no longer just command line. All of that multimodality information is now possible. And the way you interact with your platform is much more, well, if you will, simple, like you're interacting with people. And so that's enterprise AI being revolutionized by agentic systems. The next thing is physical AI. This is an area that you've seen me talk about for several years. In fact, we've been working on this for 8 years. The question is, how do you take something that is intelligent inside a computer and interacts with you with screens and speakers to something that can interact with the world, meaning it can understand the common sense of how the world works. Object permanence. If I look away and I look back, that object is still there. Causality. If I push it, it tips over. It understands friction and gravity. It understands inertia. That a heavy truck rolling down the road is going to need a little bit more time to stop. That a ball is going to keep on rolling. These ideas are common sense to even a little child, but for AI, it's completely unknown. And so we have to create a system that allows AIs to learn the common sense of the physical world, learn its laws, but also to be able to, of course, learn from data, and the data is quite scarce, and to be able to evaluate whether that AI is working, meaning it has to simulate in an environment. How does an AI know that the actions that it's performing is consistent with what it should do if it doesn't have the ability to simulate the response of the physical world back on its actions? The response of its actions is really important to simulate. Otherwise, there's no way to evaluate it. It's different every time. And so this basic system requires 3 computers. One computer, of course, the one that we know that NVIDIA built for training the AI models. Another computer that we know is to inference the models. Inferencing the model is essentially a robotics computer that runs in a car or runs in a robot or runs in a factory, runs anywhere at the edge. But there has to be another computer that's designed for simulation. And simulation is at the heart of almost everything NVIDIA does. This is where we are most comfortable. And simulation was really the foundations of almost everything that we've done with physical AI. So we have 3 computers and multiple stacks that run on these computers, these libraries, to make them useful. Omniverse is our digital twin, physically based simulation world. Cosmos, as I mentioned earlier, is our foundation model, not a foundation model for language, but a foundation model of the world. And it's also aligned with language. You could say something like, what's happening to the ball? And they'll tell you the ball's rolling down the street. And so a world foundation model, and then of course the robotics models. We have two of them. One of them is called Groot. The other one's called Alpamayo that I'm going to tell you about. Now, one of the most important things that we have to do with physical AI is to create the data to train the AI in the first place. Where does that data come from? Rather than, instead of having languages, because we created a bunch of text that are what we consider ground truth that the AI can learn from, how do we teach an AI the ground truth of physics? There are lots and lots of videos, but hardly enough to capture the diversity and the type of interactions that we need. And so this is where great minds came together and transformed what used to be compute into data. Now, using synthetic data generation that is grounded and conditioned by the laws of physics, grounded and conditioned by ground truth, we can now selectively, cleverly generate data that we can then use to train the AI. So for example, what comes into this AI, this Cosmos AI world model on the left, over here, is the output of a traffic simulator. Now this traffic simulator is hardly enough for an AI to learn from. We can take this, put it into a Cosmos foundation model, and generate surround video that is physically based and physically plausible that the AI can now learn from. And there are so many examples of this. Let me show you what Cosmos can do.
The ChatGPT moment for physical AI is nearly here. But the challenge is clear. The physical world is diverse and unpredictable. Collecting real-world training data is slow and costly, and it's never enough. The answer is synthetic data. It starts with NVIDIA Cosmos, an open, frontier world foundation model for physical AI. Pre-trained on internet-scale video, real driving and robotics data, and 3D simulation. Cosmos learned a unified representation of the world, able to align language, images, 3D, and action. It performs physical AI skills like generation, reasoning, and trajectory prediction. From a single image, Cosmos generates realistic video. From 3D scene descriptions, physically coherent motion. From driving telemetry and sensor logs, surround video. From planning simulators, multi-camera environments. Or from scenario prompts, it brings edge cases to life. Developers can run interactive closed-loop simulations in Cosmos. When actions are made, the world responds. Cosmos reasons. It analyzes edge scenarios, breaks them down into familiar physical interactions, and reasons about what could happen next. Cosmos turns compute into data, training AVs for the long tail, and robots how to adapt for every scenario.
I know, it's incredible. Cosmos is the world's leading foundation model, world foundation model. It's been downloaded millions of times, used all over the world, getting the world ready for this new era of physical AI. We use it ourselves as well. We use it ourselves to create our self-driving car, using it for scenario generation and using it for evaluation. We could have something that allows us to effectively travel billions, trillions of miles, but doing it inside a computer. And we've made enormous progress. Today, we're announcing Alpamayo, the world's first thinking, reasoning, autonomous vehicle AI. Alpamayo is trained end to end, literally from camera in to actuation out. The camera in, lots and lots of miles that are driven by itself, where we human drive it, using human demonstration. And we have lots and lots of miles that are generated by Cosmos. In addition to that, hundreds of thousands of examples are labeled very, very carefully so that we could teach the car how to drive. Alpamayo does something that's really special. Not only does it take sensor input and activates steering wheel, brakes, and acceleration, it also reasons about what action it is about to take. It tells you what action it's going to take, the reasons by which it came about that action, and then, of course, the trajectory. All of these are coupled directly and trained very specifically by a large combination of human-trained and as well as Cosmos-generated data. The result of it is just really incredible. Not only does your car drive as you would expect it to drive, and it drives so naturally because it learned directly from human demonstrators, but in every single scenario, when it comes up to the scenario, it reasons about, it tells you what it's going to do, and it reasons about what's about to do. Now, the reason why this is so important is because of the long tail of driving. It's impossible for us to simply collect every single possible scenario for everything that could ever happen in every single country, in every single circumstance that's possibly ever going to happen for all the population. However, it is very likely that every scenario, if decomposed into a whole bunch of other smaller scenarios, are quite normal for you to understand. And so these long tails will be decomposed into quite normal circumstances that the car knows how to deal with. It just needs to reason about it. And so let's take a look. Everything you're about to see is one shot. It's no hands.
Routing to your destination. Buckle up. You have arrived.
We started working on self-driving cars 8 years ago, and the reason for that is because we reasoned early on that deep learning and artificial intelligence was going to reinvent the entire computing stack. And if we were ever going to understand how to navigate ourselves and how to guide the industry towards this new future, we have to get good at building the entire stack. Well, as I mentioned earlier, AI is a 5-layer cake. The lowest layer is land, power, and shell. In the case of robotics, the lowest layer is the car. The next layer above it is chips. GPUs, networking chips, CPUs, all that kind of stuff. The next layer above that is the infrastructure. That infrastructure, in this particular case, as I mentioned with physical AI, is Omniverse and Cosmos. And then above that are the models. And in the case of the models above that I've just shown you, the model here is called AIPC. And AIPC today is open sourced. This incredible body of work, it took several thousand people. Our AV team is several thousand people, just to put in perspective. Our partner, Ola, I think Ola is here in the audience somewhere, Mercedes, agreed to partner with us 5 years ago to go make all of this possible. We imagine that someday, 1 billion cars on the road will all be autonomous. You could either have it be a robo-taxi that you're orchestrating and renting from somebody, or you could own it and it's driving by itself. Or you could decide to drive for yourself. And so, but every single car will have autonomous vehicle capability. Every single car will be AI powered. And so the model layer in this case is AIPC, and the application above that is the Mercedes-Benz. Okay, and so this entire stack is our first NVIDIA first entire stack endeavor. And we've been working on it for this entire time, and I'm just so happy that the first AV car from NVIDIA is going to be on the road in Q1, and then it goes Europe in Q2, here in the United States in Q1, then Europe in Q2, and I think it's Asia in Q3 and Q4. And the powerful thing is that we're going to keep on updating it with next versions of AIPC and versions after that. There's no question in my mind now that this is going to be one of the largest robotics industries, and I'm so happy that we worked on it. And it taught us an enormous amount about how to help the rest of the world build robotic systems. That deep understanding and knowing how to build it ourselves, building the entire infrastructure ourselves, and knowing what kind of chips a robotic system would need. In this particular case, dual Orins, the next generation dual Thors. These processors are designed for robotic systems and was designed for the highest level of safety capability. This car just got rated. It just went to production. The Mercedes-Benz CLA was just rated by NCAP, the world's safest car. It is the only system that I know that has every single line of code, the chip, the system, every line of code, safety certified. The entire model system is based on sensors are diverse and redundant, and so is the self-driving car stack. The AIPC stack is trained end-to-end and has incredible skills. However, nobody knows until you drive it forever that it's going to be perfectly safe. And so the way we guardrail that is with another software stack, an entire AV stack underneath. That entire AV stack is built to be fully traceable. And it's taken us some 5 years to build that, some 6, 7 years actually, to build that second stack. These two software stacks are mirroring each other. And then we have a policy and safety evaluator decide, is this something that I'm very confident and can reason about driving very safely? If so, I'm going to have AIPC do it. If it's a circumstance that I'm not very confident in, and the safety policy evaluator decide that we're going to go back to a simpler, safer guardrail system, then it goes back to the classical AV stack. We're the only car in the world with both of these AV stacks running, and all safety systems should have diversity and redundancy. Well, our vision is that someday, every single car, every single truck will be autonomous. And we've been working towards that future. This entire stack is vertically integrated, of course, in the case of Mercedes-Benz. We built the entire stack together. We're going to deploy the car. We're going to operate the stack. We're going to maintain the stack for as long as we shall live. However, like everything else we do as a company, we build the entire stack, but the entire stack is open for the ecosystem. And the ecosystem working with us to build L4 and robotaxis is expanding, and it's going everywhere. I fully expect this to be, well, this is already a giant business for us. It's a giant business for us because they use it for training data, processing data, and training their models. They use it for synthetic data generation in some cases. In some companies, they pretty much just build the computers, the chips that are inside the car. And some companies work with us full stack. Some companies work with us some partial part of that. Okay, so it doesn't matter how much you decide to use. My only request is use a little bit of video wherever you can, and but the entire thing is open. Now, this is going to be the first large-scale, mainstream physical AI market, and this is now, I think we can all agree, fully here. And this inflection point of going from not autonomous vehicles to autonomous vehicles is probably happening right about this time. In the next 10 years, I'm fairly certain a very, very large percentage of the world's cars will be autonomous or highly autonomous. But this basic technique that I just described in using the 3 computers, using synthetic data generation and simulation, applies to every form of robotic systems. It could be a robot that is just an articulator, a manipulator. Maybe it's a mobile robot. Maybe it's a fully humanoid robot. And so the next journey, the next era for robotic systems is going to be, robots. And these robots are going to come in all kinds of different sizes. And I invited some friends. Did they come? Hey guys, hurry up. I got a lot of stuff to cover. Come on, hurry. Did you tell R2-D2 you're going to be here? Did you? And C-3PO? Okay, all right, come here. Now one of the things that's really, you have Jetsons. They have little Jetson computers inside them. They're trained inside Omniverse. And how about this? Let's show everybody the simulator that you guys learned how to be robots in. You guys want to look at that? Okay, let's look at that. Run it, please. Isn't that amazing? That's how you learn to be a robot. You did it all inside Omniverse. And the robot simulator is called Isaac. Isaac Sim and Isaac Lab. And anybody who wants to build a robot, nobody's going to be as cute as you. But now we have look at all these friends that we have building robots. We're building big ones. Like I said, nobody's as cute as you guys are. But we have Neurobot and we have Agibot over there. We have LG over here. They just announced a new robot. Caterpillar, they've got the largest robots ever. That one delivers food to your house. That's connected to Uber Eats, and that's Surf Robot. I love those guys. Agility, Boston Dynamics, incredible. You got surgical robots. You got manipulated robots from Franca. You got universal robotics robot. Incredible number of different robots. And so this is the next chapter. We're going to talk a lot more about robotics in the future. But it's not just about the robots in the end. I know everything's about you guys. It's about getting there. And one of the most important industries in the world that will be revolutionized by physical AI and AI physics is the industry that started all of us. At NVIDIA, it wouldn't be possible if not for the companies that I'm about to talk to. And I'm so happy that all of them, starting with Cadence, is going to accelerate everything Cadence. CUDA-X integrated into all of their simulations and solvers. They've got NVIDIA physical AIs that they're going to use for different physical plants and plant simulations. You got AI physics being integrated into these systems. So whether it's an EDA or SDA, and in the future robotic systems, we're going to have basically the same technology that made you guys possible. Now completely revolutionize these design stacks. Synopsys. Without Synopsys, Synopsys and Cadence are completely indispensable in the world of chip design. Synopsys leads in logic design and IP. In the case of Cadence, they lead physical design, the place and route, and emulation and verification. Cadence is incredible at emulation and verification. Both of them are moving into the world of system design and system simulation. And so in the future, we're going to design your chips inside Cadence and inside Synopsys. We're going to design your systems and emulate the whole thing and simulate everything inside these tools. That's your future. We're going to you're going to be born inside these platforms. Pretty amazing, right? And so we're so happy that we're working with these industries. Just as we've integrated NVIDIA into Palantir and ServiceNow, we're integrating NVIDIA into the most computationally intensive simulation industries, Synopsys and Cadence. And today we're announcing that Siemens is also doing the same thing. We're going to integrate CUDA-X, physical AI, agentic AI, NeMo, Nemotron, deeply integrated into the world of Siemens. And the reason for that is this. First, we designed the chips, and all of it in the future will be accelerated by NVIDIA. You're going to be very happy about that. We're going to have agentic chip designers and system designers working with us, helping us do design, just as we have agentic software engineers helping our software engineers code today. And so we'll have agentic chip designers and system designers. We're going to create you inside this. But then we have to build you. We have to build the plants, the factories that manufacture you. We have to design the manufacturing lines that assemble all of you. And these manufacturing plants are going to be essentially gigantic robots. Incredible, isn't that right? I know. And so you're going to be designed in a computer. You're going to be made in a computer. You're going to be tested and evaluated in a computer long before you have to spend any time dealing with gravity. I know. Do you know how to deal with gravity? Can you jump? Can you jump? Okay, all right, don't show off. Okay, so now the industry that made NVIDIA possible, I'm just so happy that now the technology that we're creating is at a level of sophistication and capability that we can now help them revolutionize their industry. And so what started with them, we now have the opportunity to go back and help them revolutionize theirs. Let's take a look at the stuff that we're going to do with Siemens. Come on.
Breakthroughs in physical AI are letting AI move from screens to our physical world. And just in time, as the world builds factories of every kind for chips, computers, life-saving drugs, and AI. As the global labor shortage worsens, we need automation powered by physical AI and robotics more than ever. This, where AI meets the world's largest physical industries, is the foundation of NVIDIA and Siemens' partnership. For nearly 2 centuries, Siemens has built the world's industries. And now, it is reinventing it for the age of AI. Siemens is integrating NVIDIA CUDA-X libraries, AI models, and Omniverse into its portfolio of EDA, CAE, and digital twin tools and platforms. Together, we're bringing physical AI to the full industrial lifecycle. From design and simulation to production and operations. We stand at the beginning of a new industrial revolution, the age of physical AI, built by NVIDIA and Siemens for the next age of industries.
Incredible, right, guys? What do you think? All right, I'll hang on tight. Just hang on tight. And so this is, if you look at the world's models, there's no question OpenAI is the leading token generator today. More OpenAI tokens are generated than just about anything else. The second largest is probably open models. And my guess is that over time, because there are so many companies, so many researchers, so many different types of domains and modalities, that open source models will be by far the largest. Let's talk about somebody really special. You guys want to do that? Let's talk about Vera Rubin. Vera Rubin, yeah, go ahead. She's an American astronomer. She was the first to observe. She noticed that the tails of the galaxies were moving about as fast as the center of the galaxies. Well, I know, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Newtonian physics would say, just like the solar system, the planets further away from the sun is circling the sun slower than the planets closer to the sun. And therefore, it makes no sense that this happens unless there's invisible bodies, we call them, she discovered dark matter, that occupy space even though we don't see it. And so Vera Rubin is the person that we named our next computer after. Isn't that a good idea? I know. Okay, Vera Rubin is designed to address this fundamental challenge that we have. The amount of computation necessary for AI is skyrocketing. The demand for NVIDIA GPUs is skyrocketing. It's skyrocketing because models are increasing by a factor of 10, an order of a magnitude every single year. And not to mention, as I mentioned, O1's introduction was an inflection point for AI. Instead of a one-shot answer, inference is now a thinking process. And in order to teach the AI how to think, reinforcement learning and very significant computation was introduced into post-training. It's no longer supervised fine-tuning, or otherwise known as imitation learning or supervision training. You now have reinforcement learning, essentially the computer trying different iterations itself, learning how to perform a task. The amount of computation for pre-training, for post-training, for test time scaling has exploded as a result of that. And now, every single inference that we do, instead of just one shot, the number of tokens, you could just see the AIs think, which we appreciate. The longer it thinks, oftentimes it produces a better answer. And so test time scaling causes the number of tokens to be generated increase by 5x every single year. Not to mention, meanwhile, the race is on for AI. Everybody's trying to get to the next level. Everybody's trying to get to the next frontier. And every time they get to the next frontier, the last generation AI tokens, the cost starts to decline, about a factor of 10x every year. The 10x decline every year is actually telling you something different. It's saying that the race is so intense. Everybody's trying to get to the next level, and somebody is getting to the next level. And so therefore, all of it is a computing problem. The faster you compute, the sooner you can get to the next level of the next frontier. All of these things are simultaneously happening at the same time. And so we decided that we have to advance the state of the art of computation every single year, not 1 year left behind. And now we've been shipping GB200s a year and a half ago. Right now we're in full-scale manufacturing of GB300. And if Vera Rubin is going to be in time for this year, it must be in production by now. And so today I can tell you that Vera Rubin is in full production. You guys want to take a look at Vera Rubin? All right, come on. Play it, please.
Vera Rubin arrives just in time for the next frontier of AI. This is the story of how we built it. The architecture, a system of 6 chips, engineered to work as one, born from extreme co-design. It begins with Vera, a custom-designed CPU, double the performance of the previous generation, and the Rubin GPU. Vera and Rubin are co-designed from the start to bidirectionally and coherently share data faster and with lower latency. Then, 17,000 components come together on a Vera Rubin compute board. High-speed robots place components with micron precision before the Vera CPU and 2 Rubin GPUs complete the assembly. Capable of delivering 100 petaflops of AI, 5 times that of its predecessor. AI needs data, fast. Connect X9 delivers 1.6 terabits per second of scale-out bandwidth to each GPU. Bluefield 4 DPU offloads storage and security, so compute stays fully focused on AI. The Vera Rubin compute tray, completely redesigned with no cables, hoses, or fans. Featuring a Bluefield 4 DPU, 8 Connect X9 NICs, 2 Vera CPUs, and 4 Rubin GPUs. The compute building block of the Vera Rubin AI supercomputer. Next, the 6th generation NVLink switch. Moving more data than the global internet, connecting 18 compute nodes, scaling up to 72 Rubin GPUs, operating as one. Then, Spectrum X Ethernet Photonics. The world's first Ethernet switch with 512 lanes and 200 gigabit capable co-packaged optics scale out thousands of racks into an AI factory. 15,000 engineer years since design began, the first Vera Rubin MVL72 rack comes online. 6 breakthrough chips, 18 compute trays, 9 NVLink switch trays, 220 trillion transistors, weighing nearly 2 tons. One giant leap to the next frontier of AI. Rubin is here.
What do you guys think? This is a Rubin pod, 1,152 GPUs in 16 racks. Each one of the racks, as you know, has 72 Vera Rubin, or 72 Rubins. Each one of the Rubins is 2 actual GPU dies connected together. I'm going to show it to you. But there are several things that, well, I'll tell you later. I can't tell you everything right away. Well, we designed 6 different chips. First of all, we have a rule inside our company, and it's a good rule. No new generation should have more than 1 or 2 chips change. But the problem is this. As you could see, we were describing the total number of transistors in each one of the chips that were being described, and we know that Moore's law has largely slowed. And so the number of transistors we can get year after year after year can't possibly keep up with the 10 times larger models. It can't possibly keep up with 5 times per year more tokens generated. It can't possibly keep up with the fact that cost decline of the tokens are going to be so aggressive. It is impossible to keep up with those kind of rates if for the industry to continue to advance unless We deployed aggressive, extreme co-design, basically innovating across all of the chips, across the entire stack, all at the same time, which is the reason why we decided that this generation, we had no choice but to design every chip over again. Now, every single chip that we were describing just now can be a press conference in all in itself. And there's an entire company who's probably dedicated to doing that back in the old days. Each one of them are completely revolutionary and the best of its kind. The Vera CPU, I'm so proud of it. In a power-constrained world, Grace CPU is 2 times the performance. In a power-constrained world, it's twice the performance per watt of the world's most advanced CPUs. Its data rate is insane. It was designed to process supercomputers. And Vera was an incredible GPU. Grace was an incredible GPU. Now Vera increases the single-threaded performance, increases the capacity of the memory, increases everything just dramatically. It's a giant chip. This is the Vera CPU. This is one CPU. And this is connected to the Luden GPU. Look at that thing. It's a giant chip. Now, the thing that's really special, and I'll go through these. It's going to take 3 hands, I think, 4 hands to do this. Okay, so this is the Vera CPU. It's got 88 CPU cores, and the CPU cores are designed to be multi-threaded. But the multi-threaded nature of Vera was designed so that each one of the 176 threads could get its full performance. So it's essentially as if there's 176 cores, but only 88 physical cores. So these cores were designed in using a technology called spatial multi-threading. But the I/O performance is incredible. This is the Luden GPU. It's 5x Blackwell in floating performance. But the important thing is go to the bottom line. The bottom line, it's only 1.6 times the number of transistors of Blackwell. That kind of tells you something about the levels of semiconductor physics today. If we don't do co-design, if we don't do extreme co-design at the level of basically every single chip across the entire system, how is it possible we deliver performance levels that is, at best 1.6 times each year? Because that's the total number of transistors you have. And even if you were to have a little bit more performance per transistor, say 25%, it's impossible to get 100% yield out of the number of transistors you get. And so 1.6x kind of puts a ceiling on how far performance can go each year unless you do something extreme, and we call it extreme co-design. Well, one of the things that we did, and it was a great invention, is called NVFP4 Tensor Core. The transformer engine inside our chip is not just a 4-bit floating point number somehow that we put into the data path. It is an entire processor, a processing unit that understands how to dynamically, adaptively adjust its precision and structure to deal with different levels of the transformer so that you can achieve higher throughput wherever it's possible to lose precision and to go back to the highest possible precision wherever you need to. That ability to dynamically do that, you can't do this in software because obviously it's just running too fast. And so you have to be able to do it adaptively inside the processor. That's what an NVFP4 is. When somebody says FP4 or FP8, it almost means nothing to us. And the reason for that is because it's the tensor core structure and all of the algorithms that makes it work. NVFP4, we've published papers on this already. The precision, the level of throughput and precision it's able to retain is completely incredible. This is groundbreaking work. I would not be surprised if the industry would like us to make this format and this structure an industry standard in the future. This is completely revolutionary. This is how we were able to deliver such a gigantic step up in performance, even though we only have 1.6 times the number of transistors. Okay, so this is, and now once you have a great processing node, and this is the processor node, and inside, so this is for example, here, let me do this. This is, wow, it's super heavy. You have to be a CEO in really good shape to do this job. Okay, all right. So this thing is, I'm gonna guess, this is probably, I don't know, a couple of 100 pounds. I thought that was funny too. Come on, it could have been. Everybody's going, no, I don't think so. All right, so look at this. This is the last one. We revolutionized the entire MGX chassis. This node, 43 cables, 0 cables, 6 tubes, just 2 of them here. It takes 2 hours to assemble this. If you're lucky, it takes 2 hours. And of course, you're probably going to assemble it wrong. You're going to have to retest it, test it, reassemble it. So the assembly process is incredibly complicated. And it was understandable as one of our first supercomputers that's deconstructed in this way. This, from 2 hours to 5 minutes. %, liquid cooled, 100% liquid cooled. Yeah, really, really a breakthrough. Okay, so this is the new compute chassis, and what connects all of these to the top of rack switches, the east-west traffic, is called the Spectrum-X NIC. This is the world's best NIC, unquestionably NVIDIA's Mellanox, the acquisition Mellanox that joined us a long time ago now. Their networking technology for high-performance computing is the world's best, bar none. The algorithms, the chip design, all of the interconnects, all the software stacks that run on top of it, their RDMA, absolutely, bar none, the world's best. And now it has the ability to do programmable RDMA and data path accelerator so that our partners like AI Labs could create their own algorithms for how they want to move data around the system. But this is completely world-class, ConnectX. ConnectX 9 and the Vera CPU were co-designed, and we never revealed it, never released it until CX9 came along, because we co-designed it for a new type of processor. You know, ConnectX 9, or CX8 and Spectrum-X, revolutionized how Ethernet was done for artificial intelligence. Ethernet traffic for AI is much, much more intense, requires much lower latency. The instantaneous surge of traffic is unlike anything Ethernet sees. And so we created Spectrum-X, which is AI Ethernet. 2 years ago, we announced Spectrum-X. NVIDIA today is the largest networking company the world has ever seen. So it's been so successful and used in so many different installations. It is just sweeping the AI landscape. The performance is incredible, especially when you have a 200 megawatt data center, or if you have a gigawatt data center. These are billions of dollars. Let's say a gigawatt data center is $50 billion. If the networking performance allows you to deliver an extra 10%, in the case of Spectrum-X, delivering 25% higher throughput is not uncommon. If we were to just deliver 10%, that's worth $5 billion. The networking is completely free, which is the reason why, well, everybody uses Spectrum-X. It's just an incredible thing. And now we're going to invent a new type of data processing. And so Spectrum-X is for east-west traffic. We now have a new processor called BlueField-4. BlueField-4 allows us to take a very large data center, isolate different parts of it so that different users could use different parts of it, make sure that everything could be virtualized if they decide to be virtualized. So you offload a lot of the virtualization software, the security software, the networking software for your north-south traffic. And so BlueField-4 comes standard with every single one of these compute nodes. BlueField-4 has a second application I'm going to talk about in just a second. This is a revolutionary processor, and I'm so excited about it. This is the NVLink 6 switch, and it's right here. This switch chip. There are 4 of them inside the NVLink switch here. Each one of these switch chips has the fastest SerDes in history. The world is barely getting to 200 gigabits. This is 400 gigabits per second switch. The reason why this is so important is so that we could have every single GPU talk to every other GPU at exactly the same time. This switch on the backplane of one of these racks enables us to move the equivalent of twice the amount of the global internet data, all of the world's internet data at twice the speed. You take the cross-sectional bandwidth of the entire planet's internet, it's about 100 terabytes per second. This is 240 terabytes per second. So it kind of puts it in perspective. This is so that every single GPU can work with every single other GPU at exactly the same time. Okay? Then on top of that, okay, so this is one rack. This is one rack. Each one of the racks, as you could see, the number of transistors in this one rack is 1.7 times. Yeah, could you do this for me? So this is, it's usually about 2 tons, but today it's 2.5 tons because when they shipped it, they forgot to drain the water out of it. So we shipped a lot of water from California. Can you hear it squealing? You know, when you're rotating 2.5 tons, you're gonna squeal a little. Oh, you could do it. Wow. Okay, we won't make you do that twice. All right, so behind this are the NVLink spines. Basically 2 miles of copper cables. Copper is the best conductor we know. And these are all shielded copper cables, structured copper cables, the most the world's ever used in computing systems ever. And our SerDes drive the copper cables from the top of the rack all the way to the bottom of the rack at 400 gigabits per second. It's incredible. And so this has 2 miles of total copper cables, 5,000 copper cables, and this makes the NVLink spine possible. This is the revolution that really started the NGX system. Now, we decided that we would create an industry standard system so that the entire ecosystem, all of our supply chain, could standardize on these components. There are some 80,000 different components that make up these NGX systems, and it's a total waste if we were to change it every single year. Every single major computer company, from Foxconn to Quanta to Wistron, you know, the list goes on and on and on, to HP and Dell and Lenovo, everybody knows how to build these systems. And so the fact that we could squeeze Vera Rubin into this, even though the performance is so much higher, and very importantly, the power is twice as high. The power of Vera Rubin is twice as high as Grace Blackwell. And yet, and this is the miracle, the air that goes into it, the air flow is about the same. And very importantly, the water that goes into it is the same temperature, 45 degrees C. With 45 degrees C, no water chillers are necessary for data centers. We're basically cooling this supercomputer with hot water. It is so incredibly efficient. And so this is the new rack. 1.7 times more transistors, but 5 times more peak inference performance, 3.5 times more peak training performance. Okay? They're connected on top using Spectrum-X. Oh, thank you. This is the world's first manufacturing chip using TSMC's new process that we co-innovated called COUP. It's a integrated silicon photonics process technology. And this allows us to take silicon photonics directly right to the chip. And this is 512 ports at 200 gigabits per second. And this is the new Ethernet AI switch, the Spectrum-X Ethernet switch. And look at this giant chip. But what's really amazing is it's got silicon photonics directly connected to it. And lasers come in. Lasers come in through here. Lasers come in through here. The optics are here, and they connect out to the rest of the data center. This I'll show you in a second, but this is on top of the rack. And this is the new Spectrum-X silicon photonics switch. Okay? And we have something new I want to tell you about. So just as I mentioned, a couple of years ago, we introduced Spectrum X so that we could reinvent the way that networking is done. Ethernet is really easy to manage, and everybody has an Ethernet stack, and every data center in the world knows how to deal with Ethernet. And the only thing that we were using at the time was called InfiniBand, which is used for supercomputers. InfiniBand is very low latency, but of course the software stack, the entire manageability of InfiniBand is very alien to the people who use Ethernet. So we decided to enter the Ethernet switch market for the very first time. Spectrum X, that just took off, and it made us the largest networking company in the world, as I mentioned. This next generation Spectrum X is going to carry on that tradition. But just as I said earlier, AI has reinvented the whole computing stack. Every layer of the computing stack, it stands to reason that when AI starts to get deployed in the world's enterprises, it's going to also reinvent the way storage is done. Well, AI doesn't use SQL, AI uses semantics information. And when AI is being used, it creates this temporary knowledge, temporary memory called KV cache, key value combinations, but it's a KV cache, basically the cache of the AI, the working memory of the AI. And the working memory of the AI is stored in the HBM memory. Every single token, for every single token, the GPU reads in the model, the entire model. It reads in the entire working memory, and it produces one token. And it stores that one token back into the KV cache. And then the next time it does that, it reads in the entire memory, reads it, and it streams it through our GPU, and then generates another token. Well, it does this repeatedly, token after token after token, and obviously, if you have a long conversation with that AI, over time, that memory, that context memory, is going to grow tremendously. Not to mention the models are growing, the number of turns that we're using the AIs are increasing. We would like to have this AI stay with us our entire life and remember every single conversation we've ever had with it, right? Every single lick of research that I've asked it for. Of course, with the number of people that will be sharing the supercomputer is going to continue to grow. And so this context memory, which started out fitting inside an HBM, is no longer large enough. Last year, we created Grace Blackwell's very fast memory, we call fast context memory. That's the reason why we connected Grace directly to Hopper. That's why we connected Grace directly to Blackwell, so that we can expand the context memory. But even that is not enough. And so the next solution, of course, is to go off onto the network, the north-south network, off to the storage of the company. But if you have a whole lot of AIs running at the same time, that network is no longer going to be fast enough. So the answer is very clearly to do it different. And so we created BlueField 4 so that we could essentially have a very fast KV cache context memory store right in the rack. And so I'll show you in just one second, but there's a whole new category of storage systems. And the industry is so excited because this is a pain point for just about everybody who does a lot of token generation today. The AI labs, the cloud service providers, they're really suffering from the amount of network traffic that's being caused by KV cache moving around. And so the idea that we would create a new platform, a new processor, to run the entire Dynamo KV cache context memory management system and to put it very close to the rest of the rack is completely revolutionary. So this is it. It sits right here. So this is all the compute nodes. Each one of these is NVLink 72. So this is Vera Rubin NVLink 72, 144 Rubin GPUs. This is the context memory that's stored here. Behind each one of these are 4 BlueFields. Behind each BlueField is 150 terabytes of memory, context memory. And for each GPU, once you allocate it across, each GPU will get an additional 16 terabytes. Now, inside this node, each GPU essentially has 1 terabyte. And now, with this backing store here, directly on the same east-west traffic, at exactly the same data rate, 200 gigabits per second, across literally the entire fabric of this compute node, you're going to get an additional 16 terabytes of memory, okay? And this is the management plane. These are the Spectrum X switches that connects all of them together. And over here, these switches at the end connects them to the rest of the data center, okay? And so this is the Vera Rubin. Now, there's several things that's really incredible about it. So the first thing that I mentioned is that this entire system is twice the energy efficiency, essentially twice the temperature performance, in the sense that even though the power is twice as high, the amount of energy used is twice as high, the amount of computation is many times higher than that, but the liquid that goes into it is still 45 degrees C. That enables us to save about 6% of the world's data center power. So that's a very big deal. The second very big deal is that this entire system is now confidential computing safe, meaning everything is encoded in transit, at rest, and during compute. And every single bus is now encrypted. Every PCI Express, every NVLink, every NVLink between CPU and GPU, between GPU to GPU, everything is now encrypted. And so it's confidential computing safe. This allows companies to feel safe that their models are being deployed by somebody else, but it will never be seen by anybody else, okay? And so this particular system is not only incredibly energy efficient, and there's one other thing that's incredible. Because of the nature of the workload of AI, it spikes instantaneously with this computation layer called all-reduce. The amount of current, the amount of energy that is used simultaneously is really off the charts. Oftentimes, it'll spike up 25%. We now have power smoothing across the entire system so that you don't have to over-provision by 25 times, or if you over-provision by 25 times, you don't have to leave 25%, not 25 times, 25% of the energy squandered or unused. And so now you could fill up the entire power budget, and you don't have to provision beyond that. And then the last thing, of course, is performance. So let's take a look at the performance of this. These are only charts that people who build AI supercomputers would love. It took every single one of these chips, complete redesign of every single one of the systems, and rewriting the entire stack for us to make this possible. Basically, this is training the AI model, this first column. The faster you train AI models, the faster you can get the next frontier out to the world. This is your time to market. This is technology leadership. This is your pricing power. And so in the case of the green, this is essentially a 10 trillion parameter model. We scaled it up from DeepSeek, that's why we call it DeepSeek++, a training a 10 trillion parameter model on 100 trillion tokens. Okay? And this is our simulation projection of what it would take for us to build the next frontier model. The next frontier model, Elon's already mentioned that the next version of Grok 5, I think, is 7 trillion parameters, so this is 10. And in the green is Blackwell. And here, in the case of Rubin, notice the throughput is so much higher, and therefore it only takes 1/4 as many of these systems in order to train the model in the time that we gave it here, which is 1 month, okay? And so time is the same for everybody. Now, how fast you can train that model and how large of a model you can train is how you're gonna get to the frontier first. The second part is your factory throughput. Blackwell is green again, and factory throughput is important because your factory is, in the case of a gigawatt, is $50 billion. A $50 billion data center can only consume 1 gigawatt of power. And so if your performance, your throughput per watt is very good versus quite poor, that directly translates to your revenues. Your revenues of your data center is directly related to the second column. And in the case of Blackwell, it was about 10 times over Hopper. In the case of Rubin, it's going to be about 10 times higher again. Okay? And in the case of now the cost of the tokens, how cost effectively it is to generate the token, this is Rubin, about 1/10. Just as in the case of, yep. So this is how we're going to get everybody to the next frontier, to push AI to the next level, and of course, to build these data centers energy efficiently and cost efficiently. So this is it. This is NVIDIA today. You know, we mentioned that we build chips, but as you know, NVIDIA builds entire systems now, and AI is a full stack. We're reinventing AI across everything from chips to infrastructure to models to applications. And our job is to create the entire stack so that all of you could create incredible applications for the rest of the world. Thank you all for coming. Have a great CES. Now, before I let you guys go, there were a whole bunch of slides we had to leave on the cutting floor, and so we have some outtakes here. I think it'll be fun for you. Have a great CES, guys.
And cut.
NVIDIA Live at CES Take 4, Marker.
Boom mic. Action.
Sorry, guys.
Platform shift, huh? That should do it.
And let's roll camera.
Ah, shade of green. A bright, happy green.
World's most powerful AI supercomputer you can plug into the wall, next to my toaster.
Hey guys, I'm stuck again. I'm so sorry.
This slide is never gonna work. Let's just cut it.
Hello? Can you hear me? So like I was saying, the router, because not every problem needs the biggest, smartest model, just the right one.
No, don't lose any of them.
This new 6-chip Rubin platform makes one amazing AI supercomputer.
There you go, little guy. Oh, no, not the scaling laws.
There is a squirrel on the car. Be ready to make the squirrel go away. Ask the squirrel gently to move away.
Did you know the best models today are all mixture of experts?
Hey!
Where'd everybody go?
Hi, I'm Faith Pinot from LA Times Studios in Washington, D.C. Here are some of today's top stories from the Los Angeles Times. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro made his first appearance in an American courtroom Monday afternoon, pleading not guilty to narco-terrorism charges, telling a New York district judge, quote, "I am a decent man, president of my country." Maduro's plea comes less than 2 days after elite U.S. forces seized the longtime leader and his wife from their bedroom in Caracas late Friday night.
Don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
As Maduro awaits what many expect to be a lengthy trial, President Trump said the U.S. will assume control of Venezuela and refuse to rule out the possibility of sending American troops into the country.
We're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it.
Maduro's capture plunged Venezuela into uncertainty Saturday. Times reporter Ana Ceballos said people lined up for food and supplies, bracing for what comes next in a country now caught between regime collapse and foreign control. Maduro's hand-picked Vice President Delcy Rodriguez was sworn into office Monday. And while she initially condemned the U.S.'s actions over the weekend, she said this in a statement Sunday, quote, "Our people and our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war." Trump framed the mission as a national security move, but he focused heavily on Venezuela's oil. They have the world's largest oil reserves, but production has dropped by nearly half since Maduro took control of the country in 2013. Trump accused Venezuela's government of stealing U.S. oil infrastructure in the country and said American companies will now step in to control production and rebuild infrastructure. Meanwhile, over the weekend, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the U.S. will keep a military quarantine on Venezuelan oil exports, calling the move leverage. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers from both parties questioned the legality of the strike, which was carried out without congressional approval. Trump defended the secrecy, however, saying Congress couldn't be trusted not to leak. Secretary Rubio is expected to brief Congress Monday night. Here's two other stories we're following out of Washington. First, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced Monday that he's issuing a letter of censure to Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, accusing the retired Navy captain of urging troops to defy illegal orders. Hegseth says the step could lead to Kelly being demoted from his retired military rank. It follows Kelly's participation in a video with other Democratic veterans calling on service members to uphold the Constitution. Senate Democrats slammed the move as political retaliation, while Kelly says it's meant to silence dissent within the military. The Pentagon says Kelly has 30 days to respond, and a final decision is expected within 45 days. And Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is ending his run for a third term. Walz made the announcement Monday, saying after an extraordinarily difficult year for the state, he can no longer devote the energy needed to campaign, despite believing that he could win. His decision comes as President Trump continues to spotlight a major fraud investigation involving child care programs in Minnesota. The Associated Press reports that Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar is now considering a run for governor, according to a person close to her, though no final decision has been made. Now for some California news. Southern California is soaked again, as another round of rain caps off a record-breaking wet winter. The heaviest rain hit Sunday evening, with more showers expected Monday, before things finally taper off Tuesday, according to the National Weather Service. A flood advisory is still in effect across most of Los Angeles County, as coastal and valley areas recorded nearly an inch of rain Sunday, with mountain communities seeing up to 2 more inches. And get this, since October 1st, parts of Southern California have already logged nearly 14 inches of rain. That's more than 3 times the normal amount for this point in the season. And some areas could hit their entire yearly average by Monday night. The weekend storms caused road closures, spin-outs, debris flows, and even swift water rescues. And the LA County Department of Public Health advised beachgoers to stay away from the water through at least Monday afternoon. That's due to high bacteria levels from runoff. The good news, drier days are ahead. Forecasters say we get a break from the rain later this week, with mostly sunny SoCal skies returning by the weekend. That's it for today's headlines. To read these stories and more, be sure to subscribe to the LA Times.
Good afternoon from the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Caroline Woods, coming to you from high above the trading floor on this Monday, January 5th, the first full trading week of 2026. Stocks are starting the week on a positive note. The Dow, NASDAQ, S&P 500, and small cap Russell 2000 are all trading higher. The Dow is leading the way up more than 750 points to a new all-time high. That's a gain of roughly 1.5%. Energy stocks are helping lift the broader market following the U.S. attack on Venezuela and the capture of its leader, Nicolas Maduro. President Trump said expanded U.S. investment in Venezuela's energy sector is a central objective of the regime change operation. In a press conference, he said, "We're going to have our very large United States oil company, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country." Energy stocks are jumping following the developments. Chevron is the best performer on the Dow. Valero and Halliburton are among the leaders in the S&P 500. Crude oil prices are only modestly higher, suggesting markets are not pricing in a major supply disruption. Defense technology stocks are higher today as well, with drone makers AeroVironment and Red Cat leading the gains. Larger defense contractors like General Dynamics and Lockheed Martin are posting gains as well. There is one unexpected winner to note today. That's Nike. Google searches for Maduro's Nike Tech Fleece tracksuit have reportedly surged since President Trump posted the photo of Maduro on his Truth Social account. The photo shows Maduro in custody while being transported to New York in the tracksuit. Nike could use the boost. Despite today's pop, shares are down about 10% over the past year. Speaking of Nike, I recently spoke with Dan Niles of Niles Investment Management. He expects a rebound in Nike shares in 2026. In fact, Nike is on his top 5 stocks for 2026 list, along with Apple, Boeing, Cisco, and Impinj, a lesser-known semiconductor name, ticker symbol PI. In terms of what else is moving today, financial stocks are among the day's strongest performers. JP Morgan, Citigroup, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, they're all hitting new highs today. We're seeing strength in regional banks as well, like US Bank, PNC Financial, Truist, and Citizens Financial. We'll be talking a lot more about banks next week when they're due to report quarterly results. Consumer discretionary, industrials, and material stocks are also having a winning day today. Those sectors are offsetting losses in utilities, healthcare, and staples. Tesla is up more than 4%, potentially snapping its losing streak. Shares fell for a 7th day on Friday after the EV maker posted annual deliveries that declined for a second straight year. Also, its Chinese competitor BYD has overtaken Tesla as the world's largest seller of EVs, according to 2025 data. Last week, BYD said it sold 2.26 million EVs, up nearly 28% from 2024. Meanwhile, Tesla deliveries fell 8.6% to only 1.6 million, recording the biggest annual drop in the company's history. Speaking of tech, all eyes are on CES this week, the annual technology conference out in Las Vegas. The latest innovations are on display, including AI-enabled robotics, consumer wearables like smart glasses, and a wide range of AI-powered devices targeting digital health and smart home applications. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang is set to deliver a special presentation later this afternoon. Wedbush analyst Dan Ives said Huang is expected to outline NVIDIA's broader AI strategy with data centers, physical AI, and robotics front and center. Ives adds that CES could be one of the most important moments in the conference history as more IT decision makers recognize what he calls a once-in-a-40-year tech spending shift that is still in the early stages of playing out. Important to note, NVIDIA and Apple are not participating in the market's rally today. Both are lower. That's all for now. I'll be back here tomorrow with another market update at the New York Stock Exchange. I'm Caroline Woods.
Please welcome Chief Executive Officer Lip-Bu Tan.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to CES. And thank you for joining us today. It is an honor to be here with so many innovators, creators, customers, and partners from around the world. We are living in a moment where compute is being redefined. AI is reshaping every workflow, every industry, and every device from cloud to edge. At Intel, our mission is to make that intelligence accessible, efficient, and ubiquitous. Over the last year, our team have pushed the limits of architecture, fabrication, and co-optimization across hardware and software. I'm pleased to share that we have delivered our commitment on shipping our first 18A products by the end of 2025. In fact, we are over-delivered. I'm delighted to announce that we are ramping all three Core Ultra Series 3 die package as we speak. What you will see and hear later today are breakthroughs that can only be enabled by a tight integration of silicon design, advanced silicon process, and packaging technology. It is something that only Intel is uniquely positioned to do, working closely with our OEM partners and the open ecosystem. You will hear from Jim later on, and his team talk more about all the technology we are announcing today. Our latest Series 3 base system truly represents a new class of computing, designing for AI-driven future, built to empower developers and creators and engineers to drive, then deliver massive leaps in performance and efficiency. This announcement will represent the next evolution of the PC. So thank you for joining us. Let us talk about what is next and show you what is possible. Thank you.
Every breakthrough begins with silence. A moment of focus. A moment of building in the quiet. But in that quiet, inside these fabs, the momentum has been rising. See, quiet doesn't mean stillness, because here, progress never pauses. It pulses, pushes, accelerates. Layer by layer, line by line, gate by gate. And now, it's ready to meet the world. Progress never pauses, and neither do we.
Please welcome Senior Vice President, General Manager, Client Computing Group, Jim Johnson.
All right. Welcome to CES 2026. I'm excited to be leading the Client Computing Group PC and Edge products at one of the most exciting times in the industry and for our company. CES holds a special place in my heart because together we get to set the tone for what's coming this year. A special welcome to our partners. Thank you for coming and spending the time with us. You know, we could not do it without you. This partnership is what delivers. But before we talk about client, Let's stop for a second and talk about Intel. The industry and Intel are both at a strategic inflection point. In 2026, we're delivering leadership products on a leadership process node, combining compute, graphics, and AI, and scaling it with customers to be the broadest AIPC platform together we have ever built. In the last 5 years, we've invested heavily in capital, R&D, new fabs, new tools. Much of this investment aimed at pushing process technology forward, expanding manufacturing capacity in the United States and around the globe. 18A is the center of that effort. As Lip-Bu mentioned, we're in production and ramping Panther Lake. This is a big milestone. As the world's first foundry node with ribbon FET and power via technologies. What are those and why are they important? Ribbon FET is gate-all-around technology, transistor technology, that provided our architects a way to precisely control electrical current critical for performance and energy efficiency. Backside power delivery via power via enhances power flow and signal delivery. What's this mean? It enables Intel to deliver up to 15% better performance per watt with more than 30% better chip density. This was not an easy task, but we executed to our plan and we're ramping to our expectations. Leadership manufacturing has again become a strategic anchor of Intel. Alongside delivering x86 solutions at unmatched scale, this is where our multi-gen effort to drive power-efficient performance, hybrid core architectures, and a multi-engine local AI are coming to life. We build for what's needed today, but work really hard with our partners to anticipate what's required next. And right now, as we know, that next wave is AI. It's everywhere, it's in every industry, and it's in every conversation, and we'll talk about it more today. It's a huge opportunity for all of us, and together we've been out front shaping what it means for personal and edge computing. And with all the excitement around AI, we always remind ourselves fundamentals still matter. Everybody wants a cool, quiet PC, strong performance, all-day battery life when we're on the go, and the next step of the journey is here. This is Core Ultra Series 3. The first processor built with 18A technology, the most advanced process in the world. We've taken big steps in improving our major SoC IPs in virtually every piece of the chip design, bringing the latest and greatest on all fronts. We have new E-cores, brand new P-cores, a massive GPU with built-in ray tracing, and an NPU that packs more low-power AI in a very dense area, much denser than prior generation. Next-gen memory, next-generation I/O, and the latest connectivity, wired and wireless. These were all done to achieve a primary goal with our partners to scale power efficiency leadership, performance across all workloads, expanding our graphics capability, I can't wait till you see this, and enabling a broader set of devices with our OS partners, with our ODM partners, our OEM customers, and importantly, the ISV community. Together, we've nailed these goals with Core Ultra Series 3. achieved by combining the performance and power efficiency we launched across our Series 2 family of processors into one single product. And this isn't marketing speak. We will show you how it's deeply architected into the SoC through our fabrics and with our 18A process node. We've used the power efficiency of Lunar Lake as the architectural foundation of Series 3 and our roadmap moving forward. The graphics performance was already impressive, but we wanted to expand performance available across more devices. We've moved the GPU tile to its own chiplet. And now we can attach larger or smaller chiplets based on the market segment needs and the device needs of our customers. We're continuing to push through our hybrid core strategy, redesigning cores for 18A so they operate at significantly lower voltage. It means greater per-core performance while increasing efficiency. We've improved the multi-threaded performance of Series 3 by adding up to 8 E-cores, and we completely redesigned our low-power island with dedicated low-power E-cores with their own cache that run hundreds of workloads that are optimized for maximum battery life. Examples like web browsing and video conferencing that demand power efficiency. The benefit, better performance, much lower power, longer battery life. We've also consolidated all the IOs onto a single chip. This was a big ask by our customers' design teams because they want to take Series 3 and expand its capabilities and its market coverage. But people don't buy SoCs, and we know that. So beyond the SoC, we've deployed other technologies at the platform level focused on power efficiency. Intel's intelligent display technology, context-aware charging, low power video conferencing with our image processor, long-lasting connectivity with Intel's Wi-Fi solution. We bring this all together with our advanced Foveros packaging technology, delivering a full range of Series 3 processors. That architecture flexibility allows us to provide multiple configurations using a single package type up and down our customers' designs, something they've been asking for 2 generations. They have more memory options, and they now can use their own power delivery schemes for their product management and product capability. This gives them design flexibility up and down their product lineup, supporting them into the market in easing design efforts for their teams. So we just covered a lot on architecture. Let's unpack what it can do, starting with the x86 core. We're proud of this accomplishment. Core Ultra Series 3 delivers 60% more performance than Lunar Lake Series 2. And it's faster and more efficient than our highest performing SKU running fewer P-cores. This focus, this maniacal focus our design teams have on power efficiency and the implementation of the low power island dramatically improves a range of applications we use every day. A simple example would be streaming 4K video on Series 3 draws now 1/3 the power than prior generations. A massive reduction that allows us to be talking about battery life in days, not in hours. It once again puts the myth to bed that x86 can't be power efficient even at higher performance levels, and this is the last time I'm going to say that. So let's switch gears and now talk about the GPU, arguably the biggest update to Series 3. And to walk you through it, let me welcome our GM of PC Products, Dan Rogers, to the stage. Thanks, brother.
Thanks, Jim. Graphics at Intel is an interesting history. Ubiquitously deployed with a massive install base, but previously lacking in key features, driver support, and frankly, performance. 5 years ago, we set on a mission to change that with the announcement of our Intel Arc graphics. And this was more than a hardware plan. Arc is our brand commitment to deliver world-class, discrete-class software across a range of graphics products, including integrated. We've re-architected our entire software stack and strategy to include extensive game day testing, day zero driver support, and a full modern feature set. Last year alone, our engineering teams engaged 300 developers on pre-release titles and supported 50 day zero driver releases. This is light years ahead of where we were just a few years ago. And you've seen the results with Lunar Lake and then Battle Mage, one of the best reviewed cards of 2025. And so today, we are very proud to announce the next generation integrated GPU we've been referring to as 12xe, but the world will know as Intel Arc B390 graphics. It features 50% more graphics cores, twice the cache, and 96 built-in XMX AI accelerators for 120 GPU tops. If you were impressed by the graphics of Lunar Lake, Panther Lake has 70% more gaming performance and an incredible 50% more AI inference performance. And to prove it, we tested Panther Lake across a range of titles and APIs from DX9 to DX12. And as you can see, the new Arc GPU not only delivers a consistently smooth gameplay, but when compared to the latest from AMD Radeon, with similar power and similar memory, delivers an incredible 70% higher frame rate on average and 2x faster on select titles. This is truly amazing. As an example, first-person shooters such as Painkiller and Delta Force will play at well over 100 frames per second with 1080p high settings and XeSS super resolution. To the developers and engineers at Intel and partners across the industry, thank you. Through your hard work, millions of PC gamers will be able to experience a great discrete class game performance on a thin and light laptop for the first time in 2026. But as impressive as this performance is, in a way, it's a look only at today. This is traditional raster performance with AI upscaling. What's unique about our graphics is that we built this for the future, and we call this modern rendering. This means better lighting with ray tracing or other demanding visual settings. Sharper visuals with high-quality textures and larger geometric assets, and the ultimate in smoothness through AI-generated frames. Today, we're excited to confirm that the new Arc graphics in Panther Lake will be the first integrated graphics ever to ship day one with AI-based multi-frame generation, delivering 3 AI-generated frames for every 1 rendered frame. Thank you. It's a big moment for our graphics team. A great example of the benefits of these is Battlefield 6, which just launched late last year. Intel has been working with EA closely, the developers of Battlefield, to unleash the full performance of this title on Arc graphics. With the most demanding visuals offered in the game called overkill settings, Arc B390 can already drive a smooth experience, smooth frame rates using super resolution. But as we turn on multi-frame generation in the driver, you can see that we can scale to an incredibly smooth experience, over 120 frames per second and nearly 3 times faster than AMD. To share more about this collaboration between EA and Intel, I'm very honored to invite fellow and VP of Technology Partnerships at EA, Jeff Skelton, to the stage. Please welcome Jeff.
Good to see you.
Jeff, thank you for joining us today.
Pleasure to be here.
So we just walked through the incredible performance of Panther Lake's Arc graphics. We'd love to hear your perspective of this collaboration between EA and Intel.
Absolutely. So we set out to build the best Battlefield ever by reimagining this iconic franchise from the ground up, pushing the limits of large-scale multiplayer and tactical destruction experiences while redefining the FPS genre. We want all players to enjoy this amazing experience. And a partnership like this one, like the one we have with Intel, helps us achieve that as we optimize for frame rate, stutter reduction, stability, and more. This work ensures that we meet player expectations, whether they are running desktops with discrete GPUs or mobile processors like Panther Lake. You know, I've been making games for a very long time. And if you told me a few years ago I'd be up here on stage with Intel talking about how our games run and how well they run on integrated graphics, I wouldn't have believed you. The performance we see on Panther Lake is remarkable.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. This means a lot from you and the team at EA. Our engineers have been working with EA for the very beginning of Panther Lake, from the first A0 silicon to ensure a robust driver support at their beta as well as launch. We had two key focus areas. One was optimizing for the hybrid CPU architecture that we've had since Alder Lake, and two, implementing the latest AI-based XeSS technologies into the title.
The addition of AI into the rendering pipeline has been a game changer. At this point, I don't think you'd want to build a game without technologies like XeSS.
Anything else coming, Jeff?
Absolutely. We're working on a native integration of XeSS 3 as we speak. Stay tuned.
Jeff, thank you so much. We're so excited to see what's next from EA.
Thank you so much.
And finally, with the performance of our graphics integrated into a low-power x86 SoC, plus the progress you've just seen in software from Intel, it's natural that we would think even beyond laptops. So today, we're excited to share with you that we will be launching an entire handheld gaming platform with Panther Lake. And we'll have more news to share on that from our hardware and software partners later this year. I hope you stay tuned. Thank you so much.
All right, Dan. Good job. Thank you, brother. If you have any interest in mobile gaming, you've got to buy that PC. So now let's turn our attention to AI. To deliver new and better experiences of AIPCs, it takes a massive investment by our software partners. When we created the AIPC category back in 2023, we understood it was a partnership between our hardware and infrastructure and the software ecosystem that would ultimately deliver on the experiences. We're also aware that AI workloads, while they're moving to the edge, it's not going to happen overnight. And even today, they're predominantly handled in the cloud. But that's changing. We're going to show you some of this. We are committed and delivered. We committed and delivered the largest AIPC footprint in the industry. This sparked the investment of the software community, and that investment accelerated innovation. It continues to accelerate innovation in very short periods of time and cycle time. Early inference, it's hard to believe, just 2 years ago, it was all about background blur and noise suppression, no dogs barking. And then we evolved to Gen AI and advanced transformer models. It really started rewriting the personal in our personal computer, offering something different for all of us, augmenting and accelerating our daily work. And I have a personal experience I'd like to share. My son leads a large software team in smart energy services, and AI-enabled coding is completely overhauling how they develop products. Software engineering is not about typing syntax. It's about architecture and design. AI helps them automate the construction phase, freeing up massive amounts of engineering cycles to design better products, better systems for scalability, reliability, and importantly, observability. And now with vibe coding, his team can spin up custom observability frameworks and analysis tools in days rather than months if they ever even got around to it. And this is unlocking an amazing ability to instrument all aspects of his software products. The best analogy, it's not perfect I can think of, is just think about what CAD tools did for mechanical and civil engineers, eliminating the need of tedious drawing on draft boards. That's the type of thing that's happening in the various industries we serve. We have invested significantly in software engineering and in infrastructure. We support hundreds of leading ISVs with the tools they need to deliver new AI applications optimized for Intel's CPU, GPU, and NPU. For example, Adobe Premiere Pro. They're using the ARC GPU Dan just shared to search for media. You simply describe what you're looking for, and it'll find the match, even if it's unlabeled or just buried in footage, something you cannot do without this capability. Another example is Zoom. They have a virtual ring light, and their model runs on our low-power NPU that brightens our image while automatically dampening and dimming the background. We also support the AI models that people depend on running locally on the PC. Breadth, of course, is important, but also quickly optimizing for updates and enabling new models as they become available. Very important. So, for example, in PRC last October, where some of the fastest innovation is taking place, we had day zero support for Alibaba's new Qwen 3 LLMs on Core Ultra, so developers could simply plug and play. We ensure software runs in the richest set of frameworks and tools and have support for major industry deployment paths like Llama CCP and PyTorch. And Intel's OpenVINO tools provide deep production-ready optimizations across our engines so developers can deploy state-of-the-art Gen AI and vision models immediately with no custom tuning or hardware-specific rewrites. And working closely with Microsoft on Windows ML, we're the only silicon vendor supporting EPs on all three processors, CPU, GPU, and NPU today. And to ensure consistent performance, we've also integrated key open optimizations such as primitives deep within Windows ML. Yeah, so thank you, Pavan and Team Microsoft. This would not be happening without you. We're also a time-to-market partner for Copilot Plus, which you will find in all SKUs of Core Ultra Series 3 families as they ship. So thanks again, you guys. Couldn't do it without you. Our job, this is on a foundation of leadership silicon, and we've taken a major step forward with Series 3. Up to 180 total platform tops, 120 on the GPU with XMX, and when you combine OpenVINO with full access to 96 gigabytes of memory, this SoC can handle a 70 billion parameter model in a 32K context. Larger context is extremely important for more complex and deeper use of LLMs locally. None of our other competitors can do this. You complement this with the low power NPU of 50 tops, always on, always inferencing use cases like video conferencing security. When you put it all together and you look at the stack, we're at the forefront as an industry redefining an intelligence PC stack, where it combines hardware, software, the OS, firmware, and the infrastructure of local intelligence for all client devices at the edge, including PCs. And like any platform effort, it's only as good as we scale. So let me attempt to do some math. We've shipped more than 4 zettaops, or 4 billion tops of inference compute to the edge in the market. What's that equivalent to? 40 data centers worth of compute across the edge. Why does this matter? How do we activate this compute more effectively? We have a couple examples to share. One example is our work with ByteDance. In 2025, they launched AI Clipper, a cloud-based feature in CapCut for short video summaries. and they're expected to reach 1 million users this year. But it's straining their cloud capacity. ByteDance looked at this, seized the opportunity to leverage the massive TOPS in Intel AIPCs, and paired it with their cloud. The results have been amazing. Same quality, better performance, lower cloud cost. This is a great first step in where we think the industry is going to end up. As you can see, in a world with growing constraints on data center infrastructure, more AI can, and we believe will, move to the edge. But it won't be exclusively client. It has to work seamlessly with the cloud. And Series 3 represents the start of this hybrid AI era. Putting this into practice is a huge technical challenge. Our new Intel AI Superbuilder platform is a breakthrough which helps client and cloud models start to work better together. Local AI executes the task securely, keeping your data on the machine, while cloud AI handles global reasoning, planning, and multi-agent orchestration. The communication between local and cloud enables greater security, greater privacy, better performance, and better cost. And we're actively working with the ecosystem partners to augment cloud-only solutions in a hybrid environment. One of the absolute leaders in this area is Perplexity. Let me welcome CEO and co-founder of Perplexity, Arvind, to the stage. Good to see you again. Thank you so much for coming to be with us.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, so you've been a champion for hybridized AI compute for quite some time, right out in front of it. And I know with the Comet browser that launched last summer, and I'm a big fan, I use it often, you put a lot of attention on moving as much compute as possible locally. Can you share a little bit about your vision and how to do this?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me here, Jim. And I love watching all these talks about chips and all the technical details, because I really think deep tech is the real thought leadership in AI, so thanks for doing that. And yes, I've been talking about localized compute for quite some time. The past summer, we launched the AI-powered browser Comet. What got a lot of attention among people is the AI. But to me, what's really interesting about Comet from the get-go is we really focused on keeping as much compute and data of the user locally as possible. Because that way, users can really trust the product and use and have privacy guarantees. So we believe localized compute will only get bigger and more important as AI advances further and further in capabilities. And there's 4 reasons for this. Number one is, first of all, it's very simple, performance issue. AI feels slow to a lot of people, and people are impatient. So think about all the times you've felt delays in computing before. That spinning beach ball is your data basically traveling thousands of miles to a server farm and back. So local compute removes that journey. So when processing happens right where you are, there's going to be no lag. And you're also not sending all your local files to the server farm. You keep decreasing the latency the more and more you localize. And so it's going to be faster and better.
Yeah.
Second, it's the privacy and security argument. Now, remember I said these get more important as AI advances further and further. So with great power comes great responsibility. And privacy and security drove our original thinking behind hybridizing the compute in the Comet browser. So we built an AI browser because you don't just browse on the internet anymore. That's how browsers started in the 90s. Today, you live on the internet. You work there.
Amen.
The internet is basically in every part of our lives. And nobody wants all of that to be uploaded to some frontier model AI company servers. So that's why there are some AI companies, even though they want all of your data, that's not what the users want or the enterprises want. Market demands local compute. And so the more you localize, the more secure each user's most personal queries are, AI can begin to be more useful to you and start getting more personalized to you.
Yeah.
And you start connecting your local files to the machine. You're guaranteed of security. You own your files. You own the data. And over time, you own the intelligence. It's your brain. and you own it.
Nice.
And the third argument, simple economics. Unless you've been living under a rock over 2025, you probably heard that AI is getting really expensive. It's different from software. Every query is costing you real money. That's inference costs. And in 2025, another hype topic was data centers. But when you centralize inference in data centers, there's huge bottlenecks in the demand. Localized compute inverts that model entirely. Infrastructure costs will drop dramatically for everybody as the bandwidth expenses plummet. So it's a simple economics argument. Finally, fourth reason, especially for businesses, control. This is where it gets really serious. Now, 4 of the Max 7 and 92% of the Fortune 500 companies entrust Perplexity with their data on our servers. That's a big responsibility. And as a founder, I really know how they feel. That's why we take data control pretty seriously at Perplexity. And with local compute, whatever is your competitive enterprise intelligence should remain exclusively yours. And that's the only way to do it, because it's right there on your machines. You own those machines. You control those machines. Thereby, you control the intelligence. And you control its jurisdiction, its compliance, everything. So that's it. 4 arguments: performance, security, economics, control. With these, makes local compute such an obvious thing to work on. Every business is going to care about this. Every user is going to care about this, and they always will. So we'll be launching Comet for Enterprise next month based on all these exact principles. And the entire industry, as Jim and Intel know, is going to move more and more towards local compute. So thanks a lot for having me here.
We share your vision. Thank you so much for your leadership. And our team looks forward to doing the hard work to make this true.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks, Arvind. We spent a lot of time talking about how AI is changing the landscape of the PC. It's also a driver for Edge, a key pillar of our client business, living between the PC and the cloud. Agentic and physical AI show up as vision language models, or VLMs. Think of it as a close cousin to LLMs. And for example, in industrial environments where automation is used for quality controls, we're now seeing VLMs being deployed that are 140 times bigger than ones just a couple years ago. And we're taking the same approach on the edge as we do with the AIPC. Establish a large footprint of leadership hardware that activates investments in applications by our software partners. Together, we infuse AI and power-efficient x86 right where the compute happens. We're bringing Series 3 to the edge with all of its latest IPs and technologies. And because of the growing demand of AI at the edge, we're now accelerating the launch of 18A products for this market to align directly with the PC launch, so Edge has the newest hardware at the same time. We design and test and validate for high and low extreme temperatures, 24/7 reliability, and extended life support, because these are additional table stakes for our critical Edge customers. You will see Edge devices in hundreds of form factors across key segments like smart cities, factories, healthcare, and all sorts of automation systems. The demand is huge, growing, and Series 3 was designed for this task. Just look at this data. Nearly 2 times better LLM latency performance and over 2 times better TCO for video analytics. These SoCs are great at perceiving the environment and then using the built-in processors all on chip to control the machinery. There's no need to offload AI to a discrete card. We're also seeing a lot of interest in robotics, stationary control arms, autonomous mobile robots, and even humanoids. And you'll be able to see one if you're here at the show right back here running Series 3. And to facilitate these emerging use cases, we have worked on a reference board and a dev kit with Edge ODMs that includes Intel's robotics suite. The tools, the frameworks, and the applications, all available with the launch of Intel hardware. So let's wrap up with what's next. Our partners have over 200 designs. There will be a Series 3 option for everyone. Gamers, as you see, that want the best performance on the go will want this processor. vPro for business. Robotics and industrial edge devices. This will be the most broadly adopted and globally available AIPC platform Intel has ever shipped. You can tell we're excited. You can tell I'm excited for Core Ultra Series 3. And instead of doing a recap of all of this, the numbers speak for themselves. Longer battery, faster graphics, higher performance, more AI, and you don't have to wait. Core Ultra is ramping now. First consumer designs available to order starting tomorrow, with more designs rolling out all year. We've covered a lot of ground today. I think we should take away one thing and that is we are at the strategic inflection point for AI computing in client together. Our job, build leading process and SoCs. Our customers are delivering systems that will surprise the market, and our software partners, as you see, are investing in these platforms for scale. For those of you in person, hang tight. I have another. Do I have it up here? Oh, I don't have it up here. There's some really cool demos in the back. So please, when we're done, walk back there and see them. And let's have a great 2026. Thanks, everyone, for joining us.
Hey Copilot, help me generate more images like this.
Hi, I'm Faith Pinot from LA Times Studios in Washington, D.C. Here are some of today's top stories from the Los Angeles Times. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro made his first appearance in an American courtroom Monday afternoon, pleading not guilty to narco-terrorism charges, telling a New York district judge, quote, "I am a decent man, president of my country." Maduro's plea comes less than 2 days after elite U.S. forces seized the longtime leader and his wife from their bedroom in Caracas late Friday night.
Don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
As Maduro awaits what many expect to be a lengthy trial, President Trump said the U.S. will assume control of Venezuela and refuse to rule out the possibility of sending American troops into the country.
We're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it.
Maduro's capture plunged Venezuela into uncertainty Saturday. Times reporter Ana Ceballos said people lined up for food and supplies, bracing for what comes next in a country now caught between regime collapse and foreign control. Maduro's hand-picked Vice President Delcy Rodriguez was sworn into office Monday. And while she initially condemned the U.S.'s actions over the weekend, she said this in a statement Sunday. Quote, "Our people and our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war." Trump framed the mission as a national security move, but he focused heavily on Venezuela's oil. They have the world's largest oil reserves, but production has dropped by nearly half since Maduro took control of the country in 2013. Trump accused Venezuela's government of stealing U.S. oil infrastructure in the country and said American companies will now step in to control production and rebuild infrastructure. Meanwhile, over the weekend, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the U.S. will keep a military quarantine on Venezuelan oil exports, calling the move leverage. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers from both parties questioned the legality of the strike, which was carried out without congressional approval. Trump defended the secrecy, however, saying Congress couldn't be trusted not to leak. Secretary Rubio is expected to brief Congress Monday night. Here's two other stories we're following out of Washington. First, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced Monday that he's issuing a letter of censure to Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, accusing the retired Navy captain of urging troops to defy illegal orders. Hegseth says the step could lead to Kelly being demoted from his retired military rank. It follows Kelly's participation in a video with other Democratic veterans calling on service members to uphold the Constitution. Senate Democrats slammed the move as political retaliation, while Kelly says it's meant to silence dissent within the military. The Pentagon says Kelly has 30 days to respond, and a final decision is expected within 45 days. And Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is ending his run for a third term. Walz made the announcement Monday, saying after an extraordinarily difficult year for the state, he can no longer devote the energy needed to campaign, despite believing that he could win. His decision comes as President Trump continues to spotlight a major fraud investigation involving child care programs in Minnesota. The Associated Press reports that Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar is now considering a run for governor, according to a person close to her, though no final decision has been made. Now for some California news. Southern California is soaked again, as another round of rain caps off a record-breaking wet winter. The heaviest rain hit Sunday evening, with more showers expected Monday, before things finally taper off Tuesday, according to the National Weather Service. A flood advisory is still in effect across most of Los Angeles County, as coastal and valley areas recorded nearly an inch of rain Sunday, with mountain communities seeing up to 2 more inches. And get this, since October 1st, parts of Southern California have already logged nearly 14 inches of rain. That's more than 3 times the normal amount for this point in the season. And some areas could hit their entire yearly average by Monday night. The weekend storms caused road closures, spin-outs, debris flows, and even swift water rescues. And the LA County Department of Public Health advised beachgoers to stay away from the water through at least Monday afternoon. That's due to high bacteria levels from runoff. The good news, drier days are ahead. Forecasters say we get a break from the rain later this week, with mostly sunny SoCal skies returning by the weekend. That's it for today's headlines. To read these stories and more, be sure to subscribe to the LA Times.
Hello everyone, being here with you to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Republic Gamers is truly special to me. At this moment, I feel both excitement and deep emotion. 20 years ago, when ROG was born, I was right there at the very beginning. Back then, there were no dazzling stages, just a group of passionate engineers and product managers, united by a simple desire to build incredible products for gamers and for ourselves. The heart of ROG has never been just about specs or technology. It's always been about our love for gaming and the products that power it. When others saw motherboards, components, numbers, what we saw were the possibilities. We asked ourselves, how do we forge these weapons to be stronger, fiercer, and give every gamer a more liberated, more ultimate gaming or overclocking experience? That is, and always will be, the core spirit of ROG. Every generation needs its own fate. Back then, ours was to dare to be defiant. In the early 21st century, gamers everywhere were pushing hardware to the absolute limit. At ASUS, a group of like-minded partners, engineers, and product managers by day, and overclocking fanatics by night, endured countless, sleepless, exhilarating hours to create the A8N32-SLI motherboards. The moment it was unveiled, it became the top choice for elite gamers worldwide. We knew them. A new era for gamers has truly arrived. After defying the odds and true to our never-satisfied gamer spirit, we naturally moved on to dare to be aggressive. So in 2006, the Republic of Gamers was born. Our ambition was clear. For every gamer around the world, the most powerful weapons on the battlefield should come from ROG. The first motherboard to carry the ROG badge, the Crosshair, paired with an AMD Athlon 64 FX62, was overclocked to 3658.3 MHz and stunned the entire community. This was where the ROG legend truly began. But we didn't stop there. We brought out beastly laptops like the G70, dual GPU graphics card like Mars and Poseidon, the world's first 165Hz G-Sync monitor, the transforming Titan desktop, the triple boost Rapture router, and Zephyrus. Reimagine what gaming laptops could be with AAS technology. This journey of relentless innovation continues to amaze gamers to this day. To dare to be revolutionary, to overturn all expectations of a gaming brand is what sets ROG apart. ROG is more than a brand. It's a nation for gamers. We want every gamer to define their way of life through ROG. Every ROG product is crafted with a vanguard spirit, fusion aesthetics, and unmistakable attitude, meticulously refined to deliver the ultimate in sophistication. Over the years, the fearless eye has become a symbol our fans proudly display. This is also why we developed our patented AuraSync RGB technology, connecting all ROG devices and peripherals to create an immersive ecosystem, a true ROG lifestyle for our gamers. In 2016, we built ROG Saga, an entire universe of stories for our fans to explore and immerse themselves in. This brand revolution is still going strong today. And then, we began to ask ourselves, what are the true limits? To dare to be extreme, that's the core motivation behind the birth of ROG Lab in 2025. By fusing our DNA of power and style and adding AI technology, ROG Lab is pushing the brand into uncharted territories. And yes, we're building an unprecedented ROG ecosystem here and now, and I invite every one of you to dare to innovate. Every act of innovation proves that we dare to shatter old boundaries. This is ROG, and it's the shared faith of all gamers. Looking forward, ROG will continue to deliver the ultimate experience to gamers, empowering everyone not only to game, but to create their own gaming worlds. We will always dare to innovate. And today, I invite every gamer here to join us. Dare to innovate together. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm excited to introduce the all-new ROG Strix LC4 liquid cooling series, a revolutionary lineup that combines innovation, performance, and stunning design. The ROG Strix LC4 series offers versatile options to meet diverse build requirements. Among them, the short tubing version stands out with its ultra-clean aesthetics and compact layout, a perfect match for builders who value precision and visual harmony. The lineup also includes a standard model and an ARGB logo variant to give users the freedom to personalize their setups. The Series LC4 LCD version features a 5.08-inch full-color LCD, delivering an immersive visual experience. With the new control software, users can seamlessly switch between different customer contents options to express their own unique style. Balancing cooling performance and acoustic comfort is the key priority. The Series LC4 features a specially engineered water pump that rapidly dissipates heat from CPU. Paired with a new all-in-one triple fan design, these coolers deliver powerful airflow while maintaining low noise operation. The most groundbreaking upgrade is the AIOQ connector technology. Compared with the motherboard featuring the AIOQ connector, there's no need to connect the pump, fan, or LCD cables to their corresponding headers. Just align the contact points and all control signals are transmitted directly through the connector, making the setup easier than ever. Beyond simplifying PC DIY, removing these cables further enhances the minimalist aesthetics of a build. Combined with the short tubing, the visual clarity is outstanding. It's a triumph of engineer precision and artistic elegance. Here are two recently announced flagship X870 motherboards, the ROG X870 Glacial and the ROG X870 Dark Hero, featuring the new AIOQ connector that makes PC DIY easier than ever. The two models offer distinctive looks, the elegant purity of white and the classic strength of black, giving builders the freedom to express their own style. Both motherboards are fully optimized for AMD's upcoming X3D processors, delivering ultimate performance for any setup. Now, let's dive into what's new with this generation of ROG motherboards. Let's start with the Glacial model, a winner of this year's CES Innovation Awards. Unlike previous ROG Extreme motherboards with full coverage water blocks, the latest Glacial shift focus to a premium white aesthetics and flagship-grade design. It embodies cutting-edge performance, refined engineering, and distinctive style, tailored for builders who seek both ultimate functionality and a bold, pristine look. With this all-white theme and top-tier feature set, the ROG X870 Glacial stands as a new symbol of ASUS high-end innovation. As for Dark Hero, it builds on our legacy and is a massive upgrade across the entire architecture. The stealthy design establishes Dark Hero as a unique high-end option for users who demand exceptional performance. Next up, let's dive into some of the standout features of these new motherboards. Starting with the 3D DC M.2 heatsink. This heatsink features a large surface area and connects to heat pipes through a temperature equalization plate, forming a vacuum chamber that greatly enhances cooling for M.2 SSDs. Let's take a closer look at how it works. Our 3D VC M.2 heatsink integrates an extra heat pipe and a vapor chamber to increase cooling across the entire M.2 side. This structure can reduce operating temperatures by up to 10%, delivering highly efficient thermal performance for PCIe Gen 5 SSDs. Next, let's talk about PCIe LAN allocation. With the adaptive PCIe configuration features, we will aesthetically optimize both Gen 5 and Gen 4 bandwidth, ensuring full speed for peak performance gaming, maximum throughput for Gen 5 storage, and rock-solid stability for creator and AI workloads. Here are 3 common scenarios where this feature excels. First, for gamers, graphics card in the main Gen 5 slot of these new X870 motherboards can use the full complement of PCIe LANs, even while the second PCIe slot provides Gen 3x4 for another high-performance expansion card. And for creators who demand massive storage capacity, the Glacial supports 2 storage expansion cards that can use up to 4 Gen 5 SSDs and 3 Gen 4 SSDs. For AI-focused usage, the dual PCIe slots can be configured to use 8 LANs each, empowering users to run dual graphics cards for advanced workloads. These 3 upgrades help ensure that gamers, content creators and AI developers reach the full potential of PCIe Gen 5 performance with unprecedented flexibility. Beyond hardware innovations, with these motherboards, we are also introducing key software and firmware enhancements, and one of the highlights is the AI Cache Boost. AI Cache Boost supercharges your large language model workflows by optimizing CPU cache and memory pathway, delivering up to 29% faster local LLM performance through advanced high-speed memory tuning. This feature is exclusive to ASUS AMD 800 and 600 series motherboards paired with Ryzen 9000 series CPUs. And we are also making big moves on the firmware side, especially in the BIOS. We are introducing major updates that make it simpler, smarter, and more intuitive for every user. With this latest wave of XSFDE motherboards, we have revamped the entire BIOS interface to make it easier to navigate. Furthermore, the BIOS ROM capacity is getting upgraded to 64 megabytes. In addition to providing more support for future AMD CPUs, this also enables a pre-installation function for Wi-Fi drivers. Users will no longer need to prepare a USB drive with Wi-Fi drivers for the operating system installation process. Going back to the hardware for a moment, we've also updated the PCI slot purity mechanism on XSFDE Glacial. It now features a switch that controls the release mechanism for both PCI slots. That makes installing or removing your graphics card or other expansion cards more convenient than ever. And of course, this launch also brings even more ROG innovations. You will see upgrades such as a full-color 5-inch LCD, now enhanced with anti-fluctuations and anti-glare coating, plus ultimate power delivery, and exclusive features like ROG Q10.2, ROG Hyper M.2 card, ROG Memory Q fan, and dual 10 gigabit Ethernet ports, along with AI-driven technologies that deliver ultra-fast connectivity. All these advancements come together to redefine what the next-generation ROG motherboards can deliver in both performance and user experience. And finally, this launch is not just about ROG flagships. We are also introducing new models across the ROG Strix, Asus TUF Gaming, and Poa lineup to give builders every option to create their perfect PC. So, don't miss out on all the exciting new products coming your way. Thank you.
Now that you have a motherboard for your next build, let's dive into the ROG Chronox. It's a panoramic gaming chassis that perfectly blends stunning aesthetics with extreme performance. The brushed aluminum trim, paired with indirect lighting, elevates your PC into the next level. Meanwhile, the curved tempered glass panel is manufactured with an extremely minimal curve, creating expansive and seamless view of all your components. The ROG Chronox features an iconic tool-free design. One press at the rear releases the side panel in a second. It's easy to build in, but designed for serious hardware. The Chronox supports BTF EATX motherboards, dual 360mm radiators, and graphics cards up to 400mm long, giving elite builders the space and power they need to push boundaries. To hold your graphics card firmly, ROG Chronox features a robust graphics card holder for stable mounting. The patented slot clamps at the back ensures smooth installation. A simple snap locks your graphics card in place. Next, let's look at the thermal design. This case's cooling potential is on another level, with support for up to 14 120mm fans. There's a dedicated fan at the bottom rear, channeling cool air directly to your graphics card. The patented rotatable side fan brackets sets a new standard for thermal design. Rotate, align, and tune, transforming the side fans into a striking visual showcase. Speaking of aesthetics, the ROG Chronox also features a 9.2-inch LCD screen with a 60Hz refresh rate to elevate its appearance. The case screen module also has a hinge, allowing the user to freely rotate it to the most suitable and convenient viewing angle. On the screen, you can check your system dashboard for CPU, GPU, memory, and fan stats in real time. There is also a theme editor where you can personalize backgrounds and system info to match your style. Or, if you need some reminders, notification mode keeps you updated with everything you have coming up. It even celebrates with you, sending out festive visuals for holidays like New Year or Christmas. And when your PC is off, the screen turns into a sleek digital clock, so it always looks alive. The ROG Chronox unites every element of PC DIY mastery, featuring an integrated ROG K screen module that takes customization to the next level, redefining what performance and design can achieve together. And to go with this new chassis, now let's meet the ROG UROX GR120 ARGB fan, a fan that pushes engineering to its limits. The ROG UROX redefines the balance of powerful airflow and steady pressure with remarkably low noise levels. It also features a patented daisy chain mechanism. It ensures a secure and reliable connection, preventing fan separation and providing easy cable management. The 3 independent lighting zones, 2 vibrant strips at the front and a circular center glow, combine to create a streamlined visual spectacle and to make it truly yours. 10 default lighting effects with infinite customization options allow you to craft your system's look to perfection. The ROG UROX is a masterpiece of dynamic lighting and exquisite craftsmanship. It doesn't just perform, it defines the next benchmark of gaming excellence. The ROG Chronox chassis, together with our ROG UROX fans, stands unrivaled. The ultimate choice for PC DIY and the first pick for those who demand nothing but the best.
Thank you, Weimin. Hello, everyone. Today, we are bringing you an all-new gaming desktop, the ROG G1000. This flagship PC stands out with 3 major highlights. It contains ultra-powerful components for incredible gaming performance, a 420mm all-in-one featuring a dedicated liquid cooling chamber, and a groundbreaking, fully customizable holographic lighting system. Let's dive in. After years of repetitive fish tank designs, we're setting a new bar for what a gaming PC can look like. We have noticed a shift in gaming culture. Gamers today don't just chase higher frame rates, they want their setups to reflect who they are. That insight leads us to create something truly new, a desktop that's not only powerful, but personal. That idea became Anime Holo, the world's first built-in holographic fan system. The Side Holo fan offers a 380mm ultra-wide vivid display that turns your rig into a statement piece, showcasing animations, logos, or your favorite characters as the centerpiece of your setup in the most striking way. The dual-front Holo fan lets you shape the mood, choose solo for individuality, fusion for fluid motion, or sync for perfect harmony across both fans. And with Armory Crack, you can easily upload MP4, GIF, JPEG, or PNG images and animations, and even organize when each one appears to create a setup that feels uniquely yours. Each Holo fan is housed in an independent chamber to minimize vibration and noise, ensuring whisper-quiet operation and uncompromised cooling. It's expressive, refined, and unmistakably ROG. The level of hardware and software integration in this holographic system is something hardly any PC builder or DIYer in the market could achieve with off-the-shelf parts, and we are very proud of our experts at the ROG Lab for making it a reality. Now, let's talk performance, because the G1000 doesn't just look powerful. Inside, every component is precision crafted and optimized to push performance to its limits, seamlessly, powerfully, and relentlessly. This machine is available with up to an AMD Ryzen 9 X3D CPU and an ROG Astro RTX 5090 for the ultimate in gaming performance. These high-end components are supported by an A70 motherboard, ensuring stable power delivery, lightning-fast Wi-Fi 7, and room for future upgrades. You also get up to the 128GB of DDR5 memory and up to 4TB of PCIe 5.0 SSD storage, delivering snappy load times and responsiveness. From components to assembly, everything is tested by our professional ROG engineers. Try and chew. Every piece works together seamlessly, ready to get right out of the box without any setup hassle. Cooling this much power requires a smarter system. That's why we engineered the tri-room airflow design, where each key component, CPU, GPU, and power supply, has its own dedicated thermal path. At the heart of it is the futuristic ROG thermal atria, a dedicated chamber that fits the CPU's 420mm all-in-one liquid cooler with fresh outside air. This design keeps your CPU up to 16 degrees Celsius cooler under full load, since it has access to fresher air and double the airflow compared to conventional layouts, giving you CPU cooling capacity that goes beyond the ordinary. The graphics card and the motherboard room is powered by dual 200mm front intakes, a 140mm rear exhaust, and a 140mm button intake, allowing the GPU to sustain higher clock speeds with lower temperature hotspots under pressure. Thanks to the 104-liter chassis, airflow inside this monster rig is more efficient than ever. And the power supply, sitting its own surrounded compartment to eliminate heat crossover. When you need an instant cooling surge, just tap the fan key. One touch drives every fan to peak speed. The ROG G1000 is a dream come true PC for creative gamers. It brings together anime holo customization, top-tier performance, and advanced thermal innovation, all in one pre-built powerhouse. It's not just built to perform, it's built to be seen. Next, I will hand it over to May to unveil the newest ROG displays.
Back in 2022, ROG didn't just enter the OLED gaming market to build monitors. We entered to build new experiences with you. You talk, we listen. From the brightest highlights to the fastest refresh rate, the most worry-free panels, and the true black glossy finish, ROG provides comprehensive OLED solutions, consistently redefining the display landscape. And 2025 was a landmark year for ROG. All thanks to you, our incredible community of gamers. Because you choose ROG, because you love the innovation and quality we deliver. We officially became the #1 market share leader in OLED gaming monitors. But we are not stopping there. Today, we're taking another giant leap forward. We're incredibly excited to introduce the next generation of true RGB striped pixel OLED technology. And the best part? It's not just for QD OLED. It's coming to Tandem OLED as well. This means a whole new level of visual fidelity for gamers, regardless of your preferred OLED panel type. For too long, gamers have voiced concerns about text clarity and color fringing on OLED monitors. With RGB striped pixels, those concerns are a thing of the past. Every pixel now features a complete RGB stripe arrangement, giving you the incredibly sharp text and superior image quality. I know you're all eager to see which monitors will feature this groundbreaking technology. First, we're bringing you an upgraded version of our already acclaimed Tandem OLED monitor with the iconic silver transparent design. Introducing the ROG Swift OLED PG27UCWM, a 27-inch 4K powerhouse. And for those who prefer a still feel look, we're also offering a classic black version, complete with the signature transparent back, adding a touch of dark tech to your setup. But this monitor isn't just about aesthetics. By removing the white subpixel found in traditional white OLED panels and using pure RGB striped pixel tech, it delivers up to 27% larger color volume, especially at high luminance levels, giving you richer, more vibrant colors that truly pop off the screen. For competitive gamers, the PG27 is also dual mode, allowing you to boost the refresh rate from 4K 240Hz to an incredible Full HD 480Hz, and easily adjust the aspect ratio to a smaller 24.5-inch for competitive gaming. And with Dolby Vision HDR support, you're guaranteed breathtaking visuals that bring every movie and game to life with stunning realism. The ROG Swift OLED PG27 UCWN will be available in the first half of 2026. Now, let's move on to our QD OLED display. For ultra-wide lovers, we're thrilled to introduce the ROG Swift OLED PG34 WCDN. This QD OLED with RGB strip pixel tech isn't just a revolution in pixel layout. It features a new black shell film on the surface, increasing the panel's hardness for 2.5 times better scratch resistance compared to previous QD OLED panels, so users don't need to worry about scratches when cleaning the display. Plus, it boosts the perceived black levels by up to 40%, allowing you to experience richer, deeper blacks, even in well-lit rooms. Furthermore, the PG34 WCDN is the world's fastest 34-inch OLED monitor, boasting a 1,800R curvature and a blazing fast 360Hz refresh rate, delivering an unparalleled immersive experience. Certified by VESA Display HDR 500 True Black. Both the PG27 and PG34 are equipped with versatile connectivity options to unlock their full potential. They feature DisplayPort 2.1a with full 80 gigabits bandwidth, USB-C with 90 watts power delivery, and HDMI 2.1. So you're getting a complete, uncompromised experience. The ROG Swift OLED PG34 WCDN will be available in Q1 of 2026. We just introduced our two new 27-inch and 34-inch displays. But have you ever imagined something even bigger, even more immersive? We have something very exciting to show you today. This is the next generation of the ROG display, and now it can follow you anywhere. Introducing the world's first gaming glasses with a refresh rate of up to 240 Hz, the ROG X-Real R1. ROG keeps expanding the gaming visual experience with bigger screens and more immersive designs. To bring this vision to life, we've integrated advanced optical technology developed together with X-Real, a global leader in consumer AR glasses, enhancing the way players see and experience their games. With this innovation, it redefines what visual immersion means in the world of gaming displays. From the screen in front of you to the screen that follows you, this is where the ROG ecosystem truly comes alive, bridging your gaming experience across every dimension. You start on the monitor and then you put on the glasses. Your vision expands into a stunning 100-inch virtual display right in front of you. As you sit at your gaming setup, a truly massive immersive view. The farther you look, the larger it appears, expanding into a virtual display of up to 171 inches at a distance of 4 meters. With the 57-degree field of view, covering about 95% of the eye's focus, every scene feels closer and more real, bringing big screen gaming to a whole new dimension, all powered by the world's first 240 Hz refresh rate for AR gaming. And to unleash that full performance, you'll need a powerful gaming PC. That's why we created the ROG Control Dock, your ultimate bridge between PC, console, and the AR glasses. It carries everything gamers love about ROG monitors: high refresh rates, versatile connectivity, and seamless switching between platforms, plus a full suite of extra features. Traditional AR glasses move the screen with your gaze, which can break immersion, and the overall experience feels limited. With Anchor Mode in native 3DOF, your display stays fixed in space. The screen stays perfectly aligned so you can lean back, relax, and stay in total control, enjoying the freedom of immersive AR. And thanks to the electrochromic lens technology, The glasses automatically adjust tints for the perfect balance of clarity and comfort. Even when you glance away or take a sip of water, your world stays vivid, immersive, and right where you left it. The ROG AR glasses work with portable devices too. When you're ready to unwind with a handheld, simply connect the glasses to your ROG Ally with a single Type-C cable. The connection is smooth, instant, and effortless, bringing your ROG gaming experience wherever you relax. At home or on the go, enjoy up to 171-inch gaming anytime, anywhere. Power up a hotel, a panoramic racing experience that stretches across your vision with breathtaking depth. Vivid spatial sound surrounds you, making engines roar and corners come alive. Wherever you go, your ROG world follows. Today, we're showing you the future of gaming visuals, from the brand new RGB striped Pixel OLED to the groundbreaking portability and immersion of the ROG X Real R1 gaming glasses. Whether you're at your desk, on the couch, or on the go, you can have the best gaming experience ever.
Thanks, May. Next, I'm excited to introduce an innovative direction for our gaming headsets. At the competitive edge of gaming, the demand for true audio fidelity keeps growing, and more players are turning to complex, audiophile-graded setups, sacrificing flexibility. But we believe gamers deserve both. To make this possible, we've partnered with HiFiMan, a leader in planar magnetic headphone technology. Together, we're fusing hi-fi audio with tactical gaming performance to raise the bar for gaming sound. We also leverage HiFiMan's industry-leading expertise in magnet and diaphragm technology to achieve optimum in-game audio performance. The drivers are tuned for a balanced sound signature across an ultra-wide frequency range, deliver clear audio and exceptional transient response. Positional awareness is also a critical factor, especially in FPS titles. To optimize spatial audio, we fine-tune the venting ratio to achieve the perfect balance, delivering a natural and expansive soundstage that lets you locate enemies and react faster to the action. The open back design also enhances sound separation, preventing low frequencies from masking critical cues so you can distinguish footsteps from nearby explosions. Lastly, we enforce strict left-right consistency to ensure precise stereo imaging. The Kithara features an on-cable, full-band MEMS boom microphone. MEMS technology offers a wider frequency response and a higher SNR, resulting in clear voice with minimum distortion. Many headsets with on-cable microphones suffer from crosstalk, where game audio leaks into your chat. We've addressed this by giving the Kithara a detachable cable, separating wiring for both audio and microphone signals. And this design prevents crosstalks and offers clean communication. For maximum compatibility, it features 3-in-1 swappable analog plugs, including single-ended and balanced options, compatible with various audio equipment. The Kithara delivers audiophile-grade fidelity while being engineered to meet the demands of gaming. Next, we're bringing gaming audio from the arena into your daily life, introducing the ROG Cetra Open Wireless. The open-ear design provides full situational awareness, keeping you in tune with both your audio and surroundings. For communication, the Cetra Open Wireless features 4 built-in microphones with AI noise cancellation. Plus, the design rests outside the ear canal, and the detachable neck strap ensures a comfortable and secure fit. Open-ear earbuds often struggle to deliver bass without a seal fit. To address this, we leverage diamond-like carbon diaphragm drivers. Their rigidity ensures a faster, clearer response with minimal distortion. We even created phantom bass to restore low-end perception and immersion mode to reduce background noise for clearer overall sound. The earbuds are also engineered for gaming with ROG Spinova 2.4 GHz for low latency audio. The dongle also supports USB-C pass-through charging, allowing you to play and charge simultaneously. All in all, the ROG Cetra Open Wireless is the perfect fit for both lifestyle, and gaming use. Now let's move from sound to switches. The ROG Falcon Ace 75HE is our latest compact keyboard design for both performance and precision. It features a more spacious 75% layout, upgraded ROG HFX V2 and V2X magnetic switches, and our advanced Hall sensor for consistently smooth and accurate keystrokes. Inside, it's packed with 6 layers of dampening material for refined acoustics and exceptional typing feel. The Falcon Ace 75HE also introduces a new sensitivity adjustment wheel for effortless onboard tuning of actuation point and rapid trigger sensitivity, while retaining fan-favorite features like the rapid trigger toggle, multi-function button, and touch panel. With an ultra-responsive 8,000 Hz polling rate, the Falcon Ace 75HE ensures every keystroke is captured with unmatched speed and precision. And to top it all off, it comes with a custom-fit carry case that keeps your keyboard protected wherever you go. You can expect to find the ROG Kithara, ROG Zephyrus Open Wireless, and ROG Falcon Ace 75HE coming to you in Q1 2026. So stay tuned.
Over the years, ROG laptops have been a cornerstone of our commitments to innovation and performance. From the ultra-powerful Strix family to the thin and light Zephyrus family, we are always looking for ways to move the industry forwards. We invented the 14-inch performance gaming laptop category, we introduced the world's first dual-screen laptop, and we have continued shaping that vision with the spirit of ROG Lab. Experiment boldly, engineer with purpose, and stay grounded in what our community needs the most. As a result, ROG Zephyrus has never stopped evolving. Every generation is a breakthrough, pushing boundaries of performance, craftsmanship, and creativity. And we couldn't have achieved these milestones without our community. You are the core of our creation. We listen, we build, we refine. We study how you play, create, and work, carefully planning every next move to meet your needs in the real world. We know you love Zephyrus' blend of power and portability. We also know multitasking is the new norm, and people want to be more efficient than ever. But efficiency can take different forms from different people. Some crave a powerful workstation, while others need more accessible device with longer battery life. Many of you have asked for multi-display flexibility, and on top of those requests, new technologies like AI are changing the way we live and work. So guided by the vision of ROG Lab, we look for ways Zephyrus can bring more to the table. Balancing all these requests is a serious challenge, but that challenge fuels us. With this year's lineup, we hope you will find the gaming laptop that fits your needs, your rhythm, and your identity. Because at the end of the day, we are for those who dare. We are excited to present the all-new Zephyrus series, the G14, the G16, and the long-awaited Zephyrus Duo back in action. Powerful, efficient, and versatile, each designed for different kinds of gamers and creators. We have been working closely with our partners to build the next generation of platforms to deliver power efficiency and AI acceleration above raw performance. New Zephyrus family will feature Intel's latest Panther-like processor. To dive into immense power and innovation of this chip, let me introduce our partner and friend, Josh.
Thank you, Sean. Look, I'm really excited about the all-new ROG Zephyrus lineup. At their core are the all-new Intel Core Ultra Series 3 processors. These processors will set a new standard for thin and light laptops. They deliver an impressive combination of performance, gameplay, AI capability, and battery life that will impress. Series 3 Core Ultra is built for scale. It employs a modular, tile-based construction built on Intel's unique fabric and mature Foveros packaging technology to enable broad design flexibility. All Series 3 Core Ultra processors feature new CPU, NPU, and Xe3 GPU IPs, all designed and optimized for the Intel 18A process technology. The new CPU IPs deliver enhanced architecture to optimize instructions per clock, or IPC. The low-power efficiency cores are organized in an upgraded efficiency cluster with 8 megabytes of memory-side cache. This allows more workloads to run at low power simultaneously and delivers long battery life for more usage scenarios. The top-tier Series 3 Core Ultra configurations offer 16 total CPU cores, which will deliver much higher multi-thread performance than the current Core Ultra 200V, or Lunar Lake processor, for usages like photo and video creation, while enabling similar levels of battery life. The integrated NPU5 delivers the support needed to run the latest Microsoft Copilot Plus experiences and has huge potential for future AI gaming use cases like in-game gaming assistance and non-player character enrichment. Running these game-enhancing use cases on the NPU in a gaming system is essential to keep the GPU free to render game frames at the maximum possible rate. Now, returning to how the Series 3 Core Ultra is built for scale, some configurations offer a larger number of PCIe Gen 5 lanes to accommodate the latest discrete graphics options and performance storage configurations. And all Series 3 Core Ultra products integrate the latest Wi-Fi 7 and Thunderbolt 4 technology to assure worry-free, fast, and easy connectivity to networks and peripherals. Intel is so proud to have been a key partner with ASUS for over 34 years, and of course ROG for all of its 20 years. I personally have worked with ASUS for almost 25 years, and every step of the way, I've been so impressed at the incredible things that happen when our two great engineering-led cultures come together. This new portfolio of ROG Zephyrus products powered by the Intel Core Ultra Series 3 processors is truly incredible, and I can't wait to bring them to the ROG community.
Thank you, Josh. That was an incredible look into the advanced silicon design. And yes, that brand new processors are coming to our ROG Zephyrus G14, G16, and the all-new Zephyrus Duo. We don't just meet expectations, we redefine them. Our new flagship G14 and G16 models offers configuration with up to NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5080 and 5090 laptop GPUs. Inside the industry-leading thin design, our team completely redesigned the thermal architecture to achieve significantly higher TGP, delivering the top-tier power that always have been the core of ROG. To introduce the new Zephyrus family and how it changes the game for the life on the go, please welcome Stanley.
Zephyrus has always had a special place in our product lineup. Not only is it portable and powerful, it has its own design language that speaks directly to the community that has shaped it. Your inside drives this evolution, your creativity feels it. Every element of Zephyrus is considered with care and engineered with intention, where performance meets precision in a cohesive user experience. And the precision extends to the display as well. That's why the next generation Zephyrus lineup comes with a brand new Nebula HDR display across the board. 2026 Zephyrus OLED panel now reach 1,000 nits of peak brightness, and mid-face display HDR True Black 1000 certification, delivering deeper blacks, brilliant highlights, and a truly cinematic HDR experience, making everything from the darkest dungeons to the brightest battlefield more vivid, responsive, and immersive than ever. It's also featured the Corning Gorilla Glass DXC, which provides scratch-resistant and anti-reflection coating for punch of visual in any environment. But we didn't stop at the hardware. To truly take Nebula HDRs to the next level, we had to improve the engine that powers it off. Trained on thousands of images and videos, our Nebula HDR engine algorithm have been improved even further to avoid overexposed highlights and preserve rich shadow details. And we have also introduced the factory HDR color calibration, ensuring incredible color accuracy right out of the box. This isn't easy, and require much more time and effort to ensure every single display comes out of the factory looking color accurate in both SDR and HDR modes. But it was the extra effort, so every frame of your content looking exactly the way it was meant to. So in short, these are the brighter panels with truer colors, smarter HDR processing, and the most stunning OLED experience than ever on the Zephyrus machine. Our Zephyrus machine have consistently been slimmer than competing gaming laptop. But it's worth remembering just how far the category has gone. 5 years ago, gaming laptop, even slimmer one, were noticeably larger than the today's model. 2 years ago, we raised that bar with our ultra-slim CNC aluminum chassis, bringing greater precision, strength, and refinement to the series. 2026 models push this even further. The new Zephyrus G14 and the G16 are built for more than just performance. They are designed with lasting comfort and sensory balance in mind. The slash lighting array has been upgraded from 7 lighting zones to 35, providing a smoother, more refined lighting effect that suits the elegant chassis. Paired with a new mirror glass material, it brings the stunning visual accents to your personal machine. The 6-speaker audio system delivers rich, detailed sound that draws you in for even more immersive experience. A built-in ambient lighting sensor adjusts screen brightness to your surroundings, keeping the display comfortable in any environment. These are the best Zephyrus G14 and G16 machines we have ever built. They feature ROG intelligent cooling, precisely engineered to unleash the full potential. The exhaust fans have been enlarged to increase overall airflow, and the internal flow dynamics have been redesigned to maximize efficiency within the thin chassis. These improvements allow the cooling system to remove heat faster and more effectively, enabling the laptop to sustain higher power and reach significantly higher TGP. We continue to offer our full range of GPU-powered Zephyrus G14 and G16 laptops for those seeking peak performance. Not only do this model feature the latest generation of Intel and AMD CPUs for maxed-out performance, they also bring a stunning evolution to their iconic design, pairing refined craftsmanship with the brilliance of new Nebula HDR display. But that's not all we are offering in the Zephyrus lineup this year. We are constantly challenging the limit of what the laptop can be. We know our community need more than just performance, unit space to create, to multitask, and explore the new territory. So what if you had twice as much space to make those dreams a reality? We are proud to introduce the all-new ROG Zephyrus Duo.
We know you have been waiting for this. As we say, the ROG community means everything to us. Your ambitions are the inspiration for every breakthrough we make. We're always listening to and learning from your insights. We've seen how players rely on multi-screen setups. We also know you are those who dare to embrace innovations. The Zephyrus Duo offers astonishing design from the avant-garde imaginations. It's a proving ground for what's possible, crossing boundaries and breaking expectations. For the past few years, we have been refining every element of that design, researching, reworking, rebuilding, all to bring you the next generation of this iconic machine. A brand new type of gaming device that the world has never seen, but that you deserve. Today, that vision becomes a reality. The new Zephyrus Duo is the world's first dual 16-inch gaming laptop with a bold new form factor and an uncompromising power, 19% thinner than the previous generation. It's built for players, creators, developers who need the system that keeps pace with their boundless imagination. This transformative design features two stunning, full-size ROG Nebula HDR displays, joined by a detachable full-size keyboard and touchpad, plus incredible performance all wrapped in our signature Zephyrus elegance. A precision mill aluminum chassis, refined slash lighting, and a fresh stellar gray finish that gives this machine its own quiet gravity. With an Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and up to an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5090 laptop GPU, the new Zephyrus Duo is a powerful workstation and gaming machine. And with the latest AI enhancement from NVIDIA, including DLSS, multi-frame generation, and ray reconstruction, your games will look and play better than ever. The stars of the show are the dual ROG Nebula HDR displays with OLED touch panel. They feature 3K resolution, 120Hz refresh rates, ultra-fast 0.2 millisecond response time, 1100 nits of peak brightness for gorgeous HDR visuals, perfect color accuracy for gaming and content creation. The main display also supports G-Sync for a silky smooth gaming experience. With both screens laid open, you get an over 21 inches of workspace, raising the bar on your capability and creativity while multitasking. Now, with such an expansive view comes the need for more control. The new Zephyrus Duo equips a large touchpad that gives you more control over everything. The new keyboard uses a full-size layout with a brand new coating, making it feel even smoother and easier to clean. It connects seamlessly via Bluetooth for use in multiple orientations that can handle whatever the situation requires. We didn't just redesign the form factor, we redefined how you can use your laptop, whether you are gaming, creating, or handling daily tasks. The second screen simply elevates your workflow seamlessly. Or attach the keyboard to the second panel as a usual laptop, while the keyboard automatically charges itself. You can also easily share your contents with others. Simply lay the Zephyrus Duo flat, let the magic happen. For programmers and game developers, turn it vertically and your workflow continues seamlessly. Or even play games with others. With our brand new dedicated 10 mode, you can enjoy multiplayer games like never before. With so much versatility in your hands, the Zephyrus Duo is a portable, flexible powerhouse that moves with you anywhere. We have the most innovative hinge design. Its dual torsion spring gives you smooth and effortless feel when you open the lid. Then cam structure kicks in to provide stronger support for any orientation. Versatility at this scale demands exceptional thermal engineering. To provide the best possible performance, we can't just rely on traditional thermal module. We have to conquer the impossible. All the internals are housed underneath the second screen, which limits the air intake. That's when ROG Intelligent Cooling comes in. We meticulously engineer the motherboard layouts and evaluate every single component, starting with the fans. The fan blades are arranged in a tight, flowing formation, with smooth curves and subtle contouring that align seamlessly with the internal structure, maximizing airflow, guiding it from intake vents through the heatsink and rear exhaust. With the new layout, we can control the heat-producing components with a larger vapor chamber that covers 45% of the motherboard for more efficient thermal transfer throughout the whole system. On top of that, we have also added a graphite sheet that covers 100% of the CPU and GPU to help them operate at their highest potential. These advancements took our engineering team to a whole new level, all while performing its absolute best to suit your multi-screen use cases in today's ever-changing world. For gaming and creating, there should be no compromise. In fact, we want to make everything better. By including 6 large speakers, we boosted the audio by 122%, deliver richer sounds in every scenario. With every inch of this laptop redesigned, the new Zephyrus Duo is truly a game changer, with performance and versatility that allows you to do it all. One system, 2 screens, unlimited potentials. So many ways to make use of this unique design. Innovation never stops, and it's your needs and desire that encourage us to keep pushing forwards. The 2026 ROG Zephyrus Duo redefines what enthusiasts can expect from a dual-screen powerhouse. Merging powerful performance, stunning panels, and a uniquely crafted chassis. It built with exceptional engineering and category-defining innovation. This is a gaming machine created for those who leap into the future. Finally, we have one more special announcement to share. As gaming becomes culture, ROG becomes an iconic emblem in the world of play. What began as performance evolved into identity. What started as hardware became a language for creation. Crossover collaborations are more than just partnership between two companies. It's an extension of our values. From musicians to fashion to plenty of anime, we have collaborated across many different worlds, creating truly unique products that play the greatest strength of both brands. We continue to explore collaborations in new fields, expanding on what gaming means to the world. Our latest collaboration is with the iconic Cojima production, where we invite gamers to dream bigger, to see play not just as a hobby, but as a way of life. Together, let's redefine what play can be for Ludens who dare.
サピエンス考える人ですけど、これからの未来に必要な何かというと、遊ぶ人とホモ・ルーデンスというのをアイコンとして作ったと。やっぱりこれからの未来テクノロジー進化して我々が宇宙に行ったり別の世界に行ったりする中で一番重要なのは何かというとやっぱり遊ぶということ。単なる遊びじゃなくて遊びの中でいろいろものを考えてある種のクリエイティブをしているというか脳を使っているというかそういうのが僕にとっては遊びなんでそういうものを提供したい。
It's about challenging conventions, and that's where ROG is all about. ROG is Republic of Gamers. As what's named, it actually unites all the gamers around the world. I admire the work of KJP. His deep understanding about the game universe helps us to bring a connection between gamers and the parallel universe of games together.
The only vision we wanted to make is to make something people never seen before. And at the first sight, they saw it, they feel special, connected.
Ludens の世界観でガジェットを作っていくっていうのが僕の中の一つ大きなコンセプト。パソコン作ってて、メーカーをデザインするのとかとすごいゲーム制作の過程に結構似てるなっていうのはちょっと感じてまして、ゲームも好きにデザインはできるっていうのはあるんですけど、ゲームなりに制約があったり、実際にコンセプトアートを作ってそれを落とし込んでいく過程で修正が来たから別の方向性にシフトしていくっていう臨機応変なデザインの仕方っていうのは普段やってるようなこととすごい近い。
This model is built for demanding games and creative work and powered by AMD Ryzen AI Plus 395 processor in a compact 2-in-1 device. It's really fit for this collaboration.
We are trying our best and capture the essence from Mr. Shinkawa. With Kojima production, we like having something like the new spark for it, whether external or internal. fiber has a lot of limitation for it. The result, it looks very great, so we're quite happy for it.
Sapiens adapts to the surroundings. Ludens are game changers. Luden are game changers that think about status quo is not enough. Ludens change the environments that will really make an impact of your own path. And that's where we see the evolution from Sapiens to Ludens.
ルーデンスっていうのは中の人間がメインではなくてその人間を支えるテクノロジーそれこそが僕らを次の世界とか次の未来に連れて行ってくれるという皆さんがあれを着てクリエイティブスーツを着て未来に向かっていくというイメージもうちょっと防御をしましょうと自分で行きましょうとそのための装置がルーデンスです。
The ROG Flow Z13 KJP will be available soon in limited quantities. Everything you have seen today is the accumulation of 20 years of innovation and daring to go beyond. And we would like to say thank you to every gamers in the Republic. You are the reason this journey becomes legendary. Over the past 20 years, we have built a legacy of faith. And today, breakthrough is not an exception, it's an expectation. Here's to the next chapter, with even more surprises, more innovations, more limitless imagination. Here's to the next 20 years of daring together.
Please welcome Izumi Kawanishi.
Hello everyone. Welcome. Thank you for joining us at Sony Honda Mobility press conference for CES 2026. We are excited about the future of mobility. In the 3 years since we established Sony Honda Mobility, the automotive industry has seen diverse evolution and growth. At Sony Honda Mobility, we are evolving mobility into an interactive experience. Our brand, Afira, is built on a vision to redefine the relationship between people and mobility. We are bringing innovation to how people move. Being in a car will no longer be about driving. It will be about making the most of your time and space while you move. Car will understand the passenger's preferences and feelings, and the relationship will become an interactive dialogue. The key to realizing mobility as a creative entertainment space is in harnessing the power of AI, specifically vehicle AI. Advanced vehicle AI will deliver user experiences and two-way communication that go beyond the traditional vehicle OS. One is in the autonomous driving domain. The other is in the conversational agent domain. With these technology tools, we put AI at the center of mobility evolution. This allows us to create experiences that truly foster a more symbiotic relationship with the driver. Let me begin talking about our vision for autonomous driving. We are advancing the development of our ADAS, Afira Intelligent Drive. Afira's Intelligent Drive will enhance the VLM, Vision Language Model, to elevate our end-to-end driving solution from Level 2 Plus to Level 4 equivalent. Specifically, we are constantly reviewing sensing devices and layouts, further improving computing power and making our end-to-end driving AI stronger. As a result, the cabin will evolve into a driverless environment, reducing the task of manual driving and providing more freedom to relax and enjoy entertainment content. In the future, the driverless environment will transform the cabin into a true creative entertainment space. Secondly, our conversational agent, Afira Personal Agent, powered by Microsoft Azure OpenAI, enhances mobility interaction through personalized natural language dialogue. This elevates the relationship between people and mobility into something more personal and long-lasting. In other words, mobility will evolve into an experience that understands every user. For AI, Sony Honda Mobility has established a basic policy. We will promote its utilization, research, and development sensitively, while carefully considering personal information and privacy. To realize the new user experiences, the advanced suite of automotive products and solutions from Qualcomm, serves as one of the key technologies. Sony Honda Mobility has had a strategic partnership with Qualcomm since the beginning of Afira's development. We will realize our next-generation E&A architecture using the Snapdragon digital chassis. Now, let me introduce our important partner from Qualcomm, Executive Vice President and Group General Manager, Automotive, Industrial, and Embedded IoT and Robotics, Nakul Dugar. So Nakul, thank you for your coming. I've always been excited about Qualcomm's next generation automotive platform. Could you tell us about the features of your Snapdragon digital chassis?
First of all, Happy New Year, Kawanishi-san. Happy New Year to all of you. At Qualcomm, our collaboration with Sony Honda Mobility reflects a shared vision to redefine mobility. Together, we are building not just technology, we are creating smarter, safer, and more engaging journeys. Our next generation Snapdragon digital chassis platforms bring scalable breakthrough capabilities to life, including generative AI that deeply personalize intuitive in-cabin experiences, where the car becomes a dynamic digital space with tailored content, natural interactions, and seamless integration across devices. Advanced driver assistance systems designed for safety and automation, combining high performance, efficiency, and AI-driven intelligence to enable smooth, confident driving. And a comprehensive cloud-connected architecture that ensures vehicles stay updated, secure, and always connected.
Thank you, Nakul. As we see AI functions and performance becoming more important within vehicle architecture, how do you view Qualcomm's role in the automotive industry?
I'm proud to say that Qualcomm is driving the AI-powered transformation of the automotive industry. We bring advanced compute semiconductors powered now by agentic AI into the heart of every vehicle, enabling intelligent, personalized experiences that redefine what a car can do. AI has become a foundational element, from adaptive in-cabin systems that learn driver preferences to safety and automation through ADAS. We are making vehicles smarter, safer, and more intuitive. Combined with seamless connectivity and a decade of leadership in intelligent automotive platforms, Qualcomm is setting the standard for AI innovation at scale.
Looking ahead, what are your expectations for your collaboration with Sony Honda Mobility?
First of all, Kawanishi-san, we are deeply honored and privileged to be part of the Sony Honda Mobility platform. Afira represents a bold step forward in redefining mobility, and we are thrilled that the Snapdragon digital chassis is at the core of Afira. These vehicles showcase how intelligence, connectivity, and safety converge to create experiences that feel truly premium and deeply personal. Our expectation is simple. Afira will set a new benchmark for what an intelligent car can be, where technology elevates every moment of the drive.
Thank you, Nakul.
Thank you.
Wonderful to have such a strong partner.
Thank you very much.
Nakul. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, let's talk about in-cabin entertainment. By maximizing the cabin space, Afira challenges the traditional concept of in-cabin entertainment, creating content design to move you. Through collaboration with diverse partners, Afira brings you movies, music, gaming, and more. Afira passengers can enjoy entertainment on the panoramic screen and the rear entertainment system, as well as the customizable themes and uniquely visualized 3D maps. We are not only elevating existing content, we are transforming the very experience of mobility into a richer, more enjoyable time. To discuss this vision further, please welcome from Sony Interactive Entertainment, Senior Vice President, Business and Product, Eric Rempel.
Thank you, Kawanishi-san. It's great to be here with my colleagues from Sony Honda Mobility. Today, I'm going to talk about how we are collaborating across Sony Group to bring together creativity, technology, and deliver new innovative experiences for consumers. For over 30 years, PlayStation has created and delivered unforgettable experiences for players around the world. From our consoles and accessories to the incredible games that define each generation. Everything we do comes back to one simple idea. We want PlayStation to be the best place to play and to give players the more ways than ever to access the games they love. We also think it's important to be where our players are and give them options on how they access their games. Remote play has been part of the PlayStation experience for many years. It started when we introduced remote play with PlayStation 3, and at the time, our portable device, PlayStation Portable, PSP. Then we started to really see it take off with PlayStation 4. Now, for anyone who hasn't tried it, remote play lets you stream games from a PS5 or PS4 to devices you already have and use every day. Devices like your phone, your tablet, your PC, and your Mac, and most recently, PlayStation Portal. PlayStation Portal is our remote play dedicated device which streams games from PS5 or through the cloud while preserving that immersive PlayStation experience fans love. It has quickly become one of our most popular companions for PlayStation 5. In fact, PlayStation Portal now accounts for over 50% of all PS5 remote play sessions, surpassing streams through all of those other devices combined. So now we're taking the remote play feature one step further. As we recently confirmed, we're bringing remote play to cars for the first time, right onto the Afila's entertainment system. With a DualSense controller and a good network connection, Afira becomes another way you can pick up and play the games you love. Just like every other remote play experience, this isn't a console in the car. You're playing the games you already own through streaming. It's for those moments when you have some downtime in your car, like when you're waiting to pick someone up, or if you want to keep passengers entertained on a very long road trip. For us, this is a meaningful example of how the PlayStation experience can extend beyond the living room in ways that feel natural and useful for gaming fans. We hope players will enjoy the new way to access some of the best games this generation has to offer, including Astrobot, God of War Ragnarok, and Ghost of Yotei. And 2026 will be one of the best years yet for players, with highly anticipated games like Resident Evil Requiem, Marathon, and more launching very soon. In addition to remote play, Sony Honda Mobility is also integrating our franchises into the Afira experience. Gran Turismo and Astrobot will have themes for Afira, including custom wallpapers and e-motor sounds. There will also be wallpapers featuring several other PlayStation titles. Together, we are crafting a unique audio-visual interactive experience that will appeal to gaming fans. We're excited to bring remote play to Afira with Sony Honda Mobility, and we're looking forward to extending the PlayStation experience to new and unexpected places that give players even more access to the games they love. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. To further expand the possibilities of in-cabin entertainment, we have the Afira co-creation program for creators and developers. We will release production information for various content in Afira's entertainment environment. This includes in-vehicle apps as well as themes consisting of dynamic wallpapers, e-motor sound, and the rich cluster. This allows Afira to be freely customized, transforming it into a more personal in-cabin space. Even creators who have had no connection to the automotive industry will be able to join and create on this open platform. Today, I'd like to welcome the first female Japanese music producer to work on a Grammy-nominated album. Please welcome Tomoko Ida.
Thank you, Kawanishi-san. Hello, everyone. When Sony Honda Mobility asked me to produce the sound experience for Afira, I felt an instant excitement. It was a chance to step into an industry I had never worked in before and challenge my creativity in a completely new direction. In Afira's quiet cabin, the opportunity to create sound inspired by the vehicle's acceleration and speed, and I could turn that vehicle into a solo musical instrument. I could explore new ways of creating an artistically inspired soundscape for the vehicle. So, instead of imitating engine sound, I have explored sound that makes the act of moving and the sonic experience of mobility more enjoyable. It was an opportunity for complete freedom of expression. Let's listen to the sound I designed. For the e-motor sound, I was inspired by the idea of blending Japanese and Western styles. It's my hope people can feel the quiet but powerful energy in the sound, as well as the uplifting feeling of stepping into the future. Until now, we have used the cars mainly for transportation, but Afira, with its self-driving technology and advanced audio system, introduces a new value, being in the car for an entertaining experience. A sound experience that reflects Japan truly comes alive in the quiet cabin EV, helping people focus inward with its delicate tones. And driving becomes an experience, because Afira is a future-driven mobility platform born from Japan's Sony and Honda. It can deliver a truly authentic Japanese sound experience to the world. As a music producer, I see the people who ride in Afira as my audience. For me, it has created a new listening room where I can share different sound with them and deliver a truly authentic Japanese sound experience. I'm excited, by the way. Sony Honda Mobility is leading the way in designing the mobility experience that is also a creative playground. As a music producer, I'm so honored to be part of this, and I deeply connect with Afira's vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoko. Through the Afira co-creation program, we are preparing an open platform that releases vehicle information to the public enabling the development of various mobility applications. We plan to provide cloud APIs that handle vehicle information and an Android application development environment for in-vehicle infotainment. This enables developers to create entirely new mobility applications that will further transform the in-cabin experience. Please access our co-creation website for more information. We hope many creators and developers will join us. To further accelerate open co-creation with creators, we are building an on-chain mobility service platform driven by crypto technology and a token-based incentive model. It is an ecosystem based on the X-to-earn concept, considering of 3 cycles: creation, experience, and development. This platform will be able to not only to Sony Honda Mobility, but also to other automotive OEMs and service providers. We will update you with details soon. Sony Honda Mobility will actively contribute to the evolution of mobility. To talk about the status of our first model, Afira 1, here in the US, let me introduce our North American Senior Marketing Director, Jay.
Thank you, Kawanishi-san, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here at CES and update you on Afira progress in the US. The team at Sony Honda Mobility of America has been extremely busy building awareness of the brand from scratch. In 2025, we welcomed over 100,000 visitors and conducted more than 25,000 in-cabin demonstrations of the Afira. We continue to see month-over-month increases in foot traffic at our studios, pop-ups, and collaborative events. Oftentimes, we receive encouraging customer feedback, much of which is unique to the brand. For example, Sony and Honda, 2 great brands coming together to shake up the industry, or ones that specifically highlight our product features and safety. I love all of the innovation. LiDAR and sensors make me feel secure. The Afira 1 is turning heads not only for dedicated EV enthusiasts, but also amongst those considering their very first electric vehicle. In fact, only about 22% of our interested customers already own an EV. We are thrilled to see that drivers who were once hesitant to make the switch are now ready to take their first step into the future of mobility with our Afira 1. And this excitement and momentum isn't limited to California. Buzz is spreading fast. We are seeing remarkable interest from customers from over half of the country who are eager to join the Afira journey. So what makes Afira worth waiting for? Afira's goal as a co-creative brand is to deliver a driving experience beyond imagination by bringing the technologies of the future into our vehicles today. As Kawanishi-san mentioned, Afira is a co-creative canvas for personalization through advanced technology, entertainment, and partnership that empowers customers with options to make Afira 1 uniquely their own, the only one. Now, let me show you what it means to be Afira. Afila's versatility in technology, entertainment, and mobility partnerships opens future forward opportunities across industries. And this is only a taste of what can be achieved. As we look forward to Afira One deliveries, we are ramping up our operational readiness in the US. We also provide a variety of locations for our customers to experience Afira in person. We currently welcome customers at 4 Afira studios in Beverly Hills, Century City, San Jose, and San Diego. Our studios are collaborative spaces where customers can enjoy the full range of Afira One in-car features and personalization options. In addition, our studio and delivery hubs in Torrance and Fremont, California are gearing up to open this spring. Later this year, we will begin hosting Afira One demo drives. To kick things off, we're planning to host Afira Advanced Access opportunities exclusively for our early reservation holders. These experiences will roll out in phases, gradually shifting focus from entertainment to driving performance. Sony Honda Mobility of America is riding this momentum, and we are thrilled that Afira One will take on California roads this year. What's more, I'm also happy to announce that we will be expanding our activities to Arizona in 2027. We are excited to bring the Afira experience to even more customers across the US. And now, I will hand it over to CEO of Sony Honda Mobility, Yasuhide Mizuno.
Our journey has only just begun. Hello, everyone. At Sony Honda Mobility, we are steadily advancing preparation for development, manufacturing, and operation in the US. At Sony Honda Mobility's production line, located in Honda's East Liberty plant in Ohio, trial production has already started. The Afira One you see on this stage today is a pre-production vehicle manufactured on that very line. The manufacturing team is very excited about producing Afira and taking the brand to new heights. We anticipate the start of delivery to customers in California late this year. For the Japanese market, we plan to begin deliveries in the first half of 2027. In the meantime, we plan to create opportunities for you to demo drive and experience Afira One in the US. We look forward to delivering the complete vehicle experience imagined by Sony Honda Mobility. But there's more to tell you. The way we are fusing diverse technologies to deliver a completely novel mobility experience is not limited to a single model type. To bring value to even more customers, we have already started working on our next concept. Afira prototype 2026. Thank you very much. Thank you. This prototype is our new approach to expanding Afira mobility. We have shaped a model that brings joy and expands the space to meet your needs while staying true to the essence of Afira. We are pleased to present our next early stage concept as we continue building on our achievement. We aim to deliver a new model based on this prototype to American customers as early as 2028. At Sony Honda Mobility, we are creating a new mobility experience with Afira One. And with this prototype, we are also excited to shape a future that lies beyond that experience. We look forward to sharing much more with you this year. These are exciting times for Sony Honda Mobility and Afira. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Faith Pinot from LA Times Studios in Washington, D.C. Here are some of today's top stories from the Los Angeles Times. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro made his first appearance in an American courtroom Monday afternoon, pleading not guilty to narco-terrorism charges, telling a New York district judge, quote, "I am a decent man, president of my country." Maduro's plea comes less than 2 days after elite U.S. forces seized the longtime leader and his wife from their bedroom in Caracas late Friday night.
Don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
As Maduro awaits what many expect to be a lengthy trial, President Trump said the U.S. will assume control of Venezuela and refused to rule out the possibility of sending American troops into the country.
We're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it.
Maduro's capture plunged Venezuela into uncertainty Saturday. Times reporter Ana Ceballos said people lined up for food and supplies, bracing for what comes next in a country now caught between regime collapse and foreign control. Maduro's hand-picked Vice President Delcy Rodriguez was sworn into office Monday. And while she initially condemned the U.S.'s actions over the weekend, she said this in a statement Sunday, quote, "Our people and our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war." Trump framed the mission as a national security move, but he focused heavily on Venezuela's oil. They have the world's largest oil reserves, but production has dropped by nearly half since Maduro took control of the country in 2013. Trump accused Venezuela's government of stealing U.S. oil infrastructure in the country and said American companies will now step in to control production and rebuild infrastructure. Meanwhile, over the weekend, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the U.S. will keep a military quarantine on Venezuelan oil exports, calling the move leverage. On Capitol Hill, lawmakers from both parties questioned the legality of the strike, which was carried out without congressional approval. Trump defended the secrecy, however, saying Congress couldn't be trusted not to leak. Secretary Rubio is expected to brief Congress Monday night. Here's two other stories we're following out of Washington. First, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced Monday that he's issuing a letter of censure to Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, accusing the retired Navy captain of urging troops to defy illegal orders. Hegseth says the step could lead to Kelly being demoted from his retired military rank. It follows Kelly's participation in a video with other Democratic veterans calling on service members to uphold the Constitution. Senate Democrats slammed the move as political retaliation, while Kelly says it's meant to silence dissent within the military. The Pentagon says Kelly has 30 days to respond, and a final decision is expected within 45 days. And Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is ending his run for a third term. Walz made the announcement Monday, saying after an extraordinarily difficult year for the state, he can no longer devote the energy needed to campaign, despite believing that he could win. His decision comes as President Trump continues to spotlight a major fraud investigation involving child care programs in Minnesota. The Associated Press reports that Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar is now considering a run for governor, according to a person close to her, though no final decision has been made. Now for some California news. Southern California is soaked again, as another round of rain caps off a record-breaking wet winter. The heaviest rain hit Sunday evening, with more showers expected Monday, before things finally taper off Tuesday, according to the National Weather Service. A flood advisory is still in effect across most of Los Angeles County, as coastal and valley areas recorded nearly an inch of rain Sunday, with mountain communities seeing up to 2 more inches. And get this, since October 1st, parts of Southern California have already logged nearly 14 inches of rain. That's more than 3 times the normal amount for this point in the season. And some areas could hit their entire yearly average by Monday night. The weekend storms caused road closures, spin-outs, debris flows, and even swift water rescues. And the LA County Department of Public Health advised beachgoers to stay away from the water through at least Monday afternoon. That's due to high bacteria levels from runoff. The good news, drier days are ahead. Forecasters say we get a break from the rain later this week, with mostly sunny SoCal skies returning by the weekend. That's it for today's headlines. To read these stories and more, be sure to subscribe to the LA Times.
Watch me go, 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 go. I just gotta get it. Watch me go, 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 go. I just gotta get it. Cause my new beat, cause my new beat, cause my new beat, on the news. Cause my new beat, cause my new beat, cause my new beat, on the news. Yeah. Studio
Wow. I love our yellow friends. Maybe someday I'll be able to dance as well as them. If you can dance like that to the beat of K-pop, I'm pretty sure you can do anything. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Hyundai Motor Group's CES 2026 Media Day. I'm Mary Frayne, Director of Spot Product Management at Boston Dynamics, and it's great to be with you all today. Now, our robots have a lot of talent, dancing like K-pop stars, but they are built for a higher purpose: to cooperate, to assist, to co-work, to do hazardous jobs, and many other things for us and with us. And all of this does not happen in isolation. It's all about partnership. It takes so many talented people, my colleagues at Boston Dynamics and Hyundai Motor Group, and many other valued partners, each bringing something essential to achieve what we call human-centered AI robotics. Robots equipped with physical AI. Robots that perceive the world like we do and work responsibly for us and with us. This is technology that is built for humanity. Technology that supports us, extends our capabilities, makes our work safer, and in some cases more meaningful. And now, let's take a look at what that world looks like and what it means for all of us.
Every step forward opens a new path. It becomes a pulse toward worlds yet unseen. Today, robots learn from humanity. Robots learn from robots. And systems learn from systems. We meet as partners to further evolve. With AI robotics at our side, our potential expands. Guiding what matters most. Giving us courage to push beyond limits. And the collective strength to share the burden. The road ahead brings us a liberated everyday life. Safer from risks and freed from repetition. Together, we move forward to achieve the next innovation. Every moment creates a trail of data where humanity and AI robotics open a greater cycle of progress and awaken the dawn of infinite possibility. Partnering human progress.
Good afternoon. I'm Zach Jakowski, and I'm the VP and General Manager for Humanoid Robots at Boston Dynamics.
And I'm Aya Durbin. I lead our humanoid application product strategy at Boston Dynamics.
Wow, it's incredible to finally show the robots we've worked so hard on at such a big global stage. How do you feel, Aya?
I feel the same. I'm excited and honored to be here. For the last 30 years, Boston Dynamics has pushed the boundaries of the possible. Hundreds of millions of people from around the world have watched our journey online, captivated by the future coming to life before their eyes. And while the robots are impressive, the truth is that many of us joined the company for a simple reason: to change the world for the better. We believe in the future that we imagined as kids, where robots are partners in our everyday lives, where they're not just impressive feats of engineering, but built to make our lives better and push the world forward. And for the first time in our history, we see a very clear path to that future coming to life.
I've been designing, building, and programming robots for my entire career, and I've never been more excited about what's next than I am right now. We're on the cusp of a transformational shift that will be as impactful as the smartphone. Earlier, you saw a pretty cool dance performance from our Spot robots. Spot was our first product, but the Spots deployed with customers don't have time to dance. Those Spot robots collect data, reduce downtime in industrial facilities, and keep people out of harm's way. Over the past 5 years, we've deployed thousands of Spots to hundreds of customer sites in over 40 different countries. Spot is a serious commercial success. We launched Stretch in 2023 to bring total flexibility to warehouse automation, starting with truck and container unloading. This is a back-breaking task done in sweltering heat and chilling cold. Stretch has now unloaded more than 20 million boxes for our customers. These are real examples of how the robots that we build make workplaces safer and people more productive.
So what's next? Our vision is a humanoid that is general purpose, that can go anywhere, understand its surroundings, and manipulate any object. We're starting in industrial environments first. We're building a tool that can drop into your facility as it exists today, and doesn't just do one job, but is flexible enough to evolve as your business changes. Over the last few years, we have visited hundreds of customer sites, walking the floors with the people who understand their operations best. And we've learned that to bring Atlas from a prototype to a product, it needs to be safe, reliable, and predictable. Atlas needs to be doing the jobs that are repetitive, exhausting, and increasingly difficult to staff. And as we did with Spot and Stretch, we are partnering with the best in the business, and we're learning directly from the people who will use our products most. But to realize this vision, we needed a robot that was built for the rigors of industry.
We've been working on humanoids for more than a decade at Boston Dynamics, always keeping a close watch on when the missing pieces of technology would fall into place to make it truly commercially viable. The rapid advancements in AI over the past few years are the piece that we needed, and that moment is finally here. Now it's time to officially take Atlas out of the lab. So for the first time ever in public, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Atlas to the stage.
So as you can see, Atlas really does stand up the way that we show in our videos online. And we get tons of questions about this. Zach, while we have everyone here, do you want to provide a little bit of insight into how we made that decision?
I mean, it's pretty simple. Atlas doesn't have to move like a person does, and we're looking for the most stable, efficient way to get up, and it turns out this is it.
The other question we get all the time is how Atlas is moving. How is Atlas moving today?
So in normal operation, Atlas is fully autonomous on a job site, but today, Sarvesh, one of our FAEs, is piloting Atlas on the stage, giving it really simple instructions like forwards and backwards, just to keep things simple. This is Atlas's first time in public, and as you can see, its walk is pretty natural and pretty smooth. We've partnered with our sister organization, the Robotics and AI Institute, to push the limits on natural walking just for this performance. And I think we've done something really special. We've also been at this robotics thing for a while, and we've learned that there's more to it than just copying nature. We can pick the best parts of what nature has to offer and do better in others. So as you can see, Atlas here has joints that can move 360 degrees. This lets Atlas move even more efficiently than humans, particularly in manufacturing environments where every second counts. We've also designed Atlas's head and face very purposefully. We want folks working with Atlas to know that Atlas is a helpful robot and not a person.
Seeing Atlas live in action for the first time is wildly exciting. But seeing it perform real industrial work is even more compelling. We recently took this robot down to the Hyundai Motor Group Metaplant America to have Atlas test in a real manufacturing facility where we performed autonomous material handling tasks. We proved that humanoids could be viable in a real-world application. And we collected data and learnings that we took back to Boston to make our product even better. If you would like to see what one of those applications looks like, we will be running live demonstrations all week long in the Hyundai Motor Group booth at CES. And that's not all. We have been hard at work on the hardware itself. We are building out the functionality that our customers need in a product deployed at scale. Zach, you want to talk about it?
Of course I do. The version of Atlas that you're seeing here is just a research prototype that we've been using for a couple years to understand the system. But we've been hard at work on making the actual product version of Atlas. I can confidently say that this product version of Atlas is the best and actually simplest robot that we have ever built. But rather than just talk about it, why don't we actually show you what it's going to look like? Now, obviously, this is a static display robot. We just couldn't pry the actual production samples out of our engineers' hands at the lab this week. So we're going to be showing you videos of that robot in the coming weeks. This product generation of Atlas surpasses any other enterprise-grade humanoid. This robot has 56 degrees of freedom, mostly with fully rotational joints, and it has human-scale hands with tactile sensing in the fingers and palms for dexterous manipulation. Atlas has 360-degree cameras, see in all directions, so it understands when people are approaching, which is part of our holistic safety concept. Atlas is also strong. It can lift up to 110 pounds and reach up to 7.5 feet in the air. Atlas is also water resistant. In real industrial environments, robots need to undergo washdowns, and it can operate at its full capabilities, including strength between -4 and 104 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to be easy to teach Atlas new tasks. Most can be trained in less than a day. Atlas can perform these tasks at a reliable, consistent pace for about 4 hours using its dual swappable batteries. And when they run low, Atlas navigates back to its charging station and swaps its own batteries, getting right back to work. Finally, Atlas robots share intelligence. Through our Orbit platform, once one Atlas learns a skill, it can be shared with any other Atlas.
These industry-leading specs, along with our industry-leading foundation models, allow Atlas to take on challenging tasks. Tasks that Atlas will do autonomously on its own from day one, assisting people and prioritizing a collaborative, human-centric approach. And as we continue to build out our general purpose technology, our customers will be able to use our Orbit software to teach Atlas new and specialized skills. Do you want to wrap us up by talking about our production and deployment plans?
Of course. So we've already started production of this new robot at our Boston headquarters, and our entire 2026 supply has already been allocated to Hyundai Motor Group and our new AI partner you'll hear about in a few minutes. We'll add more new customers in 2027. But for now, we're planning additional pilots at Hyundai Motor Group and building a facility that we call the Hyundai Robotics Metaplant Applications Center. This center is the cornerstone of our plan to build the most complete data set in the world to train humanoid skills in manufacturing, creating an engine for deploying tens of thousands of Atlas robots across Hyundai Motor Group facilities worldwide. It's a data factory. Hyundai Motor Group isn't just deploying the Atlas robots either. They are going to build them. Together, we are building a new robotics factory capable of producing 30,000 Atlas robots a year. This is what's truly required to deliver the full promise of humanoids across the industrial, commercial, and home markets.
We are so excited to bring Atlas into the world. Visit the Hyundai Motor Group booth over this week in the Convention Center to see more. And now, to share how Hyundai Motor Group will accelerate Atlas deployment, please welcome Sin-hyun to the stage.
Thank you, Aya and Zach. At Hyundai Motor Group, our purpose in human-centered AI robotics is simple but powerful. We are creating value that advances humanity through physical AI and real-world application. That's why we focus on what works in the field. Robots that make work safer, faster, and more scalable. Technology not for show, but for real, for measurable, positive impact. We take Boston Dynamics' top research and development with our group's production power. Among all robotics players, this collaboration is unique. Here we follow a shared 3-step development approach. We are speeding up how our robots learn physical skills. We train them on data from Hyundai Motor Group's factories. Turning data into robot motion requires a central engine. That engine is RMAC, the Robot Meta Plant Application Center in the US. RMAC drives robot experimentation, validation, and training. It anchors our robotics business and trains the robotics workforce. Accelerating physical AI capabilities takes more than a physical hub. It also takes cutting-edge technologies. That is why we partner with cutting-edge global tech leaders. One of these valuable partners is NVIDIA. Their AI infrastructure and development tools help us innovate robots faster, streamline development cycles, and deliver scalable solutions. We are also activating our group value network affiliates and applying their mass production expertise from cars to robotics. Each affiliate plays a distinct role. Hyundai Motor Company and Kia provide manufacturing infrastructure, process control, and production data. Hyundai Mobis works closely with Boston Dynamics to develop high-performance actuators. By combining their expertise, they're helping standardize key components and build a strong global supply chain for the group's robotics platform. Hyundai Globis optimizes logistics and supply chain flow. These are just a few of our affiliates. There are many more across the group. And together, they form our group value network. By combining what each does best, we build a robust end-to-end value chain, one that delivers product quality, flexibility, and excellence. Finally, we are setting a new standard for customer engagement and support based on our group's customer management know-how. And we are extending it onto advanced service platform. One great platform example is our robust as a service. It's a subscription model. It lowers entry barriers, reduces upfront costs, and accelerates return on investment. Our robot as a service model is designed to be easy to use and manage. It brings everything together in one service. That includes installation, over-the-air software updates, hardware maintenance, and remote monitoring and control. This lets customers focus on using the robots and achieve greater value with them. And
As robots move from the factory into everyday life, this approach will be just as important for people at home, which means robots have to prove themselves in the factory first, then they are allowed to do housework in the home. Other show staged household robot demos. We prove real performance in industrial settings where every move and every result is measured. That's how we build credibility. Proven inside Hyundai Motor Group, expanded to the world. By 2030, we plan to sell 9.8 million vehicles per year. On that scale, Atlas moved from pilot to mass production, rolling out across our global manufacturing network to support our expansion targets. And the demand will go far beyond manufacturing, like logistics, energy, construction, and facility management, where safe, intelligent, scalable robots add real value. Today, Spot and Stretch are already operating at customer sites outside Hyundai Motor Group in numerous use cases. In the future, Atlas will play a core part as we expand across diverse industries with a wide variety of applications. Now, I will hand over to Ung-jae Lee from Manufacturing Solutions. He will show how we will bring this vision to life, from training to deployment to scaling human-centered AI robot globally. Please welcome my dear colleague, Ung-jae Lee.
Thank you, Sun-young. Human-centered AI robotics does indeed require a bold vision, and it takes two bold partners to bring that vision to life. Boston Dynamics has world-class problem solvers. Hyundai Motor Group delivers the power of scale in production, and when the two come together, they create powerful impact, fueled by one of the most precious resources of our time: data. At Hyundai Motor Group, we have a unique advantage. We connect mobility, manufacturing, logistics, and robotics into one integrated loop. This holistic modeling of cross-domain data is changing everything, even factories. We are shifting from hardware-driven plants to software-defined factory, also known as SDF. They run 24/7. They're more flexible, safer, and smarter. Software lets us update, improve, and share intelligence across our global plant network. That is how Hyundai Motor Group will grow a connected SDF system, each learning from the others, each lifting the whole network. Our first SDF, HMGs, is already up and running in Singapore. We'll grow from there, connecting data, people, and technology across every plant in the Hyundai Motor Group. Our SDF roadmap has one goal: achieve the best for our customers. We aim to adapt faster to local demands, raise product quality beyond today's benchmarks, offer better prices through efficiency, and improve employee safety. SDF is also optimized for better collaboration between humans and robots. Across our plants, robots already handle tough, dangerous, repetitive work. Automation delivers clear benefits in the press, body, and paint shops, where it reaches up to 100%. It promotes productivity, strengthens quality, and most importantly, keeps people safe. It's the unique approach of Hyundai Motor Group, human-centered automation. Even in a highly automated era, people remain essential, supervising, guiding, and maintaining robot colleagues, always retaining full control. As automation grows, the human role will become even more important. Robots will take on physical strain, so people can focus on oversight, decision-making, and problem-solving. People will lead through software using digital twins to test scenarios, adjusting workflow with data-driven precision. But this doesn't happen overnight. The tasks must be trained systematically, safely, and with real-world context. That's the purpose of ALMAC, which will be located here in the US. ALMAC is where robots learn to work with people. They learn precision, repetition, and safety by mapping human movement into robot learning. Every lead, turn, and recovery motion, all captured as real operational data. No company has more real-world factory data than Hyundai Motor Group because our SDM network is global and well-connected. This data creates better training. Better training creates safer, smarter robots, and smarter robots create better factories for people. Big input, great output. Our roadmap is clear. The ALMAC opens this August and creates the basis for future robots. By 2028, the Atlas global rollout begins within our SDF network. Atlas will start to perform high-precision sequencing tasks. By 2030, robots will handle complex assembly. Together, with our robot colleagues, work is safer, lighter, and more meaningful. Because our robots don't compete with humans, they compete for humans. For our safety, efficiency, and well-being. This is the Hyundai Motor Group's robotics philosophy. Robots expanding human reach and partnering for human progress. This concludes our look at the manufacturing power of Hyundai Motor Group in AI robotics. To learn how we are advancing this vision, please welcome Boston Dynamics and our new valued partner, Google DeepMind.
Hey, Carolina. Hello, my name is Alberto Rodriguez, and I lead the Atlas behavior team at Boston Dynamics.
And I'm Carolina Parada, and I lead robotics at Google DeepMind.
Well, Carolina, finally we are here, the last session of this presentation, and I'm so excited to finally be able to announce this.
Very excited.
At Boston Dynamics, we've been building humanoids and other mobile robots for more than 2 decades now, and a central focus of our work has always been physical intelligence. So imbuing our robots with the mastery of force and motion that has allowed us to demonstrate incredible athletic feats, as well as deploy them in real-world environments where they work for months at a time without failure. And all that work has led us to here, to today, to the new generation of Atlas, the world's most physically capable humanoid robot. But making Atlas into a product requires more than athletic performance. For humanoids to really deliver on their promise, they have to be able to interact with people naturally. They have to be able to understand and adapt to ever-changing real-world environments, and they have to be able to accomplish real complex dexterous manipulation tasks. And I hope you agree with me that recent advancements in AI have created a clear path to get to those capabilities, which has spurred our commercialization journey for Atlas. And that's why I'm so excited about announcing today our partnership with Google DeepMind's robotics team. This partnership sits at the world's leading intersection of robotics and AI. And we believe it will take us to a new era of human-centered AI robotics. What do you think, Carolina?
Excellent. At Google DeepMind, our mission is to build AI responsibly to benefit humanity. We've always believed in the potential for AI to transform robotics, and we've seen firsthand how robotics can shape the frontier of AI. Robotics brings many different domains of machine learning together, from 3D perception, multimodal understanding, advanced reasoning and planning, and all of this in the physical world. That makes robotics a frontier application of AI, and one that will help us shape how we evolve AI beyond our screens and into the physical world. Over the last couple of years, we've seen remarkable progress on our Gemini and other foundation models that operate across text, images, and video modalities. And at Google DeepMind Robotics, we've been making rapid progress to bring all of Gemini's multimodal world understanding into the physical world by also adding actions as a new modality in Gemini. These models, called Gemini Robotics, bring advanced embodied reasoning and generate actions that can directly control a robot in a way that is general, interactive, and dexterous. But these highly intelligent general-purpose robot brains are most powerful when combined with a highly capable generalist body. And that is what brought us together. Boston Dynamics has defined the leading edge of robotics for decades, and we can't wait to work with them. We want to bring together the remarkable robots and know-how with our advanced AI models to build truly transformative robots. That's our vision for this collaboration with Boston Dynamics. We're looking to integrate our cutting-edge AI foundation models with Boston Dynamics' new Atlas robots, and we'll aim to develop the world's most advanced robot foundation model to fulfill the promise of true general-purpose humanoids.
Exactly. We're going to bring together the deep expertise in robotics and AI from both teams, and we're going to develop next-generation humanoids that combine the world-leading generalization and reasoning capabilities of Gemini with the strength, speed, fluidity, and reliability that characterize Boston Dynamics robots. The DeepMind Robotics team has already shown that robots can generalize to new scenarios and that they can perform manipulation tasks just from simple language instructions. And one of the core goals of this partnership is to significantly expand the scope of that generalization to include a much larger set of tasks, complex real-world tasks, like the ones that you'll see Atlas performing this week at our booth at CES.
That's right. Rather than having a set of predefined loaded tasks onto the robot, we think robots should understand the physical world the same way we do. They should be able to learn from their experience, they should be able to generalize to new situations, and get better over time. So whether it is to assemble a new car part or to tie your shoelaces, robots should learn the same way we do, from a handful of examples, and then get better very quickly with a little bit of practice.
And building these models is critical, both for reliability and scale, right? Like the ability to easily onboard new tasks or the ability for our robots to improve their performance over time on their own, or to be able to react to any unexpected things that the world puts in front of them are all key to successful large-scale deployments of this technology. Robots, they should be able to onboard new tasks in one day, and they should be able to perform those tasks for hours on end. And we think that Atlas, with its endurance, with its strength and its unique mobility, gives us an opportunity to even go beyond human performance in many cases. So how do we get there? Well, we're currently building a very large fleet of Atlas robots, and soon we'll start deploying them both in Boston Dynamics offices and in Google DeepMind labs across the world.
So stay tuned for more information to come. We're very excited about pulling our teams together and getting to work.
Yeah, so that brings us to the end of today's presentation. Today marks an important first step on the path towards AI-enabled humanoids that delivered real-world impact. As robots move from industry to our daily lives, they will have to earn their trust through safety, reliability, and performance. Human-centered AI will make our lives easier and safer, and ultimately more fulfilling. Together with Hyundai Motor Group, with our AI partners, and with all of you, we have the opportunity to shape a future where humanity and robotics, they thrive side by side. Thank you for being here with us today. Please join us on this journey to see what partnering for human progress looks like in action. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Carolina.
Let's get to work.
This At CES 2026, innovators from every corner of the globe show up to the most powerful tech event in the world. We'll rally together, imagining what's next, and we'll make it real, solving the greatest challenges facing our world, and proving that technology isn't just moving us forward, it's creating new possibilities. Here, AI isn't an idea, it's intelligence in motion. The innovators, the storytellers, and the game changers come together to redefine the landscape of content, creativity, and culture. Pioneers will push healthcare beyond what we ever thought possible. From connected roads to autonomous flight, from next-gen marine tech to innovations that feed the planet, this is what drives us forward. In the halls of CES, technology doesn't just compute, it collaborates. Quantum thinkers, cybersecurity leaders, fintech visionaries, and robotics engineers are rewriting the rules of enterprise itself. Because when the world's most determined minds come together, we don't just predict the future, we build it. This is where bold ideas meet a global force, where industries converge, partnerships ignite, and breakthroughs take center stage. Innovation isn't a solo act, it's a shared pursuit. CES 2026. Innovators show up.
CEO of the Consumer Technology Association, Gary Shapiro.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Las Vegas CES 2026 with our first keynote of the year. Every year, CES gives us a front row seat to the ideas and breakthroughs that shape the next decade. But it's actually the people behind those breakthroughs, the leaders challenging what's possible, who truly define the moment. Tonight, we get a head start to CES 2026 with one such leader. You know, CES has always been a platform for bold vision and ambition. It's where ideas become industries and where the next era of human progress first takes shape. And this year, as AI accelerates change across every sector, it's more important than ever that we hear directly from the architects building the systems and breakthroughs that will define our very future. And that's why it is a tremendous honor to introduce to you a leader, quite frankly, one of the bastions of CES, whose vision and impact can be felt across the entire technology landscape, Dr. Lisa Su. Lisa is no stranger to this stage. She has keynoted CES before, and each time she's done so, she's helped set the tone for the industry and the year ahead. Since becoming CEO in 2014, Lisa has led the company through one of the most remarkable transformations in modern technology. Under her leadership, AMD reinvented itself through relentless innovation in high performance and AI computing, delivering products that now power AI training and inference, scientific research, enterprise workloads, cloud infrastructure, and the devices and experiences which millions of people rely on every single day. Today, AMD is a central force in the global AI transformation. Its CPUs, GPUs, and adaptive computing solutions help unlock new capabilities across cloud, enterprise, edge, and PC. And while the industry has spent years discussing what AI could become, Lisa has been focused on building the computing foundation that makes AI real and accessible at scale. But what truly distinguishes Lisa is her leadership. She's analytical and deeply technical, yet always grounded in purpose. She brings a rare combination of scientific brilliance, strategic clarity, and human-centered thinking.
She believes in partnering deeply to engineer solutions that matter, solutions that advance society, strengthen industries, and expand opportunity. That's the kind of leadership CES is designed to elevate. And that's the kind of leadership we all need as we navigate a world of accelerated innovation. Tonight, Lisa will share AMD's vision for how high-performance computing and advanced AI architectures will transform every part of our digital and physical world, from research, healthcare, and space exploration to education and productivity. She'll speak to the extraordinary pace of AI, the breakthroughs happening now, including the opportunities and responsibilities that come with building the future.
Hello, and welcome to this unique moment in human history. A moment where what's possible might soon forget what's impossible. Where any game you play now has the power to play by your rules. Where AI not only helps model the possibilities of what a city can be, but make sure our kids never forget what our cities used to be. A moment where no hope meets the treatment plans of AI mapped genomes. Where no driver officially has better reflexes than any driver who's ever lived. And where no signal can no longer stop you from sharing. Show me, show me, show me. This. A moment where AI is helping design a renewable energy source as powerful as the sun itself, and helping make travel time across the Atlantic just another puddle jumper. But as fast as everything's changing, there's one thing that won't. We're working tirelessly to create a world where the most advanced AI capabilities end up in the right hands. Yours.
So just keep walking even though. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to welcome to the stage a globally respected technologist, an industry-defining CEO, and a leader whose work continues to shape the very trajectory of modern computing. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Chair and CEO of AMD, Dr. Lisa Su.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you. Thank you. All right, what an audience. How are you guys doing tonight? That sounds wonderful. First of all, thank you, Gary, and welcome to everyone here in Las Vegas and joining us online. It's great to be here with all of you to kick off CES 2026. And I have to say, every year, I love coming to CES to see all the latest and greatest tech and catch up with so many friends and partners. But this year, I'm especially honored to be here with all of you to open CES. Now, we have a completely packed show for you tonight, and it will come as no surprise that tonight is all about AI. Although the rate and pace of AI innovation has been incredible over the last few years, my theme for tonight is you ain't seen nothing yet. We are just starting to realize the power of AI. And tonight, I'm going to show you a number of examples of where we're headed. And I'll be joined by some of the leading experts in the world, from industry giants to breakthrough startups. And together, we are working to bring AI everywhere and for everyone. So let's get started. At AMD, our mission is to push the boundaries of high performance and AI computing to help solve the world's most important challenges. Today, I'm incredibly proud to say that AMD technology touches the lives of billions of people every day. From the largest cloud data centers to the world's fastest supercomputers to 5G networks, transportation, and gaming, every one of these areas is being transformed by AI. AI is the most important technology of the last 50 years, and I can say it's absolutely our #1 priority at AMD. It's already touching every major industry, whether you're going to talk about healthcare or science or manufacturing or commerce, and we're just scratching the surface. AI is going to be everywhere over the next few years. And most importantly, AI is for everyone. It makes us smarter. It makes us more capable. It enables each one of us to be a more productive version of ourselves. And at AMD, we're building the compute foundation to make that future real for every company and for every person. Now, since the launch of ChatGPT a few years ago, I'm sure we all remember the first time we tried it. We've gone from 1 million people using AI to now more than 1 billion active users. This is just an incredible ramp. It took the internet decades to reach that same milestone. Now, what we are projecting is even more amazing. We see the adoption of AI growing to over 5 billion active users as AI truly becomes indispensable to every part of our lives, just like the cell phone and the internet of today. Now, the foundation of AI is compute. With all of that user growth, we have seen a huge surge in demand in the global compute infrastructure, growing from about 1 zettaflop in 2022 to more than 100 zettaflops in 2025. Now, that sounds big. That's actually 100 times in just a few years. But what you're going to hear tonight from everyone is we don't have nearly enough compute for everything that we can possibly do. We have incredible innovation happening. Models are becoming much more capable. They're thinking and reasoning. They're making better decisions. And that goes even further when we extend that to agents overall. So to enable AI everywhere, we need to increase the world's compute capacity another 100 times over the next few years to more than 10 yottaflops over the next 5 years. Now, let me take a survey. How many of you know what a yottaflop is? Raise your hand, please. A yottaflop is a 1 followed by 24 zeros. So 10 yottaflops is 10,000 times more compute than we had in 2022. There's just never, ever been anything like this in the history of computing. And that's really because there's never been a technology like AI. Now, to enable this, you need AI in every compute platform. So what we're going to talk about tonight is the whole gamut. We're going to talk about the cloud, where it runs continuously, delivering intelligence globally. We're going to talk about PCs, where it helps us work smarter and personalize every experience that we have. And we're going to talk about the edge, where it powers machines that can make real-time decisions in the real world. AMD is the only company that has the full range of compute engines to make this vision a reality. You really need to have the right compute for each workload. And that means GPUs, that means CPUs, that means NPUs, that means custom accelerators. We have them all. And each of them can be tuned for the application to give you the best performance as well as the most cost-effective solution. So tonight, we're going to go on a journey. So you're going to go with me through several chapters as we showcase the latest AI innovations across cloud, PCs, healthcare, and much more. So let's go ahead and start with the first chapter, which is the cloud. The cloud is really where the largest models are trained and where intelligence is delivered to billions of users in real time. For developers, the cloud gives them instant access to massive compute, the latest tools, and the ability to deploy and scale as use cases take off. The cloud is also where most of us experience AI today. So whether you're using ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok, or you're coding with copilots, all of these powerful models are running in the cloud. Now, today, AMD is powering AI at every level of the cloud. Every major cloud provider runs on AMD EPYC CPUs. And 8 of the top 10 AI companies use Instinct accelerators to power their most advanced models. And the demand for more compute is just continuing to go up. Let me just show you a few graphs. Over the past decade, the compute needed to train the leading AI models has increased more than 4 times every year, and that trend is just continuing. That's how we're getting today's models that are dramatically smarter and more useful. At the same time, as more people are using AI, we've seen an explosion over the last 2 years of inference, growing the number of tokens 100 times, really hitting an inflection point. You can just see how much that inference is really taking off. And to keep up with this compute demand, you really need the entire ecosystem to come together. So what we like to say is the real challenge is how do we put AI infrastructure at Yotta scale? And that requires more than just raw performance. It starts with leadership compute, CPUs, GPUs, networking coming together. It takes an open modular rack design that can evolve over product generations. It requires high-speed networking to connect thousands of accelerators into a single unified system. And it has to be really easy to deploy. So we want full turnkey solutions. That's exactly why we built Helios, our next generation rack scale platform for the Yotta scale AI era. Helios requires innovation at every single level: hardware, software, and systems. It starts with our engineering teams, who designed our next generation Instinct MI455 accelerators to deliver the largest generational performance increase we've ever achieved. MI455 GPUs are built using leading edge 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer process technologies and advanced 3D chiplet packaging with ultra-fast, high-bandwidth HBM4 memory. This is integrated into a compute tray with our EPYC CPUs and Pensando networking chips to create a tightly integrated platform. Each tray is then connected with high-speed ultra-accelerator link protocol tunneled over Ethernet, which enables the 72 GPUs in the rack to function as a single compute unit. And then from there, we connect thousands of Helios racks to build powerful AI clusters using industry-standard Ultra Ethernet NICs and Pensando programmable DPUs that can accelerate AI performance even more by offloading some of the tasks from the GPUs. Now, we are at CES. It is a little bit about show and tell. So I am proud to show you Helios right here in Vegas, the world's best AI rack. Is that beautiful or what? Now, for those of you who have not seen a rack before, let me tell you, Helios is a monster of a rack. This is no regular rack, okay? This is a double wide design based on the OCP Open Rack Wide standard developed in collaboration with Meta. And it weighs nearly 7,000 pounds. So, Gary, it took us a bit to get it up here, just so you know. But we wanted to show you what is really powering all of this AI. It is actually more than 2 compact cars. Now, the way we've designed Helios was really working closely with our lead customers, and we chose this design so that we could optimize serviceability, manufacturability, and reliability for next-generation AI data centers. Now, let me show you a few other things. At the center of Helios is the compute tray. So let's take a closer look at what one of those trays look like. Now, I can tell you, I probably cannot lift this compute tray, so it had to come out. But let me just describe it a little bit. Each Helios compute tray includes 4 MI455 GPUs, and they're paired with the next-gen EPYC Venice CPU and Pensando networking chips. And all of this is liquid-cooled so that we can maximize performance. At the heart of Helios is our next-generation Instinct GPUs. And you guys have seen me hold up a lot of chips in my career, but today I can tell you I am genuinely excited to hold up this chip. So let me show you MI455X for the very first time. MI455 is the most advanced chip we've ever built. It's pretty darn big. It has 320 billion transistors, 70% more than MI355. It includes 12 2-nanometer and 3-nanometer compute and I/O chiplets, and 432 gigabytes of ultra-fast HBM4, all connected with our next-gen 3D chip stacking technology. So we put 4 of these into the compute trays up here. And then driving those GPUs is our next-generation EPYC CPU, codenamed Venice. Venice extends our leadership across every dimension that matters in the data center. More performance, better efficiency, and lower total cost of ownership. Now, let me show you Venice for the first time. I have to say, this is another beautiful chip. I do love our chips, so I can say that for sure. Venice is built with 2-nanometer process technology and features up to 256 of our newest high-performance Zen 6 cores. And the key here is we actually designed Venice to be the best AI CPU. We doubled the memory and GPU bandwidth from our prior generation, so Venice can feed MI455 with data at full speed, even at rack scale. So this is really about co-engineering. And we tie it all together with our 800 gig Ethernet Pensando Vulcano and Selena networking chips, delivering ultra-high bandwidth as well as ultra-low latency, so tens of thousands of Helios racks can scale across the data center. Now, just to give you a little bit of the scale of what this means, that means that each Helios rack has more than 18,000 CDNA 5 GPU compute units and more than 4,600 Zen 6 CPU cores, delivering up to 2.9 exaflops of performance. Each rack also includes 31 terabytes of HBM4 memory, an industry-leading 260 terabytes per second of scale-up bandwidth, and 43 terabytes per second of aggregate scale-out bandwidth to move data in and out incredibly fast. Suffice it to say, those numbers are big. When we launch Helios later this year, and I'm happy to say Helios is exactly on track to launch later this year, we expect it will set the new benchmark for AI performance. And to put this performance in context, just over 6 months ago, we launched MI355, and we delivered up to 3x more inference throughput versus the prior generation. And now with MI455, we're bending that curve further, delivering up to 10 times more performance across a wide range of models and workloads. That is game-changing. MI455 allows developers to build larger models, more capable agents, and more powerful applications. And no one is pushing faster and further in each one of these areas than OpenAI. To talk about where AI is headed and the work that we're doing together, I'm extremely happy to welcome the president and co-founder of OpenAI, Greg Brockman, to the stage. Greg, it is so great to have you here. Thank you for being here. OpenAI truly started all of this with the release of ChatGPT a few years ago, and the progress you've made is just incredible. We're absolutely thrilled about our deep partnership. Can you just give us a picture of where are things today? What are you seeing, and how are we working together?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here. Thank you for having me. ChatGPT is very much the overnight success that was 7 years in the making, right? That we started OpenAI back in 2015 with a vision that deep learning could lead to artificial general intelligence, to very powerful systems that could benefit everyone. And we wanted to help to actually realize that technology and bring it to the world and democratize it. And we spent a long time just making progress, where year over year, the benchmarks would look better and better. But the first time we had something that was so useful that many people around the world wanted to use it was ChatGPT. And we were just blown away by the creativity and the ways in which people found how to really leverage the models we had produced in their daily lives. And so just out of curiosity, how many people in the room are ChatGPT users?
That's pretty much the whole room,
Yes,
Greg, I would
thank
just
you.
say.
I'm glad to hear it. But very importantly, how many of you have had an experience that was very key to your life or the life of a loved one, whether it's in healthcare, in helping manage a newborn, in any other walk of your life? And to me, that's the metric that we want to optimize. And that seeing that number go up and to the right has been something that has been really different over 2025, right? That we really moved from being just a text box that you ask a question, you get an answer, something very simple contained, to people really using it for very personal, very important things in their lives. And it's not just in personal lives, for healthcare and aspects like that. It's also in the enterprise, right? And really starting to bring models like Codex to be able to transform software engineering. And I think that this year we're really going to see enterprise agents really take off. We're seeing scientific discovery start to be really accelerated, whether it's developing novel math proofs. The first time we saw that was just a couple months ago, and the progress is continuing. And it's really across every single endeavor of human knowledge work, where there's human intelligence that can be leveraged, right? That you can amplify it. We now have an assistant, right? We now have a tool, we have an advisor that is able to amplify what people want to do.
I completely agree with you, Greg. I think we have seen just an enormous acceleration of what we're using this tech for. Now, I would say, I think every single time I see you, you tell me you need more compute.
It's true. It's true.
It's almost like a broken record. Like you could just, just play the Greg wants more compute. Can you talk about just some of the things that you're seeing in the infrastructure, some of the bottlenecks, and where do you think we should be focusing as an industry?
Well, the why do we need more compute is the most important question, right? Which is really when the models are not that capable, right? And where we were in 2015, 2016, 2017, so forth, is that you basically just wanted to train a model and evaluate it, right? And maybe there'd be a very narrow task to be useful for. But as we've made this exponential progress on the models, then there's actually exponential utility to them. People want to bring it into their lives in a very scalable way. And I think that what we're seeing is as we move from you ask a question, you get an answer, to agentic workflows, where you ask the model to write some software for you, and it goes off for minutes or hours or soon even days. And you're not just operating one agent, you're operating a fleet of agents, right? You can have 10 different work streams all going at once on your behalf for a single developer, right? And that it should be the case that you wake up in the morning, and this is the kind of thing we are going to build, by the way, and ChatGPT has taken items off your to-do list at home and at work. And that all of that, that's going to require that, that big graph that you had of how much compute the world's going to need. That's going to require far more compute than we have right now. Like, I would love to have a GPU running in the background for every single person in the world, because I think it can deliver value for them. But that's billions of GPUs. No one has a plan to build that kind of scale. And so what we're really seeing is benefits in people's lives, right? We're seeing, for example, some of my favorite applications, and some of the ones I think are the most important, are in healthcare, right? That we actually see people's lives being saved through ChatGPT. Just over the holidays, one of my coworkers, that her husband had leg pain. They went to the hospital, they went to the ER, and they got it x-rayed, and the doctors are like, it's a pulled muscle, just wait it out, you'll be fine. They went home, it got a little bit worse, typed the symptoms into ChatGPT. ChatGPT said, go back to the ER, this could be a blood clot. And in fact, it was deep vein thrombosis in the leg, in addition to 2 blood clots on the lungs. And if they just waited it out, that would have been likely fatal. It's not a unique story. Fiji, our CEO of applications, who I work very closely with every day, ChatGPT literally saved her life too. Right? She was in the hospital for a kidney stone and had an infection. They were about to inject a antibiotic, and she said, "Wait just a moment." She asked ChatGPT whether that one was safe for her. ChatGPT, which has all of her medical history, said, "No, because you had this other infection 2 years ago, that could re-trigger it, and that could actually be life-threatening as well." And so she showed it to the doctor. The doctor's like, "Wait, what? You had this condition? I didn't know. I only had 5 minutes to review your medical history."
Yes. I completely agree, Greg. I mean, that's one of the things that we can always, all of us can use a helper.
Yes.
And that's really what we have here. Look, I mean, I think you've painted a vivid picture of why we need more compute, of what we can do with AI. I think we feel exactly the same way. Now, we've also done an incredible amount of work with your engineering teams. MI455 and Helios is actually, a lot of it is through some of the feedback from our engineering teams working closely together. You know, can you talk a little bit about that infrastructure and what are your customers wanting and how are you going to use MI455?
Well, one of the key things with how AI is evolving is thinking about the balance of different resources on the GPU. And so we have a slide to show how we've seen the evolution of this, the balance of resources across different MI generations. So you see this slide that I very painstakingly put together. Actually, I did not painstakingly put it together. I asked ChatGPT to go create the slide. And so it literally did all the research, and you can see some sources at the bottom. And it actually went and read a bunch of different AMD materials, created these charts, put together the title, put together all these headers, and produced not just an answer for me to then go do a bunch of work. It produced an artifact that I can show. And this is just one simple example that you can do today with ChatGPT, right? That we are moving to a world where you are going to be able to have an agent that does all this work for you. And for that, we're going to need to have hardware that is really tuned to our applications. What we have in mind is that we're moving to a world where human attention, human intent becomes the most precious resource. And so that there should be very low latency interaction anytime a human's involved, but there should be an ocean of agentic compute that's constantly running, that's very high throughput. And these two different regimes of low latency and high throughput yield a bunch of different pressures on hardware manufacturers such as yourself. So it's a pleasure to be working together.
We like building GPUs for you. That works well. Lastly, Greg, let's talk a little bit about the future. You know, paint a picture. You know, one of the things that we've talked about is there's some people out there who are wondering, you know, is the demand really there? Can AI compute, do we really need all of this AI compute? And I know you and I have talked about it. I think people don't have a view of the future that you see. I mean, you have a special seat. So paint the world for what this looks like in a few years.
Well, looking backwards, we have been tripling our compute every single year for the past couple of years, and we've also tripled our revenue. And the thing that we find within OpenAI is every time we want to release a new feature, we want to produce a new model, we want to bring this technology to the world, we have a big fight internally over compute, because there are so many things we want to launch and produce for all of you that we simply cannot because we are compute constrained. And I think we're moving to a world where GDP growth will itself be driven by the amount of compute that is available in a particular country, in a particular region. And I think that we're starting to see the first inklings of this. And I think over the next couple of years, we'll see it start to hit in a real way. And I think that AI is something where I think data centers can actually be very beneficial to local communities. I think that's a really important thing for us to really prove to people. But also the AI technology you produce, that is also something where, in terms of scientific advances, you think about what has been the most fundamental driver of increase of quality of life, right? It really is about science. And every time we've gone into specific domains, you just see how much limitation there is from how things are done, because that's just, there's a particular discipline that's built with a bunch of expertise, there are a small number of experts, and that it's hard for them to propagate that to future generations. For example, in biology, we hooked up GPT-5 to a wet lab setup and had humans described what the wet lab looked like. The model said, here are a couple of ideas to try. The humans would go try it, and it actually produced a 79x, almost 100x fold improvement in the efficiency of a particular protocol. And that's just one particular reaction that people have spent some time actually optimizing, but not like a ton of time, because it's just there's so much surface area available in biology that no human can possibly get to all of it. No human can be an expert across every single subfield. And I think what we're going to see is AIs that really bridge across disciplines that humanity has been unable to bridge, right? You see this within healthcare, where as humans learn more, we specialize more, but we're going to have AIs that are going to amplify. And so I think it'll be for hard problems that AI will be brought to bear. This will be true for enterprise. Every single application, I think, will have an agent that is accelerating what people want to do. And I think the hardest problem for humanity will be deciding, how do we use the limited resources we have to get the most benefit for everyone?
That is an incredible vision, Greg. We are so excited to be working with you. I think there's no question in the world that we have the power to really change people's lives. Thank you for the partnership, and really look forward to it.
Thank you.
So, as you heard from Greg, compute is key, and MI455 is a game changer. But with the MI400 series, we've designed a full portfolio of solutions for cloud, enterprise, supercomputing, and sovereign AI. At the top is Helios, that's built for the bleeding-edge performance, hyperscale training, and distributed inference at rack scale. For enterprise AI deployments, we have Instinct MI440X GPUs that deliver leadership training and inference performance in a compact 8-GPU server designed for easy use in today's existing data center infrastructure. And for sovereign AI and supercomputing, where extreme accuracy matters the most, we have the MI430X platform that delivers leadership hybrid computing capabilities for both high-precision scientific and AI data types. This is something unique that we at AMD do. Because of our chiplet technology, we can actually have the right compute for the right application. Now, hardware is only part of the story. We believe an open ecosystem is essential to the future of AI. Time and time again, we've seen that innovation actually gets faster when the industry comes together and aligns around an open infrastructure and shared technology standards. And AMD is the only company delivering openness across the full stack. That's hardware, software, and the broader solutions ecosystem. Our software strategy starts with ROCm. ROCm is the industry's highest performance open software stack for AI. We have day zero support for the most widely used frameworks, tools, and model hubs. And it's also natively supported by the top open source projects like PyTorch, VLLM, SGLang, Hugging Face, and others that are downloaded more than 100 million times a month and run out of the box on Instinct, making it easier than ever for developers to build, deploy, and scale on AMD. One of the exciting AI companies using AMD and ROCm to power their models is Luma AI. Please join me in welcoming the Luma AI CEO and co-founder Amit Jain to the stage.
Hey, Lisa.
Hello, Amit. How are you? It's great to have you here with us. You're doing some incredible work in video generation and multimodal models. Can you tell us a little bit about Luma and what you're doing?
Absolutely. Lisa, thank you so much for having me here.
Of course.
Luma's mission is to build multimodal general intelligence, so AI can understand our world and help us simulate and improve it. Most AI video and image models today, they're in early stages, and they're used to generate pixels. They're used to produce, pretty pictures. What is needed in the world are more intelligent models that combine audio, video, language, image all together. So at Luma, we are training these systems that simulate physics, causality, are able to go out, do research, call tools, and then finally render out the results in audio, video, image, text, whatever is appropriate for the information that you're trying to work with. In short, we are modeling and generating worlds. So as an example, let me show you some results from our latest model, Ray 3. By the way, Ray 3 is the world's first reasoning video model. So what it means is it actually is able to think first in pixels and latents and decide whether what it's about to generate is good. And it's also the world's first model that can generate in 4K and HDR. So please take a look.
close your eyes, what do you see? When we talk about reality, how do you know what is real? Or what is simply your imagination? Now open your eyes.
I could say, Amit, that looked pretty incredible. So tell us, how are customers using Ray 3 today?
So we are working with very large enterprises as well as individual creators across the spectrum. And we work with them in advertising, media, entertainment, and industries where, like, you want to tell your story. 2025 was the year when they started to deploy our models and experiment with them. And towards the end of it, we are seeing large-scale deployments where people are using our models for as much as actually making a 90-minute feature-length movie. What customers are also asking us a lot for, as they're using it more and more, is control and precision. How can they get their particular vision out onto the screen? And what we have realized, and through our research, is that control comes from intelligence, not just better prompts. You can't keep, typing in again and again and actually do those things. So we have built a whole new model on top of Ray 3 called Ray 3 Modify that allows you to edit the world. So let me show you actually what that looks like. This won't have audio, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what you're seeing. So what's playing on the screen is a demo of Ray 3's world editing capabilities. It can take any real or AI footage, so footage from cameras or footage that you generated, and change it as little or as much as you want to realize the creative goals. It's a powerful system that we have developed for our most ambitious customers who are most demanding, and they spread the gamuts across entertainment, advertising, and this has allowed us to enable a new era of hybrid human-AI productions. The human becomes the prompt through motion, timing, and direction. You act it out, and then the model can produce it. What that means in practice is that filmmakers and creators can create entire cinematic universes now without elaborate sets, and then edit and modify anything to get to the result they want. This has never been possible before. But in 2026, we are focused on actually going much further. 2026 will be the year of agents, where AI will be able to help you to accomplish more of the task, or hopefully the full end-to-end of the task, rather than doing some patchwork. So our teams have been working diligently building the world's most powerful multimodal agent models. Using Luma will suddenly feel like you have a large team of capable creatives who are working with you in your creative pursuit. I want to show you a brief demo of what that would feel like. So what you're seeing here is a new multimodal agent that can take a whole script of ideas with characters and everything and start imagining that in front of you. Now, this is not script to movie. This is human-AI interaction. And our next generation of models provide the ability to analyze multiple frames, long-form video, and make selection and maintaining the fidelity of the characters, scenes, and story, and only editing when it's needed. Here you're seeing human and AI collaborate in designing characters, environments, shots, and the whole world. And with our agents, we believe that creatives will be able to make entire stories, what used to take a large production before. Again, this has never been possible before, and we have been using it heavily internally, and we couldn't be more excited. Individual creatives or small teams will suddenly have the power of doing what entire Hollywood studios do.
That's pretty amazing. It's really nice to see how these Luma agents come together and make this happen. Now, I know you have a lot of choices in compute, and when we first started talking, actually, you called me and said you needed compute, and I said I thought I could help. Can you tell us a bit about why you chose AMD, and what has your experience been?
Yeah, we bet on AMD very early on. That call was in 2024, early 2024. And since then, our partnership has grown into a large-scale collaboration between our teams, so much so that today, 60% of Luma's rapidly growing inference workloads actually run on AMD cards. Today, we also, initially when we started out, we used to do a bunch of engineering. But today, we are at a point where most any operators, most any workloads that we can imagine run out of the box on AMD. And this is huge props to your software teams and the diligent work that is going into the ROCm ecosystem. We are building multimodal models, and actually, these workloads are very complex compared to text models. One example of that is these consumes hundreds of times, thousands of times more tokens. A video that you saw, a 10-second video, is about 100,000 tokens easily. Compare that to a response from an LLM. It's about 200 to 300 tokens. So when we are working with this much information, TCO and inference economy is absolutely critical to our business. Otherwise, there's no way to serve all the demand that is coming our way. Through our collaboration with the AMD team, we have been able to achieve some of the best TCOs, total cost of ownership, that we have ever seen in our stack. And we believe as we build these more complex models that are able to do autoregressive diffusion and that are able to do text and image and audio and video all at the same time, this collaboration will allow us to significantly differentiate on cost and efficiency, which, as you know, in AI is a big deal. So, through this collaboration, we have developed such a degree of confidence that in 2026, we are expanding our partnership to a tune of about 10 times what we have done before. And these 455 cards, and I cannot be more excited for MI455X because this, the rack scale solution and the memory and the infrastructure that you're building is essential for us to be able to build these world simulation models.
Well, we love hearing that, Amit. And look, our goal is to deliver you more powerful hardware. Your goal is to make it do amazing things. So just give us a little brief view of what do you see customers doing over the next few years that just isn't even possible today?
Right. So as Greg was mentioning, early on in LLM land, right, in 2022, 2023, they were great for writing copies, small emails, things like that. We could have never imagined that we would actually put these models, into real-time systems, into healthcare and these kind of things. Through accuracy and architecture and scaling, LLMs have now gotten to that point. Video models are currently in that early stage. Today, they're great for generating video and pretty pictures. But soon, by scaling these models up, by improving the accuracy and data, we would end up at a place where these models will help us simulate real physical processes in the world, like CAD, architecture, fluid flows, help us design entire rocket engines, plan cities. And this is not outrageous. This is what we do today manually with big, giant teams in simulation environments. These models will allow us to do that and automate that to a great degree. And as they become more and more accurate, multimodal models is what we need for the backbone of general purpose robotics. Your home robot, will run hundreds of simulations in its head, in image and video, and then try out, okay, how do I do this? How do I solve this? So that it's able to do a lot more than current generation of LLM and VLM robots are able to do. This is how the human brain works. Humans are natively multimodal. Our AI systems will be as well.
That sounds wonderful, Amit. Look, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for the partnership, and we really look forward to all that you're going to do next.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you've heard from Greg and Amit. What they said is they need more compute to build and run their next-gen models, and it is the same across every single customer that we have, which is why the demand for compute is growing faster than ever. Now, meeting that demand means continuing to push the envelope on performance far beyond where we are today. MI400 series was a major inflection point in terms of delivering leadership training across all workloads, inference, scientific computing, but we are not stopping there. Development of our next-gen MI500 series is already well underway. With MI500, we take another major leap in performance. It's built on our next-gen CDNA 6 architecture manufactured on 2-nanometer process technology, and uses higher speed HBM4E memory. And with the launch of MI500 in 2027, we're on track to deliver 1,000x increase in AI performance over the last 4 years, making more powerful AI accessible to all. So with that, let's, thank you. So with that, now let's shift from the cloud to the devices that make AI more personal, PCs. So for decades, the PC has been about a powerful device helping us be more productive, whether at work or at school. But with AI, the PC has become not just a tool, but it's a powerful, essential part of our lives as an active partner. It learns how you work, and it adapts to your habits, and it can help you do things faster than you've ever expected, even when you're offline. AI PCs are starting to deliver real value across a wide range of everyday tasks, from content creation and productivity to intelligent personal assistants. Let's just take a look at a few of the AI PC applications today. Starting with content creation. These videos were created from simple text prompts on a Ryzen AI Max PC, so not in the cloud, but in a local environment. Anyone can generate professional quality photos and videos in minutes with no design expertise. Microsoft has been a key enabler of AI PCs, helping bring next-generation capabilities directly into our productivity tools. For example, managing your meetings, summarizing emails, quickly finding files that you need, using real-time translation on video conferences. And with Microsoft Copilot, advanced AI capabilities are being built directly into the Windows experience to complete tasks faster. You just describe what you need, and the PC takes it from there. Now, at AMD, we saw the AI PC wave early, and we invested. That's why we've led every inflection point. We were the first to integrate a dedicated on-chip AI engine in 2023, and the first to deliver Copilot Plus x86 PCs in 2024. And with Ryzen AI Max, we created the first single-chip x86 platform that could run a 200 billion parameter model locally. And now we're extending that leadership again with our next-gen Ryzen AI notebook and desktop processors. So today, I'm proud to announce the new Ryzen AI 400 series, the industry's broadest and most advanced family of AI PC processors. Ryzen AI 400 combines up to 12 high-performance Now, powering the next generation of AI PC experiences takes more than just hardware. It takes smarter software with models that are lighter, faster, and can run directly on device. These are different than what you're seeing in the cloud. So to talk more about this next wave of model innovation, please welcome Ramin Hassani, co-founder and CEO of Liquid AI. Ramin, it's great to have you here. I'm very excited about the work that you guys are doing at Liquid. You were really taking a different approach to models. Can you talk a little bit to the audience about what Liquid is doing and why it's different from others?
Absolutely, Lisa. It is great to be here. We're a foundation model company spun out of MIT 2.5 years ago. powerful, fast, and processor-optimized generative models. The goal is to substantially reduce the computational cost of intelligence from first principles without sacrificing quality. That means liquid models deliver frontier model quality right on a device. Device could be a phone, could be a laptop, could be a robot, could be a coffee machine, and could be an airplane. Basically, anywhere compute exists with 3 value propositions: privacy, speed, and continuity. It can work seamlessly across online and offline workloads.
Ramin, you know, our teams have been working really closely on bringing more capable models to AIPCs. Can you share a bit about that work?
Absolutely. Today, I've got 2 new product announcements. 1, we are excited to announce Liquid Foundation Models 2.5, the most advanced tiny class of models on the market. At only 1.2 billion parameters, the model performs best on instruction following capabilities between its class and models that are larger in its class. LFM 2.5 instances are the building blocks of reliable AI agents on any device. To put this in perspective for you, this model delivers instruction following capabilities better than the DeepSeek models and Gemini Pro kind of models, Gemini 2.5 Pro, right on the device. We are releasing 5 model instances: a chat model, an instruct model, a Japanese enhanced language model, a vision language model, and a lightweight audio model, audio language model, basically. These are highly optimized for AMD Ryzen AI CPUs, GPUs, and NPUs. And today, they're available for download on Hugging Face and on our own platform, Leap. There you can enjoy them.
That's pretty cool.
So we can stack these LFM 2.5 instances together to build agentic workflows. But then it would be really amazing if we can bring in all these modalities into one place. So that brings me to my second announcement, LFM 3. LFM 3, it is designed natively multimodal to process text, vision, and audio as input and deliver audio and text as an output in 10 different languages with sub-100 millisecond latency for audio-visual data. You will get LFM 3 later in the year.
All right, that's fantastic. So now, Ramin, help our audience understand, like, why should they be so excited about LFM 3? Like, what can we do with these models on an AIPC?
Absolutely. So most assistants, AI assistants, co-pilots today are reactive agents. You open an app, then you ask a question, it responds. But when the AI is running fast on the device and is always on, it can be working, on the tasks proactively for you. The task can be done in the background. So let me show you a quick demo, a reference design to inspire what is possible to build on PCs with LFM instances. Let's jump in. Imagine you're a sales leader working on your AMD Ryzen laptop with LFM 3 backbone proactive agents activated. You're in full focus mode, working on a spreadsheet. Notifications start piling up. You get a calendar notification for a sales meeting, but want to continue your work in deep focus. A liquid proactive agent notices the meeting and offers to join on your behalf. You allow the agent to join, and while you focus on your data analysis task, in the background, the meeting is in progress with your agent representing you.
Are you sure we can trust this agent?
I think.
I'm a little worried there, Ramin.
This system can actually transcribe more than transcribing your systems, and really functionality. So with the deep research functionality, you can analyze every email and draft a response for you. Again, everything under your own control. You're not going to go, this is not going to go rogue. Everything is offline, locally on the device. So this system can deliver, a summary and can do the jobs better than what you have expected, what you have seen from reactive agents. I think this year is going to be the year of, proactive agents. And I'm very excited to announce that we're collaborating with Zoom to bring these features to the Zoom platform, actually.
That's fantastic. Ramin, we're really excited about what you're doing. I think you've just given people just a glimpse of what we can do when we bring, true AI capability to our PCs. So thank you. We're excited, and we look forward to all we're going to do together.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
So now you've seen a little bit about what's possible with local AI, but the latest PCs aren't just running AI apps, they're actually building them. That's why we created Ryzen AI Max, the ultimate PC processor for creators, gamers, and AI developers. It's the most powerful AI PC platform in the world, with 16 high-performance Zen 5 CPU cores and 40 RDNA 3.5 GPU compute units, and an XDNA 2 NPU delivering up to 50 TOPS of AI performance, all connected by a unified memory architecture that supports up to 128 gigabytes of shared memory between the CPU and GPU. In premium laptops, Ryzen AI Max is significantly faster in both AI and content creation applications compared to the latest MacBook Pro. In small form factor workstations, Ryzen AI Max delivers comparable performance at much lower price than NVIDIA's DGX Spark, generating up to 1.7 times more tokens per second per dollar when running the latest GPT OSS models. And because Ryzen AI Max supports both Windows and Linux natively, developers maintain full access to their preferred software environment, tools, and workflows. Now, there are more than 30 Ryzen AI Max systems in market today, with new laptops, all-in-ones, and compact workstations launching at CES and rolling out throughout the year. But our mission is to advance AI everywhere for everyone. The truth is, there are AI developers, many of you in this room, who want access to platforms that enable you to develop on the fly. So we took this one step further. Today, I'm excited to announce the AMD Ryzen AI Halo, a new reference platform for local AI deployment. Now, I would say this is pretty beautiful. Do you guys agree? So let me tell you what it is. This is the smallest AI development system in the world, capable of running models with up to 200 billion parameters locally, not connected to anything. It's powered by our highest-end Ryzen AI Max processor with 128 gigabytes of high-speed unified memory that is shared by CPU, GPU, and NPU. This architecture accelerates system performance and makes it possible to efficiently run large AI models on a compact desktop PC that fits in your hand. Thank you. Halo supports multiple operating systems natively, ships with our latest ROCm software stack, comes preloaded with the leading open source developer tools, and runs hundreds of models out of the box. And this really gives developers everything you need to build, test, and deploy local agents and AI applications directly on the PC. Now, for all of you who are wondering, Halo is launching in the second quarter of this year, and we can't wait for folks to get their hands on them. So now let's turn to the world of gaming and content creation. A few gamers out there. I think there are a lot of gamers out there. Look, every day, gamers and creators rely on AMD across Ryzen and Radeon PCs, Threadripper workstations, and consoles from Sony and Microsoft to deliver tens of billions of frames. And while the visual quality of those frames has advanced dramatically over the years, the way we build those worlds really hasn't. It still takes teams months or even years to bring a 3D experience to life. Now, AI is really starting to change that. To show what's next in 3D world creation, I'm honored to introduce one of the most influential figures in AI. Known as the godmother of AI, her work has transformed how machines see and understand the world. Please welcome the co-founder and CEO of World Labs, Dr. Fei Li. Fei, we are so excited to have you here. You know, you've been one of the leaders shaping AI for decades. Can you just give us a little bit of your perspective? Where are we today, and why did you start World Labs?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Lisa, for inviting me to be here. Congratulations to all the announcements. I can't wait to use some of them. So it's true that there has truly been great breakthroughs in AI progress in the past few years. And as you said, I've been around the block for a while, for more than 2 decades, and I really cannot be more excited than now by where things are going. So in the past few years, language-based intelligence in AI technology really has taken the world by storm. We're seeing the proliferation of all kinds of capabilities and applications. But the truth is, there's a lot more than just language intelligence. Even for us humans, there's more than passively looking at life in the world. We are incredible spatial intelligent animals, and we have profound capabilities that use our own spatial intelligence that connects perception with action. Think about all of you being here, how you brave through airports this morning. I'm one of them, or woke up in your hotel room and get to the nice coffee shop, or find your way in this maze in Vegas to be here. All this requires spatial intelligence. So what excites me is that there's now a new wave of Gen AI technology for both embodied AI and generative AI that we can finally give machines something closer to the human level spatial intelligence. It's the ability to not only perceive, but create 3D or even 4D worlds, reason about objects and people, and imagine entirely new environments that still obey the laws of physics and dynamics in worlds, virtual or real. So that's why I started World Labs. I really want to bring spatial intelligence to life and deliver value to people.
I remember the first time I talked to you about your concept for World Labs and your passion about what this could bring. Tell us a little bit about what your models do so the audience gets a feel for what does this really mean?
Yeah, well, I heard that there are gamers out there, so this is very exciting. So traditionally, building 3D scenes requires laser scanners or calibrated cameras or hand-built models using pretty sophisticated and complicated software. But at World Labs, we're creating a new generation of models that can use the recent Gen AI technology to learn the structure, not only just flat pixel structure, I'm talking about 3D, 4D structure of the world directly from data, a lot of data. So give the model a few images, and even one image, the model itself can fill in the missing details, predicts what's behind objects, and generate rich, consistent, permanent, navigable 3D worlds. So what you're seeing here on screen is a Hobbit world that's created by our World Labs model called Marble. We just give it a handful of images, and it created these 3D scenes that are persistent, and you can navigate. You can even see a top view. And our system transformed a few visual inputs into a fully navigable, expansive 3D world. And it shows how these models not just reconstruct the environment, they really imagine cohesive worlds, wondrous worlds. And once these worlds exist, they flow together and allowing effortless transition from one environment to the next and scaling into something much larger. And this is much closer to how humans piece together a place from a few glances.
Well, it looks pretty amazing that you can do that with such little input. Now, can you just show us a little bit about how the technology works?
Yes. definitely. Let's just ground it in real world a bit more from the Hobbit world. Let's do something that you're very familiar with. So over the break, our team went to AMD's Silicon Valley office. I hope they got your permission. And
they did not, but that's okay.
Okay, well, now here we are. We just used some regular phone cameras. There's no special equipment, just phones to capture a few images. And then we put them into World Lab's 3D generative model called Marble. And then our model that can use AMD's MI325X chip and the ROCm software stack can create a 3D version of that environment, and including windows, doors, furniture, size, and sense of depth and scale. And keep in mind, you're not looking at photos, you're not looking at videos, you're looking at truly 3D consistent worlds. And then our team started to have a little more fun and decided to
You decided to remodel?
Exactly,
Yes, yeah.
for free for you. For different design styles, right? I don't know which one you guys like the most. I personally really like the Egyptian one, but maybe that's because I'm going there in a few months. And while this transformation is keeping the geometric consistency and the 3D inputs. So you can imagine this can be such powerful tools for many use cases, whether you're doing robotic simulation or game development or design. This can, what would traditionally take months to do in a typical workload, we really could do it in minutes now. And we can even navigate into an entirely different world, like actually the Venetian Hotel. And we just did that yesterday by taking a picture and then put it in the model, and then had a little fun. And then it turned this whole place into a 3D imaginative space. And now I'm sure you guys can take pictures and send it to Marble and experience this yourself. But what you don't see here behind the scene is how much computation is happening and why inference speed really matters. The faster we can run these models, the more responsive the world becomes. Instant camera moves, instant edits, and a scene that stays coherent as you actually navigate and explore. And that's what's really important.
You know, Feifei, I think you're going to have a few people going out to your website to try Marble this evening.
We'll keep the server up.
But look, that looked really amazing. Can you just share a little bit about your experience working with AMD and our work on Instinct and ROCm?
Yeah, of course. And even though we are old friends, our partnership is relatively new. And I got to be honest, I'm very impressed by how quickly this came together. Part of our model is a real-time generative frame model. It was running on MI325X in under just a week. And then with AMD Instinct and ROCm, our teams were able to iterate really rapidly over a course of a few weeks to improve performance by more than 4-fold. And that was really impressive. That matters because spatial intelligence is fundamentally different from what came before. Teaching AI to understand and navigate 3D structure, have motion, understand physics requires enormous memory, massive parallelism, and very fast inference. And I was seeing your announcement. I can't wait to see platforms like MI450 continue to scale, and they will give us the ability to train larger world models, and just as importantly, to run them fast enough that these environments can feel alive, react instantly as the user or agents move, explore, interact, and create.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you for those comments. Your team has been fantastic working together.
Thank you.
So, Feifei, with all the compute performance that we're going to give you, and all of the innovation in your models, give the audience a view of what to expect over the next few years.
Yeah, I know, and as you know me, I don't like to hype. I think the world.
This is like called underhype, Fei-Fei. So.
No, I think we should just share what it is. It is going to be a changing world. A lot of workflows, a lot of things that were difficult to do will actually go through a revolution because of the incredible technology. So, for example, creators can now experience and create real-world scenes, scenes in real time, shaping what's in their mind's eye, experimenting with the space, the light, the movement, as if they are sketching inside a living world. And then intelligent agents, whether it's robots or vehicles or even tools, can learn inside very rich, physics-aware digital worlds before they even need to be deployed into the real one, making them much safer, make the development much faster, more capable, and more helpful to people. And designers, for example, or architects, can walk through ideas before anything is built, exploring form, flow, materials, and navigate spaces rather than just staring at static plans. So what excites me most is that this represents a shift in how AI shows up in our lives. We're moving from systems that understand words and images passively to systems that not only understand, but can help us to interact with the world. So Lisa, what we are sharing today, which is turning a handful of images or photos into coherent, explorable world in real time, is not a glimpse of the distant future anymore. It is really the beginning of the next chapter. So you and I talk about this even offline. We know as powerful as AI technology is, it's also our responsibility to deploy and develop it in ways that reflect true human values, that augment human creativity, productivity, and our care for each other, while keeping people firmly at the center of this story, however powerful technologies are. And I'm very excited to partner with AMD and with you on this journey.
Fei-Fei, I think I speak for everyone. You are really an inspiration to the AI world. Congratulations on all the great progress, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, next shift. Now let's turn to the world of healthcare.
Of all the ways AI is advancing the world, healthcare impacts us all. And AMD technology is enabling the incredible to become possible. Cancer detection is happening earlier, with supercomputers analyzing data at massive scale. Patients are receiving therapy sooner with compute modeling complex biological systems. Promising treatments are moving forward faster through molecular simulation. Medicine is becoming more personalized through genome research. And patient outcomes are improving through robot-assisted surgeries. Our partners are using AI to accelerate science and better human health. Advanced by AMD.
So look, as you saw in that video, AMD technology is already at work across healthcare. This is one of the most meaningful applications. You've already heard about some of the stories tonight of how high-performance computing and AI is one of the areas that I am most personally passionate about, is how you can bring healthcare there. There's nothing more important in our lives than our health and the health of our loved ones. And using technology to improve healthcare outcomes means we measure progress in terms of lives saved. I'm very happy to be joined tonight by 3 experts who are leading the way in applying AI to real-world healthcare challenges. Please join me in welcoming Sean McLean, CEO of Absci, Jacob Thaysen, CEO of Illumina, and Ulla Engquist, Head of Molecular AI at AstraZeneca. All right, guys, thank you so much for being here. You can see there's a lot of excitement about healthcare. Thank you for the tremendous partnership. You know, Sean, at Absci, you're using generative models and synthetic biology to design new drugs from scratch. Can you walk through a little bit of how that works?
Yeah, thank you so much for having us here today. Biology is hard. It's complex. It's messy. Drug discovery and development is this archaic way of going about discovering drugs. Ultimately, it's this trial and error process where you ultimately are searching for a needle in the haystack. But with generative AI and what we're doing at Absci, you're actually able to start creating that needle and being able to actually engineer in the biology that you want, being able to go after the diseases that have large unmet medical need, and being able to have the manufacturability, the developability that you want in the drug. We're actually able to start having precision engineering now because of AI with biology. Just like Apple is engineering an iPhone, or you all are engineering the 455s, we're able to start engineering biology. And what is that actually doing? It's allowing us to start tackling some of the hardest, most challenging diseases that still exist, that have high unmet medical need, where standard of care is poor. And at Absci, this is exactly what we want to tackle. We want to tackle these hard, challenging diseases. 2 of them that we're focused on at Absci is androgenic alopecia, so think common baldness. We actually have the opportunity in the not too distant future to have AI cure baldness. Wouldn't that be incredible? And not only that, be able to focus in areas that have been neglected. Women's health. For far too long, women's health has been pushed aside. And we have a drug that we are developing for endometriosis that affects 1 in 10 women, with the opportunity to potentially deliver a disease-modifying therapy for these women. This is what AI in drug discovery is all about. And this wouldn't be possible without the compute partnership that we've had with AMD. Lisa, you and Mark Papermaster invested in Absci roughly a year ago. And within that year, we've been able to scale the inference and be able to, in a single day, screen over 1 million drugs in 1 single day. That's incredible. And additionally, we're getting onto the 355s. And the memory there is going to allow us to contextualize the biology in a way that we haven't been able to before, and ultimately create better models for drug discovery. The future is really bright in AI and drug discovery.
That's fantastic, Sean. Well, look, thank you for the partnership. We're really excited about all the work we're doing together. Now, Jacob, Illumina is really a leader in reading and understanding the human genome to improve health. How is AI helping in your work? And talk a little bit about what the impact is for the future of precision medicine.
Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. And I'm super excited to be here. And we definitely share a deep passion for impacting health. So looking forward to everything we can do with the 2 companies together, both what we have done and what we're going to do. And of course, Sean, I'm rooting for that drug against baldness, for sure. So let me talk a little bit about Illumina. We are the world leader in DNA sequencing. And DNA, as you know, is the blueprint of life, which makes all of us unique. And therefore, it's essential to be able to measure that to prevent, diagnose, and treat diseases. In a simplified way, you can think about the human genome as 3 billion letters. So that actually is like a book with 200,000 pages in. And that is in each of our cells. Now, if there's just one mistake, spelling mistake in that book, that can actually mean the difference between a long and healthy life and a short and terrible life. So accurate DNA sequencing is extremely important, but it's super data and compute intensive. In fact, we are generating in our sequences more data than is generated on YouTube every day. And therefore, the relationship with AMD is super important. We are using your FPGA and EPIC processes in our sequences every day, and that's the only way we can compute all that and translate that into insights. Over the past decade, our technology has already now been used, as we talked about, in drug discovery, but also impacting healthcare. Today, it's used for profiling terrible diseases like cancer and inherited diseases, and it's really very important to make sure, and we are impacting a lot of people's health out there and have saved a lot of millions of people's lives. But we're just getting started. But biology is super complex. So now, and our brain can't really comprehend all that. But the combination of using generative AI, genome, proteomics together is poised to completely change our understanding of biology over the next period of time. It will impact drug discovery, but it will also impact on how we prevent and treat early diseases. So really, it will change our way we think about longevity and healthier life. And we can only do that with the collaboration between us and all of us on the stage and the whole ecosystem. So I'm really excited about that.
That's fantastic, Jacob. And Ola, at AstraZeneca, you're scaling AI across one of the largest drug discovery pipelines there is. Talk about how AI is changing the way you develop new medicines.
Okay, thanks, Lisa, and also thanks for the invitation. And so at AstraZeneca, we really apply AI end-to-end, from early drug discovery to manufacturing to healthcare delivery. And for us, AI is not only about productivity, it's a lot about innovation. How can we work in a different way? How can we do new things with AI? And one area that I'm personally very passionate about is how can we deliver candidate drugs quicker with the help of generative AI. So how we're working there is that we train our generative AI model on all our experimental data that we have generated over several decades. And then we use those models to virtually assess in the computer which hypothesis, which ideas of candidate drugs might work or not. And then we can assess millions of different potential candidate drugs. And then we take the best, only the one that we think is really good, into the experimental lab and really validate the hypothesis there. So we use our generative AI model to generate candidate drugs, to modify them, to optimize, to really reduce the number of experiments we need to do in the laboratory. And we are applying a new way of working to the whole AstraZeneca small molecule pipeline. And we see that we can deliver candidate drugs 50% faster with the new way of working, and also improve clinical success later. And we can't do that alone. We need to do that in a collaboration. So we collaborate with academia, with AI startup, and with companies like AMD. And one very important area for us is hyperscaling, because we have a lot of great data, and we really want to create the most optimal, best models we can. And there we work in a collaboration with AMD to basically scale our drug discovery engine SemlaFlow so it can handle these large new data sets. So basically we optimize the whole workflow with the help of AMD.
That's fantastic, Ola. Look, all of your stories are really amazing, and we're thrilled to be working with you to bring these things to life. Now, let's wrap up and think about, what's the one thing each of you are most excited about when it comes to how AI will improve healthcare? And maybe, Jacob, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I'm just excited about the time we are in. This is the first time that you have technology that can create massive amount of data, the first time you have the compute power and the generative AI models. That will truly change our understanding on, as I mentioned before, biology, that will be translated into huge impact on healthcare.
Ola?
So I think with AI, we can really transform the understanding of biology. So we can go to not only to treat diseases, but we should have the ambition as a community that in the future we can prevent chronic diseases.
That's fantastic. Sean, bring us home.
Absolutely. So to riff a little bit on what Ulla said, I want to live in a world where we can interact with people before they get sick, where we can provide drugs and treatments to allow them to continue to live their healthy life, where they're metabolically healthy, they have a full head of hair, and they have that vitality that we all look for. Being able to go from sick care to preventative care to ultimately regenerative biology and medicine, where aging no longer is linear. That's the world that I want to live in, that AI is going to help us create. It's an exciting time.
I think we can all say, Sean, we are super inspired. I mean, look, this is what I heard. We should expect AI should help us predict sickness, prevent sickness, and personalize treatments such that we can get really extend lives. And you guys are really at the forefront of it. So it is our honor to be your partner. Thank you each for joining us today. And we look forward to really, moving this frontier forward over the next few years together.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're entering the world of physical AI. This is where AI enters the real world, powered by high-performance CPUs and leadership adaptive computing that enables machines to understand their surroundings and take action to achieve complex goals. At AMD, we've spent more than 2 decades building the foundation of physical AI. Today, AMD processors power factory robots with micron-level precision, guide systems that inspect infrastructure as it's being built, and enables less invasive surgical procedures that speed recovery times. And we're doing it together with a broad ecosystem of partners. Physical AI is one of the toughest challenges in technology. It requires building machines that seamlessly integrate multiple types of processing to understand their environment, make real-time decisions, and take precise action without any human input. And all of this is happening with no margin for error. Delivering that kind of intelligence takes a full-stack approach. High-performance CPUs for motion control and coordination, dedicated accelerators to process real-time vision and environmental data, and with an open software ecosystem, developers can move fast and seamlessly across platforms and applications. Now, seeing is believing, so to show how some of this work is unlocking the next generation of robotics, please welcome CEO and co-founder of Generative Bionics, Daniela Pucci, to the stage. Hello, Danny. It's great to have you. Your team is doing some amazing work. Can you just give us some background about what you're doing?
Lisa, Generative Bionics is the industrial spin-out of more than 20 years of research in physical AI and biomechanics at the Italian East of Technology. But when we look back, actually, everything started from a simple but profound question. If an artificial agent needs to understand the human world, doesn't it need a human-like body to experience it? To answer this, we built some of the most advanced humanoid platforms in the world. iCub for cognitive research, then ErgoCub for safe industrial collaboration, and then we built IronCub, the only jet-powered flying humanoid robot in the world. Throughout the process of building these robots, however, Lisa, there has been one belief that has never changed. The real working technology is that one that amplifies human potential, and that is built around people, not the other way around. Now, this belief has become the mission of Generative Bionics, but to make it real, we need compute that is fast, deterministic, and local. Humanoids, for instance, touch, balance, and safety loops cannot wait for the cloud. That's why our collaboration with AMD is so fundamental. AMD, in fact, gives us a unified continuum from embedded and edge platforms such as Reason AI Embedded and Versal AI Edge, running physical AI on the robot, to AMD CPUs and GPUs, powering simulation, training, and large-scale development. So, Lisa, one computer architecture from one partner end-to-end.
I like that. I like that a lot. Now, look, let's talk a little bit about your philosophy and approach to, how are you building these things and what are your use cases?
We think, Lisa, that now humanoid robots have to be elevated to another level. Yeah. So our approach to physical AI is to build a platform around the humanoid robot. And then the platform is designed to achieve human-level intelligence, safe physical human-robot interaction, and engineered into real products. Now, let's start from the robot. Here, we are really inspired by biomechanics. In fact, if you look at human movements, they rely on fast reflexes. We walk by falling forward, and our nervous system basically exploits our biomechanics. So we are exploiting the same principles into our humanoid robots. Then humans basically learn also through touch, which is a primary source of intelligence. So we believe that humanoid robots really need the sense of touch. And finally, let's talk about the platform. So we are developing an open platform around the humanoid robot to enable the next generation of humanoid robots. So just to give an example, the same tactile sensors that we used for the humanoid robot are basically used also into a sensorized shoe that is being used in healthcare to help patients recover better and faster. But more importantly, the shoe acts as another robot sensor so that the robot has the feeling of whether or not and how to help the patient. So, Lisa, we are not building a robot. We are not only building a robot. We are not only building a product. We are building basically a platform to close the loop between humans and humanoid robots and enabling what we call human-centric physical AI.
That's super cool, Denny. Now, we are at CES, and people like to see things. So what exciting news do you have for us?
So, Lisa, we focused on a new product identity. And our first human robot design, basically that defines our DNA in terms of products, G1000. And I'm really happy to say that G1000 today has been ready to be released right now.
Is this gorgeous or what? Danny, tell us about G1000.
So our vision is a future where humans remain at the center, supported by technology. That's why we focus on building humanoid robots that people can trust and accept. For us, acceptability means beauty, grace, and safety. G1000 is Italian by design.
Is it really Italian?
Yeah. But basically, what really sets G1000 apart is touch. A distributed tactile skin across the robot body allows G1000 to feel pressure, contact, and intention, making touch a primary source of intelligence. Just to give you examples why this is so important, in factories, touch makes possible basically to allow human-robot collaboration. And in healthcare, that is going to be pivotal. Basically, a patient can hold the robot and he can feel how to help the patient in the best way. So this enables safer decisions and more natural interaction in the real world, powered by AMD Compute's platforms. Our first commercial humanoid will be manufactured in the second half of 2026, and we are already working with industrial partners, including a leading steel manufacturer, to deploy these robots in safety-critical environments. Lisa, this is not science fiction, and we are making it happen thanks to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. This is truly exciting. We are super excited about what G1000 can do. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's turn to one more demanding environment for robotics and automation, and that is space. AMD technology is powering critical space missions today, from delivering satellite internet connectivity to remote communities, to enabling autonomous exploration of Mars, the moons of Jupiter, and beyond. On Mars, AMD adaptive computing enables the Perseverance rover to operate autonomously. That same technology is also powering robotic systems at NASA, JPL, and both the European and Indian space agencies, delivering reliable compute in some of the harshest and most unforgiving environments. One of the leaders in space exploration and a company using AMD technology to help build the next generation of spacecraft and lunar infrastructure is Blue Origin. Please welcome John Koulouris, Senior Vice President of Lunar Permanence at Blue Origin, to the stage.
Hi, Lisa.
John, thank you so much for being here. You know, Blue Origin is doing just some amazing things. Talk to us a little bit about your mission and what you're working on.
Yes, thank you everyone for having me here. I'm very excited to tell you about what we're doing. Jeff Bezos, our founder, likes to say that Earth is the best planet in the solar system. It's sustained life for millions of years. And as we explore the solar system, Earth will be the origin of that life, that pale blue dot that is Earth. And that's why our company is named Blue Origin. To protect that planet, we want to move heavy industry eventually off the Earth as we look to build things such as solar power satellites in low Earth orbit, settle the moon, settle Mars, explore the asteroid belt. We'll move on and we'll build that infrastructure so that eventually millions of people will be living and working in space for the benefit of Earth. And that starts with one person. Originally, we had Yuri Gagarin and Alan Shepard explore. Then the Apollo astronauts. Then just recently, the International Space Station celebrated 25 years of continuous human presence in space. The next step for us is lunar permanence. And our business unit that I'm lucky enough to be a part of is named Lunar Permanence specifically so that everyone knows immediately what we're trying to do, is establish a permanent presence of humanity on the moon. And that requires reliable, repeatable, low-cost operations and reliable and repeatable, low-cost equipment and vehicles. And AMD is a critical partner of ours to make that happen.
Well, thank you so much for that, John. And look, talk a little bit about why high-performance computing is so important in your work, and especially as your missions are getting more complicated.
Certainly. So space is the ultimate edge environment. The flight computers that we build are the heart and soul of our vehicles. That compute stack needs to be reliable, deterministic, and resilient. It needs to survive the environment of space. And what that means is we have mass constraints, power constraints, radiation considerations. And the AMD embedded architecture allows us to reduce mass, save power on these vehicles, and tolerate the demanding radiation environment of deep space.
And I think when we think about all of this, looking ahead, talk a little bit about how AI is playing a bigger role in your future missions.
Certainly. So AI's impact on Earth-based systems is well known. In fact, I've got to say, Lisa, and I kind of surprised you earlier today, AMD has been a phenomenal partner of Blue Origin. We, only a few months ago, started to talk to AMD about using the Versal 2 in our flight computer stack. And within a few months, the AMD team and the Blue Origin team worked tirelessly and were able to ship us units that we were then able to incorporate into development flight computers. We've now, in a couple of months, built the development flight computers that are flying in our vehicle testbed, and those will eventually power our Mark II lander. That Mark II lander will land astronauts on the moon as early as 2028. In fact, it was so impressive, we had a team of Blue Origin engineers working over the holidays, and we took the entire flight computer stack and were able to successfully simulate a landing on the moon. This has saved months and months of schedule. Now you take that to the AI use and how important it is for us. Right now at Blue Origin, AI use on Earth is critical. Every employee at Blue Origin has access to AI tools, whether it be for design, for analysis, for just basic pinging back and forth. AI has sped our development process so quickly that we're now looking, how do we bring this to spaceflight? And so what that means for spaceflight for us, that's the next great step, where AI becomes a complement to the astronaut, a co-pilot, if we will, identifying landing sites, looking out for hazards, being able to do that level of compute in a real-time environment is critically important to us. For me personally, though, you think of edge AI, what is really interesting is as we go to explore the solar system, radio astronomy has been a passion of mine. And what radio astronomy is you're looking for weak signal radio frequencies that are being emitted throughout the universe. The problem we have is that Earth is a great emitter of radio frequency noise and interference, so it's hard to identify that. The far side of the moon provides a natural shelter, a barrier to that noise. So if we could land a Mark I vehicle on the far side of the moon, we could start to explore this untapped radio frequency environment. If we have edge AI, we can now utilize that to do the deep exploration to actually identify where we should be looking next. Because relay back to comms, doing this latency, really hurts our ability to explore. So by having it on the far side of the moon, the Mark I vehicle with Edge AI will tell us, land the next vehicle here to optimize your exploration. That's really what excites me.
I mean, that's super, super cool. Look, John, we're honored to work with you. I think it is an incredible mission that you have. Thank you so much for the partnership, and we look forward to what you do next.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, guys, now let's turn to our last chapter of the night, science, and the supercomputers used for the most advanced scientific research. We're incredibly... We are incredibly proud of our leadership in high-performance computing, and we have continued to push the bleeding edge of performance here. We're actually seeing a convergence between traditional high-performance computing systems and AI as we bring together the best of both of these worlds. Today, AMD powers the 2 fastest supercomputers in the world and more than half of the 50 most energy-efficient systems. These systems are using massive amounts of compute to solve previously impossible problems. In Finland, the Lumi supercomputer has cut climate model update times by more than 85%, enabling earlier warnings and better preparation for extreme weather events. Energy giant ENI is using an AMD-powered supercomputer to develop longer-lasting batteries and cleaner fuels. At Oak Ridge National Labs, the world's first exascale supercomputer is running Orbit 2, a hyper-resolution global model that allows us to predict unprecedented forecasting detail with nearly 99% accuracy. And at Lawrence Livermore National Labs, the world's fastest supercomputer, El Capitan, is modeling how viruses might mutate and evolve, enabling scientists to design more resilient antibody treatments and respond faster to future pandemics. Going forward, there's a lot more that we can do to power the future of scientific discovery. We are actually working very closely with the US Department of Energy and America's national labs as part of the Genesis mission. Genesis is a national program launched late last year to accelerate the convergence of AI, supercomputing, and quantum computing. Together with Oak Ridge National Labs, we recently announced 2 new supercomputers that are part of the Genesis mission. The Lux computer, that is the first dedicated US AI factory for science that will come online early this year, and Discovery, the next flagship supercomputer planned in 2028. Genesis is the most ambitious public-private technology initiative in decades. Leading this historic effort is Michael Kratsios, who has shaped national policy at the highest levels as a former US CTO and Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering. Please join me in welcoming the President's Chief Science and Technology Policy Advisor, Michael Kratsios, to the stage. Michael, thank you so much for being here. I know just how busy you are. You've described this Genesis mission as a real moonshot with the largest mobilization of federal scientific resources in decades. Can you talk a bit about why Genesis is so important?
The Genesis mission is a great example of how President Trump has moved fast in less than a year in order for the US to lean in and win the AI race. Genesis is the largest marshaling of federal scientific resources in recent history, and at a scale and an urgency at the Apollo mission or even the Manhattan Project. We are bringing together the unmatched power of our national laboratories, supercomputers, and the nation's top scientific and innovative minds with the goal of doubling the productivity and impact of American science within a decade. This whole of government approach represents a historic mobilization of resources, tasking the Department of Energy to integrate its world-class supercomputers and data sets into a unified, closed-loop AI platform. Integrating this data, the Genesis mission leverages the power of AI to automate experiment design, to accelerate simulations, and generate predictive models that accelerate federal R&D productivity. Priority areas of focus include the greatest scientific challenges of our time that can dramatically improve our nation's economic and national security. These span biotechnology, critical minerals, nuclear energy, space exploration, quantum, semiconductors, microelectronics. And a few weeks ago, we announced the first wave of industry partnerships for the Genesis mission, and that included AMD, so thank you for that. As a next step, we're working towards bringing even more federal resources into the Genesis mission, and this is going to include a variety of agencies, including the National Science Foundation, National Institutes for Health, and the National Institute for Standards and Technology.
Well, look, thank you, Michael. We are very proud to be part of Genesis, super excited. If you look back, so many of the technologies that we have today really started with long-term public and private partnerships. So where do you see Genesis actually making the biggest impact beyond science?
Well, through Genesis, we will create the world's largest and highest quality scientific data sets to train the next generation of AI systems, pushing them beyond their current mastery of language and code into the realm of science. Now, as you can imagine, this will lead to tremendous spillover effects across healthcare, drug discovery, energy, and manufacturing. Fundamentally, we are seeing a massive shift in America's science and technology enterprise. We are now at a place where the US government, private sector, and universities together are investing over $1 trillion in R&D every year, with the private sector leading the way by carrying out 2/3 of that R&D alone. Now, the Genesis mission understands this and leverages the full strength of that entire ecosystem.
That's wonderful, Michael. Now, we have talked a lot about how important it is for the US to lead in AI. Can you talk about what are the biggest things that we must do to get right such that we lead in AI?
Absolutely. There are 3 strategic priorities the US needs to get right as laid out in President Trump's AI action plan. The first is we need to remove barriers to innovation and accelerate research and development. We are already at work looking for regulatory roadblocks to innovation and seeing where we can update or remove them entirely. This effort will ensure the U.S. is a home for the next great technologies to be created and to be commercialized. Next, we need to get AI infrastructure and energy production right. We've taken significant actions to streamline permitting to data center construction and support all forms of energy, including advanced nuclear reactors. Looking beyond our borders, it's all about AI diplomacy and exporting American technologies to the world. The U.S. government is underway in establishing the American AI Export Program to bring American innovators and innovations to our partners and allies around the world. The Department of Commerce will be issuing an RFP this month seeking proposals to create a turnkey AI stack, including everything from infrastructure and chips to models and applications. Last but not least, another strategic priority for President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump is AI and education. I talked earlier about winning the AI race. Focusing on AI and education is about truly winning our AI future today. It starts by helping parents and teachers and students navigate AI's opportunities and challenges in the classroom. I'm thrilled that in a matter of months, we are seeing tremendous participation with over 5,000 students and 1,000 educators across all 50 states signing up for the Presidential AI Challenge. Now, submissions close on January 20th, so please visit ai.gov to participate. And also look for these regional competitions that are ultimately going to culminate at a championship at the White House this summer. We've also secured over 200 pledges from leaders like AMD for free AI educational resources, including apprenticeships, access to AI top models, and curricula for so many teachers around the country.
Michael, look, we're incredibly proud to support the AI Education Pledge and really to help expand access to AI education with more hands-on opportunities for students to learn and build. That's why we've actually committed $150 million to programs that bring AI into more classrooms and communities across the country. We're investing in the next generation of AI research and talent. We're building research collaborations with more than 800 educational institutions around the world, including many of the top engineering and computer programs. And we're also committing to developing coursework to promote our open ecosystem. So we're offering free online AI courses to reach over 150,000 students this year. So, Michael, I want to say thank you for your leadership on this topic and the First Lady's leadership. I can tell you that it certainly is making a difference in galvanizing the industry. Now, before you go, I have a very fun thing for us to do. It is really a moment for us to highlight some really amazing work as a direct outcome of the AI Education Pledge. So, a little bit of background. We recently partnered with Hack Club on a nationwide AI and robotics campaign. More than 15,000 high school students signed up, with the top teams coming together in Silicon Valley last month for an in-person hackathon to bring their designs to life. It's actually incredible to see what these students were able to build in just one weekend. You can imagine it was a little bit competitive at this hackathon, and as part of the recognition, we invited the top 3 teams to be here at CES, right here in the front row, so they could experience the biggest tech event of the year firsthand, and we could congratulate them in person. So let's give them a big round of applause. And to tell us a little bit more about their project, I'd like to invite the hackathon gold medal winners, Emmy McDonald, Ruzana Gaboyan, and Afia Eva of Team Arm Tender to the stage. All right, you guys are amazing. Congratulations on the incredible work. Now, before you talk about the project, can you just share a little bit about yourselves? Like, where are you from and when did you start coding?
Sure. I'm Emmy, I'm 17, and I'm from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. I started coding when I was around 12, and I joined Hack Club when I was 16. Good evening, everyone. It's great to see you all. My name is Ruzana Gaboyan, and I'm a 17-year-old student from Cleveland, Ohio. I started coding when I was 12, and I joined Hack Club as soon as I turned 16.
Hi, everyone. My name is Afia. I'm 18 from Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. I started coding about 2 years ago through Hack Club.
That is fantastic. Now, tell us a little bit about your project.
Of course. Together with Rosanna and Afia, my Hack Club teammates, we built an AI robot barista. It's a robotic arm that autonomously serves beverages using a motorized wheel that spins to select a soft drink. We trained a single unified vision language model to multitask using the AMD Developer Cloud with MI300X GPUs. The robotic arm runs entirely on an AMD Ryzen AI laptop using 3 cameras. And we came to the hackathon with no previous AI training experience.
Now, can you believe that? No previous AI training experience, and this is what they did? You guys are clearly doing great things. Just give me an idea, like, what are you most excited about working on next?
Thanks so much, Lisa. So my mom actually works at our local fire department. She's in the audience. Hi, Mom. And she is a former firefighter. One thing that we noticed when training ArmTender is that it was able to capture complex human behaviors. Like, it was able to try again to grab a can after it missed it without us programming that specifically. I want to build a robot that can be used in firefighting to go into building fires and case the building before firefighters go in. And the complexity of motion that we saw AI exhibiting could make that possible in a way that wasn't before.
I love that. What do you guys think? Well, look, we are all about encouraging and inspiring young people to pursue their dreams. And tonight, we actually have a special surprise for you guys. So AMD is awarding each of you a $20,000 educational grant to invest in your future as innovators to help you keep building.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Look, you guys are just a great example of what the AI Education Pledge is all about, because what you've created, it's clear that there's so much we can do. So congratulations to all of you. And Michael, thank you for being here and really helping bridge all of this together. We appreciate everything you're doing for the country and for the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Look, it's been fantastic being with you tonight, but it's time to wrap this up. So I hope you all saw tonight what I see every single day. This moment in tech not only feels different, AI is different. AI is the most powerful technology that has ever been created, and it can be everywhere for everyone. We're entering this era of yacht-scale computing, where the deployment of more powerful models everywhere will require a massive increase in the amount of compute in the world. Meeting that demand will take a broad portfolio of solutions, from the largest systems in the cloud to AIPCs to embedded computing. And just as important, it takes an open ecosystem built on industry standards. That's what you saw on stage tonight. We wanted to bring you the entire spectrum, from amazing technology to deep co-innovation with industry leaders across the ecosystem, to very strong public-private partnerships. All of us are working together to bring AI everywhere for everyone. On behalf of the 30,000 AMDers around the world, we're proud to be building the future together with all of you, because the world's most important challenges can only be solved by bringing the industry ecosystem together. Thank you for joining us tonight, and enjoy the rest of CES 2026.